Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I think that you will find consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, October 25th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for all questions.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by close to 100 campers who stayed at Sagam Beach Campground in Callander, Ontario, which is located on the pristine shores of Lake Nipissing in the riding of Nipissing, Temiskaming. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with less than 5 full-time year-round employees to continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the constituents of Battleford's Lloydminster to present 2 petitions. The first calling on the government to implement the palliative care package that they had campaigned on, the $3 billion over 4 years. Of course, we're already done year 1, so we're already behind. So 100 and some petitioners are asking the government to move forward on that expeditiously. The second petition, of course, is to demand that the government recognize the rights of the unborn. We had the vote last night on Cassie's law. Unfortunately, it failed, but it's still time to continue and move forward and make sure that the government takes heed to this type of petition with hundreds of signatures asking for the government to do exactly that.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise and present this petition sent by people from across Canada who are growing increasingly concerned about this Prime Minister's disregard for the promises he made to First Nation people and the string of broken promises to the youth, particularly the promise he made of $50 million in post-secondary education to flow this year. They got 0. They're also concerned that the Prime Minister made the promise to lift the 2% cap. He said that. He made that promise publicly, and yet the 2% cap is still in place on post-secondary education, which is taking away the ability of this future generation of leaders to get the quality education that they deserve and Canadians believe they deserve. So the petitioners are calling on this government to live up to their promises and stop breaking the promises that they've made again and again and again. It's the longest con in Confederation, and it needs to end.
The honourable member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand again today to present more petitions in regards to Canadians' requests that this government consider protecting pregnant women and their unborn children. This is an issue that's not going to go away, and I'm so pleased to be able to stand again today and present petitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the orders of the day. Orders of the day. No. Before we go to orders of the day, the Chair would like to take a moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. Comme un député le savent, après le complément de
As members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the Chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which, at first glance, appear to infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
Following the September 30, 2016 replenishment of the order of precedence with 15 new items, I wish to inform the House that there is one bill that gives the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions it contemplates. It is le projet de loi C.
Bill C-245, an act concerning the development of a national poverty reduction strategy in Canada. Standing in the name of the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for a royal recommendation to accompany this bill or any of the other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, opposition motion,
Government orders, business of supply.
people standing in the name of Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that the House, A, recognize that ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people. Shall I dispense? No. B, acknowledge that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves. C, recognize that the government has neglected to provide this House with an appropriate plan and the corresponding action required to respond to this humanitarian crisis. D, support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled, quote, "They came to destroy ISIS crimes against the Yazidis," unquote. And E, call on the government to, 1, take immediate action upon all the recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the said report. 2, use its full authority to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within 30 days. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Human history is littered with examples of our capacity to inflict great evil upon each other. There are also times where humanity has shown its capacity for great compassion and love. The greatest failures of humanity have occurred when opportunities for us to exhibit our capacity for compassion are presented, but we choose instead to turn our backs. These would be the times when we justify that it's too difficult to do something, that it's not our place, or that we're already doing enough, or that it's too risky, or that something can't be done. Simply put, the greatest failures of humanity occur when we self-justify our failure to prevent the infliction of evil upon others, when we know that it's occurring. Unfortunately, as we near Canada's 150th anniversary, our country has many examples of these great failures. We allowed the Komagata Maru to happen. We allowed the Chinese head tax to happen. We interred Japanese Canadians during World War II. We allowed the residential school system to happen. The most shameful thing we as a country could do is to forget the lessons of these events, to dismiss them as in the past, to think that they couldn't possibly happen again, and then to repeat them. However, today I believe we are at risk of doing just that. In 1939, the MS St. Louis, carrying over 900 refugees seeking asylum from Nazi persecution, changed course for Canada after being denied entry in the United States. A group of Canadian academics and clergy tried to persuade Mackenzie King to provide sanctuary to the ship's passengers. But an immigration official, a bureaucrat, persuaded the Prime Minister not to intervene. These refugees were turned away and sent to face genocide. I would like to imagine that I don't know any of the excuses this bureaucrat used to justify Canada's failure to show compassion and love. However, I suspect they sound a lot like the excuses being delivered by Canadian federal immigration officials today, as many of us in the House, across party lines, seek to find ways to help the Yazidi people who are facing genocide. Frederick Blair was the name of the immigration official who persuaded the Prime Minister to turn away the St. Louis. In 2000, his nephew apologized to Canadians for his shameful record. So I have two charges today, one to my elected colleagues and another to immigration, refugee, and citizenship bureaucrats. The first charge is to the immigration bureaucrats who are sitting in the government lobby right now, watching this speech, nervously hovering over government MPs and handing out departmental written speeches designed to obfuscate the fact that Canada has done nothing to help the Yazidi people. This charge is directed to junior bureaucrats who write up the briefing notes to the minister for their bosses, which tell him that it's too hard to help these people, that the Turkish government and the Greek government's policies are too hard to navigate, and that Canada can't possibly help. This charge is to the IRCC official who has the job of watching this debate right now and writing up the key points and summary for their bosses so that media talking points can be written, instead of seeking to help the Yazidi people. This charge is to the ADMs and DM of IRCC who have spent more time in the last 2 years across 2 governments coming up with reasons as to why we can't help the Yazidi people instead of finding innovative ways to do so. So my charge to them is this. In the decades ahead, will your family have to apologize for you being so stuck in the mire of a bureaucracy that you were unable or unwilling to help a people facing genocide? Or will you push forward and find innovative approaches to help these people? My second charge is to my elected colleagues. We are elected to make decisions on behalf of the people we represent, not these officials. They carry out our will, and in doing so, the will of the people of Canada. And for 2 years, we've sat in committee meetings, in briefings, in caucus meetings, listening to reasons to why we can't help. And in the meantime, thousands of Yazidi women have been raped dozens of times a day by dozens of men. Right now, Yazidi children are being trained to become suicide bombers after being stripped from their family. Right now, tens of thousands of Yazidis lie in mass graves. Right now, Yazidis in refugee camps in Greece and in Turkey know that they can never go home or they will die. And right now, these same refugees are being persecuted and beaten in these same refugee camps. A deputy director for research at Amnesty International has said, the international community must translate its shock and horror at IS crimes into concrete actions. And yet, we listen to the advice of bureaucrats when they say that Canada can't do anything. Groups who have raised money to bring these families to Canada and have identified them are being told by bureaucrats that there is nothing that we can do to help, that it's too hard. It's really not Canada's place, and that we're already doing enough, and this is all false. And for that, this needs to stop, and this needs to stop today. So my charge to my elected colleague is this. You were elected to bring hope and change to Canada. This is one of those moments in your parliamentary career when you have the ability to impact change and to bring hope. I will not stand in this place on the eve of Canada's 150th anniversary and allow us to repeat a great failure of our history. And I implore you, if for nothing else than the sake of Canada's honour, to do the same. So to the motion before us here today. This motion asks the government to take immediate action to support Yazidi victims of genocide. It asks us to first recognize that ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people. This is a fact that is well established and should be formally recognized in a vote in this House, which has not yet been done. This is our opportunity to do so. The motion then asks us to acknowledge that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves. Again, this is fact. Our acknowledgement of this in support of this motion sends a message to the international community that this is a great atrocity and that we are compelled to stop it. This motion also asks us to recognize that the government has neglected to provide this House with an appropriate plan and corresponding action required to respond to this humanitarian crisis. Frankly, I don't want this debate to become about who did less for the Yazidi people, our former government or this government. However, I feel that that's where we're at, and we have to move past it. This component of this motion is included because if we don't acknowledge our shared failure, we can never move forward in helping these people. This part of the motion is included because when our former government asked IRCC bureaucrats to establish ways for Canada to prioritize persecuted and ethnic religious minorities in our refugee system, we were stymied. The reality is that Canada is dependent upon the UN to provide the names of refugees to Canada, and the UN is not delivering Yazidi names to us. We need to innovate to stop this spiral of uselessness. For my Liberal colleagues who will retort and say that Canada should in every instance turn a blind eye to religion and ethnicity in the prioritization of refugees, I would disagree, as these factors sometimes are the key contributing factors to the reasons why people are refugees to begin with. However, for today, let's put that aside and look at the fact that with the Yazidi people, we are dealing with people who are facing genocide. This is a separate category of persecution, and it carries with it a different level of responsibility when it comes to the protection of these people because their very survival as a distinct group is threatened. The United Nations has even explicitly asked Canadians to prioritize Yazidis in its report. So this component of the motion is here because to date, this government has in fact failed to acknowledge the Yazidi people need to be prioritized in Canada's refugee system, let alone put in place a plan to help them. We could argue that the government's retraction of our CF-18s from the fight to contain ISIS did not help the Yazidi cause, given that it's widely acknowledged that coalition airstrikes have greatly aided Iraqi ground forces in taking back key ISIS strongholds. That aside, I will give you 3 specific instances where this government has had an opportunity to show a clear action plan to assist the Yazidi people, but has failed to do so. First, I've asked the Minister of Immigration many questions in the House about what he is doing to accelerate Yazidi refugee claims. And in one of these recent exchanges, he said, "We do not know how many Yazidi refugees have come to Canada. What I do know is that we have admitted more than 30,000 Syrian refugees." In his replies, there are no acknowledgement that we need to prioritize Yazidi genocide victims in our refugee system. And while the government has certainly admitted more than 30,000 Syrian refugees, the reality is that department officials told a parliamentary committee that only 9 Yazidi refugee cases have been processed. 9. Further, many Yazidis are not Syrian refugees. They mostly originate in Iraq. After being slow to acknowledge the genocide of the Yazidi people, the minister's response was a punch in the gut for many organizations in Canada who are working hard to bring Yazidis to Canada. And second, the government has failed to act to show a plan to assist Yazidis. Operation Ezra, a multi-faith group which has fundraised over $250,000 to bring Yazidis' families to Canada, have been politely put, given the runaround by the minister and his bureaucrats for over a year now. They have Yazidi refugees identified who are in camps outside of Iraq that are accessible by UN and Canadian officials alike. When one of the organizers of this group, a Yazidi woman herself, approached the minister at a citizenship ceremony at the Museum of Human Rights, no less, in Winnipeg last week, about the families that they had identified, he said, and I quote, "It was in the hands of the bureaucracy and that there was nothing that he could do." For the love of God, he is the Minister of Immigration. If there is nothing that he can do to help Yazidis, then maybe we need a new immigration minister because that's his job. Yes. The third failure of the government to present a plan occurred when the Standing Committee on Immigration and Citizenship presented its 6th report to Parliament a little over 2 weeks ago. Our committee held emergency summer meetings regarding the Yazidi genocide, and Nadia Murad, UN ambassador and a survivor of sexual slavery at the hands of ISIS, testified, as did other Yazidis and organizations who are working to help the Yazidi people. We heard hours of damning testimony of the inability of the international community to help the Yazidi people. We also heard concrete and smart recommendations that Canada could examine to develop a plan to help the Yazidis. The report that was submitted after all of that work contained exactly 0 recommendations to help the Yazidis. 0. Instead, the government opted to issue an op-ed in the Toronto Star where they listed the following reason why they couldn't help the Yazidis. Yazidi society is based on a caste structure. Although this tradition has been questioned in recent years, it remains firmly in place. The result is that members of the Merid class could be overlooked, even though their predicament may be worse than that felt by the sacred and pure elites of their families. This is not a certainty, but it's a great possibility that should give us pause. So instead of seeking to help the Yazidis, a Liberal member wrote an op-ed about why their religious structure should exclude them from being refugees to Canada. I highly doubt this member talked to any Yazidi families about this or sought understanding. He simply made assumptions about their religion and then used it as an excuse as to why Canada shouldn't help. This article is perhaps one of the most embarrassing pieces of garbage I've ever had the misfortune of reading. It tarnished the reputation of a government who has welcomed many refugees to Canada. This government needs to clarify if this is in fact the real reason why the government is not helping Yazidis. All this said, I am willing to amend and remove this component of this motion if the government will commit to immediately, right now, helping Yazidis. To me, saving the lives of these people is more important than an argument about who did less when. A plan with a very short timeline for action is what matters now. This plan should include ways to address items D and E in this motion, which are to support recommendations found in the June 15th report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," and call upon the government to take immediate action upon the recommendations found in Section 10, 210, 212, and 213 of said report, and use its full authority to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within 30 days. The recommendations in the UN report present a clear, nonpartisan, concrete path for the international community to protect the Yazidi people and should also be reflected in Canada's action plan. These recommendations are: strongly encourage rescue plans targeted at Yazidi captives, encourage coordination between local and international armed forces where military operations target ISIS-controlled regions where Yazidi captives are held. Use all means available to ensure Yazidis held captive by ISIS in Syria are rescued during ongoing military operations, and put in place a protocol for the care and treatment of Yazidis rescued as areas are seized from ISIS. Recognize ISIS's commission of the crime of genocide against the Yazidis of Sinjar. For those states that are contracting parties to the Genocide Convention, engage with Article 8 of the Convention and call upon competent organs of the United Nations, including the Security Council, to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations to prevent and suppress acts of genocide. Provide expertise on request to assist in the preservation and documentation of mass grave sites, provide further funding for psychosocial support programs, and increase emphasis on trauma therapy for children, noting that Yazidi children suffer different violations depending on their sex, provide funding and expertise to support the training of psychologists and social workers in Iraq and Syria, provide funding for the reconstruction of Sinjar and expertise to allow more efficient clearing of improvised explosive devices, accelerate the asylum claims of Yazidi victims of genocide, and ensure provisions of the Genocide Convention are enacted in national legislation as contracting states are obliged to do so in Article 5 of the Genocide Convention. There are many more good recommendations under this section, and that is why these recommendations are included in this motion here today. They come from the UN. They're nonpartisan, and the UN hopes that the world will act on them. Given that this government is seeking a seat on the UN Security Council, in addition to saving Yazidi lives, it could show international leadership in advancing UN directives by supporting this motion today. When the Prime Minister posed for a photograph with Nadia Murad in New York, I hope he recognized the covenant Canada has to her and to do her and her people justice by championing these recommendations. This motion also includes a special reference to Yazidi women and girls, not to the exclusion of Yazidi men, but as an acknowledgement that there are many survivors of sexual violence that need to be supported in our country. Germany recently accepted over 1,000 Yazidi sex slave survivors and their families. There is no reason why Canada cannot do the same. Moreover, we need to put a deadline on a plan for action. It's been nearly 2 years since the massacre at Sinjar, and every day that passes, more Yazidis die. In 2015, the election campaign, the government said that bringing 25,000 Syrian refugees to Canada by the end of 2015 was only a matter of political will. This government was sworn in on November 4th, 2015, and yet they held firm to their year-end commitment. Today is October 20th, 2016. If the government could commit to focus on bringing in 25,000 refugees to Canada in a similar time period, surely they could commit to doing what this motion asks, which is to assist Yazidis within a 30-day period after having a year to already do so. Further, the government has the best benefit of hours of committee testimony and recommendations contained in the dissenting reports of the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Now, the time for committees and reports have passed, and the time for action is now. This government needs to act today. Frankly, even 30 days is too long. For my colleagues today who have speeches prepared by department officials that say that we can't help Yazidis because it's too dangerous to travel into Iraq, keep in mind that figuring out how Canada can help internally displaced Yazidis in Iraq is not mutually exclusive from helping Yazidis who have made it to camps in Greece and Turkey. Yazidis in these places still face persecution, which often hampers their ability to find employment and stay in camps for any length of time, and they cannot go home because the religious majority in the region are likely to kill them if they do so. As well, many Yazidi villages have been razed and simply don't exist anymore. Testimony at our committee also showed proof that Yazidi refugees are being discriminated against by UN screening agents and are not making the lists which are given to Canada for the selection of government-sponsored refugees. For these reasons, Yazidi refugees in these camps should absolutely be prioritized, and they should be the first people that Canada are helping. Canadian department officials who say that this can't be done simply aren't being encouraged strongly enough by elected leaders. For this reason, many Yazidis will be listening to speeches given here today to see if we are courageous leaders or bureaucrat followers. I implore you to support this motion. In the words of author Ken Harbaugh, who recently visited a Yazidi refugee camp in Greece, in every other camp I have visited, refugees talk about one day going home. That can never happen with the Yazidis. The brutality that drove them here was utterly complete. Their homes were burned, their worship houses were defiled, their faith vilified. When ISIS targeted their ancestral lands in northern Iraq, the Sinjar Mountains became Yazidis' last stand. The world watched as ISIS closed in, intent on finishing the massacre begun in their villages. Now, their culture hangs in the balance. Its survival depends on an ancient woman who can neither see nor walk, but can remember it all too well. And it depends on a saint like Nadia Murad, who wanted nothing more than to become a school teacher in the shadow of Mount Sinjar, and now carries the weight of her people's grief. And ultimately, it depends on us, on whether the world awakens to the suffering of the Yazidis or lets it count for nothing. Let our actions here today count for something, Mr. Speaker. Support this motion, support the Yazidi people, and show Canada's capacities to stand for good in the face of great evil.
Questions commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the advocacy and the commitment of the member from Calgary-Nose Hill on this issue and on many other issues in respect of the immigration portfolio. And I just want to ask her a short but simple question. Does she believe that there is a possibility that that parties in this House could work collaboratively in a nonpartisan manner to achieve the exact goals which she is pursuing, which is justice and safe haven for the Yazidi people?
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, if that capacity doesn't exist here today, then we've not only failed the Yazidi people, we've failed our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to thank sincerely my colleague for her speech, which was passionate, full of emotion, and some amount of vision. In fact, a lot of vision. I was a little bit surprised that we are discussing this, but I want to congratulate her because the context calls for it. I would like to ask a question. In March 2015, the then Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, said that Canada did not need to invoke international law to take action in Iraq and Syria because ISIS had no legal representation. So would she agree with me that international law is our best guarantee of proper action and that we need to work with the UN and ask the Security Council to deal with this?
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that there is a movement, an international movement, to bring the perpetrators, the ISIS perpetrators of genocide against the Yazidi people to justice in the International Criminal Court. I think this is something that needs to transcend party lines here in this House. It's something that every single one of us need to be vocal advocates for. The fact that this genocide is not front-page news every day is something that concerns me. The fact that We see the rise of nationalism in many governments, in many political parties around the world, and yet this comes forward concerns me. So I certainly hope that when advocates like Amal Clooney and representatives like Nadia Murad have the courage to take this case forward to the International Criminal Court, that the international community bands together, gets behind us, and brings justice to the Yazidi people of Iraq.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member on the other side.
Of immigration, the way he's dealing with the refugee. As a matter of fact, all the world know that the Minister of Immigration of Canada did a beautiful job, and his program was nicely welcomed at the United Nations, and several countries around the world has adopted his program. Regarding our involvement in the fight against ISIS, Mr. President, as we all know, Canada is providing logistics and training to the Iraqi army in order to be capable to fight ISIS. By my question to the honorable member, who created ISIS? Who helped ISIS to smuggle crude oil? What country opened its border for foreign fighters to come from around the world and get into Iraq and be infiltrated and to fight with ISIS? If she could give answer to this question, I believe we could lay a nice program to eliminate and to fight against ISIS. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the scope of the motion before us today is how us in this House will conduct ourselves and act to bring justice and safe haven to the Yazidi people. I said in my speech that the time for reports and who did less, those times of debate, that is past. My hope today is that this debate focuses on how we can help the Yazidi people. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that ISIS has committed genocide against them. The question for us now is how we preserve their culture, their heritage, and their very existence going forward. So to my colleague opposite, I hope that he would be seized with that task.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her excellent speech, but more importantly for her steadfast and ongoing work on this important file. Now, one of the interesting things about this issue is that we hear from the government often about the importance of data and science-based policy, and yet it doesn't seem like we're even gathering data on many of these issues around refugees. I note from the technical briefing in December on this issue that officials said when they were asked about the taking of people from these key vulnerable categories, Yazidis, Assyrian Christians, sexual minorities, other communities, the response was, we don't have data fields for that. So I wonder if the member can comment in the context of the genocide we're seeing on the fact that it doesn't even seem that the government is gathering information on such a vital part of this discussion.
For Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. This is a tricky issue because the gathering of data on religious and ethnic minorities that are coming into Canada as refugees often has a racial profiling context. However, the reality is that if we are going to do as the UN tasks us and accelerate and prioritize asylum claims for victims of genocide, then yes, we actually have to know if we are bringing those people into Canada. I think in one of the rare moments of consensus among parties during the committee, we realized that we can have a discussion that in order for us to know if we're achieving those ends and actually bringing victims of genocide to Canada, yes, in fact, we have to measure if we actually are doing that. So certainly one of the recommendations made by groups in the committee was to ensure that we are tracking our success in bringing genocide victims to Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I would like to thank the member for her motion before this place. Very thoroughly thought through and very thoughtful. I have to share that I'm finding it encouraging that a member of the Conservative Party is calling for action by this government in response to what the United Nations is calling for. It is a refreshing shift from the stance that her party previously took while in government. I'm wondering if, in addition to the matters, the member also raised the issue about trafficking, particularly trafficking in women who have been trafficked for sex offences. Has she also reached out to organizations such as ACT Alberta, who have been doing incredible work across the country working with trafficking, and whether or not we might connect in with them if we bring these seedy women here?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this is such an important issue. And since today's debate should be talking about action and forward thinking, the government absolutely needs to look at these types of groups, because when we bring these women to Canada, they will need an extra level of support and care given the atrocities that they've gone through. I've had the opportunity to meet Nadia Murad. I cannot believe that this woman has the courage to stand up for people when she has had her soul raped out of her. So groups such as my honourable colleague mentioned will play a vital role in the support and long-term survival of these women, and I implore my government colleagues to both support this motion and in developing their plans, ensure that there are adequate resources for these women in their healing process.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I begin by thanking the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her tireless advocacy on behalf of Nadia Murad, the hundreds of women such as Nadia who've escaped Daesh's sexual slavery, the thousands upon thousands of women that continue to be enslaved by this genocidal death cult. Mr. Speaker, during our hearings that were referenced during the summer, at which Nadia Murad testified, we also heard testimony that there was a country that not only declared that what had occurred was genocide, but felt compelled to immediately act. It was Germany. Germany brought a large contingent of Yazidi women to Sanctuary to help rebuild their shattered lives. Perhaps the member would like to comment on why was Germany able to act and how did they go about bringing those women and begin the settlement process in Germany. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to take a moment to personally thank the member from Etobicoke Centre for his non-partisan approach to this and his leadership on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, which frankly led to the study on this issue happening this summer. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that if it wasn't for his intervention, this study would not have occurred. And for that, I and the Yazidi people thank him. With regard to the German program to bring Yazidi women to Canada, to their country, what the secret to success there was it was only a matter of political will. Officials within Germany acted quickly. They looked beyond the bureaucratic obstacles that were in their way to bring these people to Germany, and they did that. Without going into all of the technical details of the program, there was an enormous amount of fast-tracking and good political will to get this done. And what is so great about the German project is that there's a blueprint available for Canada to follow should this motion be adopted today.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this important debate. I want to first acknowledge again the advocacy on this issue by the member for Calgary Nose Hill, who has put forward a very important motion on the persecution of minority groups in Iraq and Syria before this House. I think I can safely say that everyone in this House, across party lines, is outraged by the despicable attacks on minority groups committed by Daesh. Mr. Speaker, as an individual in this chamber who had the opportunity to prosecute genocide at the Rwandan War Crimes Tribunal with the UN, I can say to you personally that I am horrified by genocide whenever it is confronted, and it is indeed an issue that all members of this House take seriously, none more so than myself, as one who has participated in taking action on the very types of genocide that we are discussing today. Genocide is clearly the most internationally reprehensible crime known to law and is something to which the international community should respond. Canadians in general have expressed their horror at the murderous actions that Daesh has committed against groups such as Yazidis, Christians, Shia Muslims, women, and members of the LGBT community. Since 2014, we know that the actions of Daesh have resulted in thousands of civilian deaths, and many more innocent people have faced persecution. These terrible acts have appalled governments and people around the world for their cruelty but also how they have contributed greatly to the worst refugee crisis we have seen since the Second World War. In addition to the refugees in other countries, more than 3 million people are internally displaced in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada recognizes the need for protection of Yazidis throughout this region. We have a long and proud tradition of providing protection to those who need it the most. We are a key contributor to international efforts to address protection issues in the region. And indeed, a hallmark of our government is that we believe in engagement with the international community, not isolation from it. And that is what Canadians expect of their government, and that is exactly what this government has been doing in the first year of its mandate. Canada has always been a nation that's provided refuge to the world's most vulnerable people, Mr. Speaker. We've welcomed generations of newcomers who helped us rebuild our society and our economy. We've learned through years of experience that when Canadians come together to welcome and integrate newcomers, it strengthens our communities and contributes to our country's prosperity. We've seen this unfolding now as we have continued to welcome over the last year what is now 32,000 Syrian refugees since November 4th, 2015, in addition to the thousands of others of refugees who come from other populations. Mr. Speaker, in respect of Iraq, the Government of Canada has fulfilled its commitment to resettle 23,000 Iraqi refugees alone. This was accomplished through both the government-assisted and the privately sponsored refugee programs. And following from the comments made by the Minister of Immigration in the House a short while ago, I can confirm to this House that department officials from Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada have very recently completed a visit to northern Iraq. In addition to having interviewed a very large number of Syrian refugees, these officials also met with key partners to gather as much information as possible on the situation on the ground. Given the security situation in Iraq, we need to consider these next steps very carefully, Mr. Speaker. The region's continuing instability presents very significant challenges in accessing persons that are being persecuted by Daesh in order to identify, select, and interview them, not to mention getting them out of Iraq, while ensuring that our immigration officers, members of the Yazidi community themselves, and other vulnerable groups remain out of harm's way. Moreover, recent military activities in northern Iraq present even greater challenges to the safety of Canadian personnel, as well as aid agencies and partner organizations working in the area. Furthermore, with the massive displacement expected as a result of the activities that are ongoing right now near Mosul, close to 1 million internally displaced persons are expected to be on the move and seeking shelter from violence. Some of the very partners we need to work with in the region, Mr. Speaker, will be consumed with this mass movement of people, making discussions and coordination with local governments and agencies even more difficult. Let me underscore this point, Mr. Speaker. The refugee resettlement that we undertake is not Canada's action alone. We do it in concert with partners such as the UNHCR, such as the International Organization for Migration. Without their cooperation, without their ability to act on our behalf, operations such as the current refugee resettlement or future operations that may relate to the Yazidi people simply cannot occur. The feasibility of any program to assist these vulnerable groups in northern Iraq is going to be assessed in light of the challenges that I've just been describing. We're also aware of the fact that there is a vulnerable Iraqi population in Turkey, which includes the Yazidi people. And we'd like to explore working with the Turkish government and the UNHCR to look at the best possible resettlement options for that group. When choosing which refugees to welcome, we rely on our partners, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, such as the UN Refugee Agency, the UNHCR, to help us find vulnerable individuals. The UNHCR independently identifies and refers the most vulnerable of refugees for resettlement, including people with severe medical needs, survivors of torture or violence, children and adolescents at risk, and women and girls at risk. In all of its humanitarian programs, including resettlement, the UNHCR prioritizes those who are most vulnerable without making distinctions on the basis of nationality, race, gender, religious belief, class, or political opinion. That's an important mandate, and it's one that we believe should continue in order to facilitate the responsible resettlement of refugees to this country and to other countries throughout the world. Such prioritization naturally results in programming that addresses the protection and assistance needs of victims of attacks and abuses, including those who are attacked on ethnic and religious grounds. Mr. Speaker, it's important to underline that persecution based on religion is a consideration that is already assessed by a visa officer, but the government does not track cases based on race, religion, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. However, referrals by the UN Refugee Agency, and other referral organizations and private sponsors means that Canada is well positioned to provide protection to the most vulnerable refugees, identified by our partners, including religious minorities like Yazidis. We know from anecdotal information that some Yazidis have been successfully resettled to Canada, and for that we are thankful. However, we are unable to provide the specific number of Yazidis who have been resettled because we do not track refugees according to their ethnicity or their religious affiliation. I must also note that there are limits on what our dedicated visa officers can achieve in places such as Iraq and Syria, where the safety and security of all who are there continue to be at significant risk. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the recent trip was undertaken under top secret classification, and it is only now that I'm able to report to you that it has concluded. The region's instability makes it extremely difficult to reach these vulnerable Yazidis in order to identify and interview them in an effort to get them out of Iraq. We have to ensure that we do not endanger them or other vulnerable groups or place our immigration field officers in harm's way. Mr. Speaker, with respect to what we have been doing in the region, I would highlight the efforts that we've made with the Syrian population, which has captured the attention of the world. We've heard this reference in debate this morning already. Canadians and permanent residents of this country have stepped forward in a compassionate, tolerant, open, and internationally engaged manner to sponsor and welcome Syrian refugees under various programs, including the private sponsorship program. We've witnessed a truly national effort in this regard. Collaboration by government, non-government actors, service provider organizations, private sponsors themselves, the public and private sectors, and people from literally coast to coast to coast. Those efforts have attracted the attention of many countries around the world, an attention that has given our country a long-standing tradition and well-respected international reputation for generosity and humanitarianism. In respect of that tradition, Mr. Speaker, members of this House agree that this type of issue is an important issue that needs to be addressed. And if there's an opportunity that wherein we can work collaboratively with parties across the aisle to come up with a nonpartisan approach on how we can best assist the Yazidi people, that is exactly the type of opportunity we are looking to explore. This includes welcoming persecuted and vulnerable groups, whether it's from the Middle East, Iraq, or elsewhere, those fleeing war zones, those in need of legal or physical protection. Canada resettles refugees to save lives and to provide stability to those who are fleeing persecution. This past year has been our most ambitious year ever in terms of refugee resettlement, and the compassion and fairness that we have seen are a source, justifiably, of great pride for Canadians and for the Canadian government and for all parliamentarians. These values are at the core of our refugee program, whether it's our resettlement assistance program, which has been praised by the United Nations Refugee Agency as recently as a summit in September in New York. We will continue to provide protection to individual cases with compelling protection needs around the world. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I believe all of us can agree that the actions of Daesh, as have been witnessed, as have been documented by the UN and other actors, are brutal, they are unjustified, and they should be soundly condemned. The member from Calgary-Nose Hill referenced in her comments the actions taken by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Immigration with respect to a study on internally displaced people and vulnerable groups, which included a study of Yazidis, among other groups. The exact fact that that study was undertaken under the leadership of the chair of the committee and through members of 3 different parties who sit on that committee, and there was a unanimous decision taken about the importance of pursuing that kind of study, that is exactly the type of nonpartisan, collegial cooperation that we need to see more of in this House in addressing this kind of issue. Because when you're dealing with genocide, Mr. Speaker, partisanship has no place in the discussion. I firmly believe that. I believe my colleagues opposite will firmly believe that. We heard from many witnesses that day, including Ms. Murad, on behalf of the Yazidi people. She testified before our committee. She's been around the world talking about the Yazidi people. She testified at the United Nations in September. Her testimony was compelling. It was moving. It was a call to action, Mr. Speaker. That kind of call of action has been answered by this government in the past, whether it was Hungary, whether it was Vietnam, whether it was Uganda. And parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, I'm a byproduct of that kind of call to action because I came here as a Ugandan Asian refugee in 1972. We've heard a call to action for Kosovo. We've heard calls to action for Syria. We've responded to those calls of action, and with cooperation and with a collaborative approach, I'm confident we can address a call to action here. There are great challenges, as I've outlined, in terms of offering Canada's protection to people amidst in danger and turmoil. What I can do is assure this House that the Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship is actively exploring options to respond to these challenges. The trip that was recently taken into northern Iraq is a testament to the action that is being taken. What we are trying to do is support the basic needs of those most affected by the conflicts in Iraq and Syria, to support the stabilization of areas that are newly liberated from Daesh, to bolster the investigative and judicial processes so the perpetrators of atrocities are held responsible. We have also taken action on the international development front, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of International Development has stated, and I quote, Canada's assistance will help meet the urgent health, shelter, protection, education, and food needs of hundreds of thousands of affected civilians. Our assistance will also support organizations responding to incidents of violence and sexual abuse, particularly against women and girls who have been disproportionately affected by the current crisis. Over the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker, Canada will be contributing $840 million in humanitarian assistance and $270 million in development assistance, in addition to the $145 million already dedicated to counterterrorism, stabilization, and security programming in the region. That's on the monetary front, Mr. Speaker. There's significant diplomatic engagement, there's significant cooperation with our allies, both at the UN and among nation states, that we are also engaged in. We will continue to provide protection to individual cases with compelling protection needs around the world. Mr. Speaker, I thank you again for the opportunity to speak about this important topic. It is something that is personally meaningful for me as a former war crimes prosecutor. It is something that is inherently meaningful to everyone in this chamber, because when we're dealing with genocide and there's a call to action, a collaborative approach is required, and Canadians and parliamentarians need to speak with one voice. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his speech. I wanted to remind the Parliamentary Secretary, however, though, that a committee of parliamentarians is not government action. It's independent parliamentarians coming together to try and make recommendations to the government, that because of actions that haven't been taken for 2 years, the honourable member spent the time where he did focus on Yazidis, he spent the time laying the blame at our partners' feet. Mr. Speaker, I'm assuming that if you're in a partnership, part of the partnership is direction. And part of our responsibility when we're working with our partners is to insist on specific directions that are actually going to save people from genocide. So rather than lay the blame at our partners' feet, will he not recognize that Germany was able to come up with an innovative way to rescue 1,000 Yazidis, and will he be committed right now to the same kind of innovation to make sure that the record of 9 will be in the past history and will move right away to rescuing Yazidis now?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to those 2 points raised by my colleague opposite, the actions of the committee are a significant symbolic step forward in the type of collaboration that can be undertaken when members of different parties work together. That's why it was highlighted by me. That's why it was highlighted by the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. It's a microcosm of what can be achieved when parties work together. And I think it can be extrapolated to a larger sense to what can take place in this chamber. In terms of apportioning what is going on in the region and why actions have not been taken thus far, the remarks I was making was not an effort to lay blame at the hands of the UNHCR or the International Office for Migration. Far from it. They are our allies in this cause in resettling refugees everywhere. They are important allies in that cause. What I was identifying is the challenges of actually operating in certain parts of the world where the violent, grave dangers to people's physical security are so acute that there is a fatal risk of death when people enter into certain regions of the world. Can other options be explored? Of course they can. The member from Calgary-Nose Hill rightfully noted that there are Yazidis not just in Iraq, but there are also Yazidis in neighboring countries. Can issues be explored with those neighboring countries? Of course they can. Turkey is an example which I highlighted in my speech.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, clearly, we must take action to save the Yazidis, and as my honourable colleague mentioned towards the end of his speech, there's also an issue surrounding justice. Justice must be paid, but justice can't simply be created in a vacuum. We need to gather detailed information on the ground as well. In 2015, May 2015, the Conservative government of the day approved $1.2 million for 1 year for initiatives for justice and transition in Iraq and Syria. Since then, we haven't heard anything, so I'd like my colleague, if he can, tell me if the current government is funding or will fund that type of initiative on the ground to gather evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
J'apprécie la question de ma collègue.
I appreciate my colleague's question and her support for this issue and also her support for human rights in general. It's entirely clear that when we're talking about a situation like the Yazidis, Iraq, the Middle East, we need to approach things from different angles. Now, does our aid go directly to promoting justice or the rule of law? I'm not 100% certain, but I can certainly make some inquiries to figure out if that is the case. But I can assure the MP across the way that we are making links at different levels. We're taking different approaches. And we've already taken steps with the U.S. to obtain justice and, for example, to make a recommendation that this situation of genocide would need to go before the ICC. So we have already taken steps, but in terms of that aspect of your question about the money and the rule of law, I'll have to check.
Okay.
Questions and comments?
York Centre.
So I want to thank my honourable colleague from Parkdale High Park for his remarks, and I also want to acknowledge the work that's been done by the member from Calgary Nose Hill over a long period of time on giving voice to this very, very grave situation. And it's very clear, even from just the first 20 minutes this morning of commentary on this issue, that it transcends party lines. It's something that the opposing of genocide, the taking action, is something that's felt on all sides of this House. We've heard a lot of discussion on the immigration end of this file, which is absolutely important in terms of providing significant aid and opportunities to Yazidis in the area. I also want to ask the honourable member, though, from the perspective of the United Nations, from the perspective of being able to ensure that the perpetrators of these heinous acts are held to account, what do you feel that we in Canada, in this Parliament, can be doing to make sure that that voice is being heard at the UN and that this continues to be looked at and investigated in the most serious manner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
I thank the honourable member for the question and also for his passion on this issue. We've had many discussions about it over a considerable amount of time. And I think there's two aspects to this kind of question. One is making sure that Yazidis, as the member from Calgary Nose Hill noted, that issue is constantly at the forefront of people's agenda. It's on the radar, so to speak, Mr. Speaker. That's something that Canada can do as a responsible member of the international community, as a nation that believes in international engagement. But I think it's also important, and I think what I appreciate most about the member from Calgary Nose Hill's motion is that it's not just about declaring or acknowledging genocide. We've done that in the past. It's been done 5 times in the past in this chamber, but it's about coupling a symbolic declaration with action. And the action that's referred to in the motion is action that relates to providing asylum, which I think is an important piece about coupling a symbolic statement with action. And I hope that we can work collaboratively to sort out how exactly that can be done in a manner that's safe, both for Canadians working in that region, but also for the Yazidis that we would be attempting to bring out.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, I'm not part of this committee, but very concerned as a Canadian and a member of Parliament that hears about this a lot in my riding. I was able to attend the very first briefing by the Immigration Minister on what we were doing with the refugees and was really pleased to hear their focus on vulnerable people. A member from the NDP was very thankful that they were focusing on the gay community, and of course that's another group that are extremely vulnerable. So that night I did ask, okay, what about other very vulnerable people like ethnic, religious minorities that we would like to connect with? And the response was, well, the UNHCR has identified 3 groups: the gay community, single women, and young families. At which point I said, okay, so then not ethnic or religious minorities, and at that point they said no. The following night, a question was asked by the press in this regard, and the comment was the same, at which point that individual said, I understand from the UNHCR site that ethnic and religious minorities are included in that vulnerable group. And the first 2 plane loads that came to Canada were of that particular group. So my question to the individual member is, if it's now outrage that we are experiencing, which I am thankful for, and we see that Germany has been successful in doing this, as a committee, as a government, would it not be the most important thing to do to communicate with them and get into action and make this happen the way that we know it can happen in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
So I thank the member opposite for her question and for her concern on this issue. As I outlined in my opening comments, Mr. Speaker, when we need to work with our international organizations, the IOM and the UNHCR. The UNHCR targets people that meet the convention definition of a refugee and focuses their efforts on those who are identified as most vulnerable. The issue has come up again and again. What does that mean, and how does that drill down in terms of sort of specific ethnic groups, people, genders, sexual orientations, etc.? And the answer that we've received again and again, and the answer that we operate under, is that if a group is being targeted because of their ethnic or religious status to the point where they're facing atrocities and indeed genocide, that constitutes a vulnerable population for the UNHCR. And the UNHCR makes best efforts to bring them out of the region. Can we learn about what can be done in this context with the Yazidi population from the German example, following on the question raised by the chair of the standing committee, following on the comments of the member opposite? I think indeed we can. We've indeed just concluded a mission in Iraq. We're going to take information from that mission, but we're also going to try and look at best practice internationally to see what more can be done in this context.
Reprise the débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, the Yazidis are an ancient people. They're a proud people. What has happened to them and what continues to happen to them is utterly terrible. They have been killed. They have been tortured. They have been victims of sexual slavery. Women have been separated from the men. Children have been ripped away from their families, often to be trained for combat. This is genocide, and we are not the only ones saying so. The UN has also said that this constitutes a genocide. We need to take action. It is urgent. It is important. This is something that appeals to our humanity. These people need help. So that is why we will be supporting the motion before us today. I think that it is a very important motion, and I want to thank my colleague for having brought it forward. In committee, we heard testimony. This is at the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee, which was extremely concerning. We heard testimony about the situation of the Yazidi people. I know that the Immigration Committee also heard some very moving testimony. And I hope that, I believe that today's debate is at least in part the result of some of the committee's excellent work on the file. At the NDP, we made a series of very concrete recommendations because I think in a situation like this one, we need to be as concrete as possible. So we made these recommendations For example, when it comes to resettlement, we believe that the Canadian government, through IRCC, should exercise discretionary power as granted to them under Section 25 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to bring Yazidis fleeing genocide to Canada. To this end, many credible organizations working on the ground would identify and select genocide victims for resettlement in Canada. And these new measures would be added to the current measures that exist. Concerning humanitarian aid, IRCC should work with the Department of Foreign Affairs to increase levels of humanitarian assistance and work more closely with credible groups working on the ground to ensure that the humanitarian aid gets to the people who need it. In terms of processing times, this is another big issue. Can the checks and additional interviews being conducted by Canadian agents are leading to inexcusable delays given the current situation? We call upon the government to get rid of these additional checks and to allow the UNHCR to conduct the checks themselves. If the government decides that this will not be the case and that they need additional checks, then the following mechanisms could be used to help the situation. For example, we could have a process similar to the one used for family reunification, according to which additional checks could be carried out only if a case really raises particular concerns. Otherwise, we would proceed according to the normal process for family reunification. Refugees selected by the UNHCR would be able to obtain a temporary visa to come into Canada and could then obtain permanent residency once a secondary check would have been carried out here in Canada. Now, we know that in general, this population does not pose a serious risk. And so Canada can certainly show a little bit of innovation and imagination to accelerate the process, given how horrible and critical this situation is. We need to offer them asylum, Mr. Speaker, but we also need to offer them justice. This is important. I believe that these people have a right to justice. And beyond that, beyond how important justice is for them, it's important that justice be done because it's really a preventative measure. If we allow genocide to happen, we open the door to having genocide occur again and again. We need to take action on the ground, but we also need to prevent genocide by ensuring that justice is done when it occurs. But you can't simply snap your fingers and get justice. You can't just appear before the International Criminal Court and have it done like that. You need evidence. You need a detailed analysis of things that have occurred on the ground. So, partly due to our pressure, in 2015, the government approved the disbursement of a certain amount of money for what is called a transitional justice in Iraq and Syria. I think that much more needs to be done, but at least it was a good starting point. So this happened in May 2015, and since that time, we haven't heard much about the situation. So I would like to know if this program still exists, and I would also strongly encourage the government to reinvest in this program and to work closely with our partners to ensure that this file is brought before the International Criminal Court or a similar organization. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we need to fight against anyone who commits crimes against humanity. The Yazidis are living through a tragic situation. in a context where where human rights abuses are generalized. And this is not only the Islamic State. The regime of Bashar al-Assad itself is attacking its own citizens and committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. And unfortunately, this is all too common. In Yemen as well, where the Saudi Arabian coalition is present. Let's not forget that we're selling arms to Saudi Arabia. And it seems that the Saudi coalition there is committing crimes against humanity. Now, I don't have enough time today to go over all of these subjects again, but I will say that we need to act. We need to act with humanitarian assistance. We need to stem the flow of arms to these countries. We need to target that region, but we need to act with particular urgency in the case of the Yazidi people who are facing genocide. Finally, we shouldn't forget that one day soon we will have to rebuild cities, rebuild roads, and we will also have to rebuild communities. That is really essential if we want to have long-term peace. I will conclude by quoting the Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, who said, quite fairly, that in the long term, the greatest threat to terrorists is not the strength of missiles, but inclusive policies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her excellent speech and the work that she does on these and other related issues. One of the questions that I would like to raise in this debate is what actually is the UN's definition of a refugee? Because I think it's pretty clearly laid out by the UNHCR and by various agreements as someone who has a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a political social group. So when we're talking about refugees, there is entailed in that definition a certain sense of persecution. Sometimes we hear from the government that we shouldn't ask these questions or we shouldn't look at in terms of what background people come from because of the issue of so-called discrimination. But if you look at what the UN is saying to us about the definition of refugees, that it does entail some element of persecution on identifiable grounds. I wonder if the member can comment on her perspective on this.
La députée de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I understand my colleague's question, and I also want to acknowledge the work that he's done on numerous files. And I would say that we need to be very careful when we're talking about refugees. The first criteria for refugees being resettled is vulnerability. So vulnerability can depend on various factors. It could be age, being a child, it could be sexual orientation. In this particular case, we're being told that there is a genocide being carried out against a very well-defined population. And so necessarily, that means that these people are particularly vulnerable and that this is a situation where we need to act urgently. But whether we're talking about nationality, skin color, or something else, that shouldn't be our first criteria. Our first criteria is the vulnerability of the people in question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, to the Government House Leader.
Critic for immigration and citizenship. I can understand and I can appreciate the many sensitivities surrounding the issues regarding refugees. I do believe and feel very sympathetic, and I suspect that all members of this House see the horrific actions that are taking abroad. We look in terms of what's happening to Yazidi in particular, and it's very horrific. And I think that the government in the past, even though we've been there for a year, have demonstrated a great deal tour of sympathy and desire to help abroad. And we've seen that in terms of the refugees that have come in over the last year. My question to the member is just recognizing the plight of the Yazidis in this particular issue and the importance that the United Nations has and has made significant movement in this direction. What would she recommend as an individual or what she believes the New Democrats would like to see this government do specifically with respect to the Yazidis?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think this is quite a simple question in the end. And the answer is simple. We want action, quick action. We want the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to look at the very concrete recommendations that I mentioned during my speech. And something else that was mentioned several times this morning, there are other countries like Germany which have implemented specific processes which are very effective, and we could certainly use those as a model. But one thing is sure, we need to act quickly. The entire crisis that has been going on recently is still happening, and now is the time to act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm compelled to rise in the House today to speak to and support the member from Calgary-Nose Hill's motion. This summer, members of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration approved holding an emergency meeting for a study on protecting vulnerable groups. The declaration made by the United Nations Human Rights Council in their report released in June of this year entitled, "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," explicitly stating that the ongoing crime of genocide was being committed was certainly the impetus for this study. While the committee had the opportunity to hear about vulnerable groups and internally displaced persons from a number of countries and regions, the testimony regarding the still ongoing situation facing the Yazidis people was nothing short of harrowing. The Yazidi people follow an ancient religion believed to have been founded in the 11th century and are historically misunderstood group. One of the major points of this misunderstanding is Malik Tawas, the peacock angel. The reverence for the peacock angel, a fallen but forgiven angel, has led them to be misconstrued throughout history as quote-unquote devil worshippers. Tragically, this gross misunderstanding has led to the Yazidi people to being subjected to over 70 genocidal massacres since the 18th century. Today, the most recent attempt to exterminate the Yazidi people is happening before our eyes. The UN Human Rights Council report and individuals appearing at the Citizenship Committee have provided heart-wrenching details of the crimes against humanity being perpetrated against these innocent people. To quote the UN report, ISIS has sought to destroy the Yazidis through killings, sexual slavery, enslavement, torture, and inhumane and degrading treatment and forcible transfer causing serious bodily and mental harm. The infliction of conditions of life that bring about a slow death. The imposition of measures to prevent Yazidi children from being born, including forced conversion of adults, the separation of Yazidi men and women, and mental trauma, and the transfer of Yazidi children from their own families and placing them with ISIS fighters, thereby cutting them off from beliefs and practices of their own religion community and erasing their identity as Yazidis, end quote. After the release of this report, the Minister of Foreign Affairs delivered a statement in the House of Commons, echoing the declaration of genocide against the Yazidis. Unfortunately, despite this recognition and Canada's historic key role in the establishment of the international doctrine, quote, responsibility to protect, end quote, the government has thus far failed to take any concrete and direct action to provide humanitarian assistance to the Yazidi people. This report, in turn, served as both the impetus and foundation for an urgent intensive study which was undertaken by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, which took place from July 18, 2016 to July 20, 2016, on immigration measures for the protection of vulnerable groups. The committee had the opportunity to hear firsthand accounts from both survivors of trauma and those working on the ground to extract vulnerable people from suffering. We received many thoughtful recommendations from individuals and organizations on how Canada can best position itself as a world leader in addressing the extreme suffering facing vulnerable people in the world today. Mr. Speaker, as a result of our committee study, I had the privilege of meeting Ms. Nadia Murad, both through her appearance at committee and in a separate meeting. Ms. Murad is a Yazidis genocide survivor. Her strength, resilience, and dedication to her people after facing such incredible atrocities which attempted to strip away her humanity is nothing short of astounding. You see, Ms. Murad was enjoying her summer vacation from school when ISIS attacked her peaceful village in Sinjar. She was preparing to enter grade 6 and focus on getting good grades. Horrifically, the next time she was at school was a moment she'll never forget. As she explained to our committee, and I quote, "I was in the village along with more than 1,700 individuals, and we were seized for 2 weeks under the control of ISIL. We asked for help from all sides because we knew that our destiny would be for the men to be killed and for the women and children to be taken hostage. We asked for help, but unfortunately, we did not get help. On August 15th, they gathered us at the village school. They separated the men from the women. They killed our men. More than 700 men in a matter of 2 hours were killed in the village of Konko. We saw our fathers, our brothers, and our sons getting killed at the outskirts of the village," end quote. The atrocities didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker, as Ms. Murad detailed what she and thousands of other Yazidi women and girls were subjected to, and I quote, "When they took us, the girls and children were not simply held prisoners, but they committed crimes against us. They forced us to change our religion, they raped us, they sold us, they leased us. This continues to date against more than 3,000 women and children in Iraq and Syria," end quote. In a show of her unbelievable resilience, Ms. Murad was eventually able to escape ISIS enclavement. During a committee study, I stated that this study was perhaps one of the most important moments of the work that we would do here at this committee. So for that reason, we needed to focus on solutions. While much of the testimony we heard was of tragedy, the atrocities committed, the cataloging of mass graves, and the discrimination that Yazidis people can still face even with a refugee camp, we did hear that not only were there ways Canada could help, but these actions were already being taken by some countries. Mr. Murad Ismail, the executive director of Yazda, spoke to the committee about the decision made by Germany. The German government acted quickly, formed a committee which was sent to Iraq and engaged in an expedited process to bring 1,100 Yazidi women and children to Germany within a few months. Mr. Ismail also informed us about Project Yazda, which has been working on with the Australian government to resettle Yazidis. We were further informed that they have registered about 200 people and believe about 300 in total will be resettled in Australia. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Australian government has bypassed the UN system, bringing these people directly to asylum in Australia. Mr. Murad stated that his organization alone has a detailed database of 900 Yazidi women and children who have gone through similar atrocities and traumas as Ms. Murad, of which 600 are still in Iraq. Additionally, Mr. Mirza Ismail from Yazidi Human Rights Organization International noted that, and I quote, "In total, there are about 3,363 Yazidi refugees in Greece," end quote. There are also thousands currently in the Turkish camps. Precious time has already passed since the summer when the committee met on an urgent basis. Action needs to be taken now. I implore all members of this House to recognize what we're talking about in this motion. It is genocide, and as Canadians, we have a duty to act. Protecting human lives in the face of genocide is not something that should be done if it happens to fit within our, quote, immigration levels plan. This is an exceptional situation which requires exceptional action. I laid out in my letter to the Minister, as well as my supplementary report for the Summers Committee study, a series of recommendations for immediate action that can be taken. On such recommendation, one such recommendation is included in this motion, to immediately act on the UN report's recommendation 210, 212, and 213. I'd like to quote Ms. Murat's committee testimony. When I was besieged, I heard that thousands of girls had been taken as hostages. I thought, well, maybe they would take me as a hostage, and perhaps I would try to reason with them, try to convince them that I am a human being, that I have done nothing to deserve to be raped and to be sold for nothing. I thought that I would try to reason with ISIL because they are human beings. But when they took me away, they did not give me any chance to say anything, to say that I was a young girl, that I have the right to live. When ISIL did not give me the chance, did not want to hear from me, I said I was going to talk to the world and the world would understand. For more than 6 months, I went to more than 17 countries, talking to presidents, parliamentarians, and other people saying, listen up. We're talking about girls who are being raped in the jails of ISIL, people who are dying of starvation in the camps, thousands of children who have been deprived of education, and they were just simply silent, quiet about it, quiet about our rights as Yazidis. Mr. Speaker, if Canada is back, Canada cannot be simply silent. Canada must match its words with action. I implore all members of this House to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Honourable Member, and I really appreciate her words of wisdom that she shared with us here this morning. I'm very aware that this kind of violence against girls and women is really endemic around the world. Do you have any thoughts about how Canada could use its kind of power to improve the response of world bodies to this kind of situation?
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much to the member for her question, and I thank her for her kind comment as well. Of course, the wisdom actually did not come from me. It came from the witnesses who presented to us. Many of the words that I used in my statement or speech earlier was in fact from them. And what they're calling for us to do as leaders in Canada was to step up. And there are recommendations that we can, in fact, take immediate action right now. One such recommendation is to do what other countries have been doing. Germany is already on the ground providing support and taking Yazidis, women and girls who are victims of the survivor of genocide to safety. We can do that. In other countries as well, Australia is doing a similar thing. There are organizations on the ground who know where the victims are, and they can help with that effort. So I would ask the Canadian government to work with the people who know what needs to be done, to look to the other jurisdictions that are already doing this work, and to follow suit. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get to the action, because every single minute is going to count, and it's about saving lives.
Question commentaire. Honourable Député, the Honourable
Member.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks, and it's great to hear that the NDP is supporting this motion. And we've heard some members in the government that have been saying supportive things about this as well. But I guess I'd like to ask the member to comment a bit on the issue of the timeline for this, because we've been calling, and I think all opposition parties have been calling for action on this for quite some time. We had the rejection of a motion that identified this as genocide earlier, although I think there's been it sounds like there's some movement back from that. So I wonder if the member can just comment again on the urgency for action of this issue. Other countries have acted, the importance of Canada stepping up and really making sure that we're taking the most vulnerable in response to this conflict.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you. I would say that the moment that the UN had declared this with their report that is a genocide, we needed to act. The Minister of Foreign Affairs himself in this House also echoed that there is a genocide going on. We know that there are refugees throughout the world and there's crises going on everywhere, and the international community needs to step up. But when there's a genocide going on and it's been acknowledged nationwide, we need to do more than to say that we have already brought in Syrian refugees. So to that end, I would say that action needs to be taken right now. A minute cannot be lost. We have already lost time since the summer hearing. We had an emergency sitting with our committee to look into this issue. The minute after that the UN had declared that there's a genocide, the committee came together and we heard witnesses throughout the course of summer. Actions were identified that could be taken coming out of that committee, but unfortunately, substantive recommendations were not received to be part of the report. Unfortunately, as you can see when the report is tabled, they weren't part of that. But I have provided a supplementary report, as did the member from Calgary-Nose Hill as well, and I hope that the government will act now, because it's never too late to actually say something can be done to save someone's life.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Vancouver East for her intervention and great work on this file. And I'd like to ask her if she would not agree that it is critically important to recognize all atrocities committed in the region, not just by ISIS, but also by the Syrian President Assad's forces and the opposition militia. I'm wondering if she can comment on that, because we've heard a lot about the impacts of ISIS, but not on the on President Assad and his regime.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for his question. He's absolutely right. It is not just a single area to which we need to focus in on, but rather a multiple series of issues that we need to focus in on. And on the issue around the genocide is clearly established, and that's why action needs to be taken. But Canada can do a lot more. As my colleague, the critic for Foreign Affairs have also identified, right, for the government to address the issue around arms being sold, right, to countries that should not be sold, because it is actually harming civilians. We could do something about that. So there's a multitude of action that could be taken.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, I stand in frustrated and impatient support of this motion by our official opposition, frustrated because the Liberal government has so deliberately looked the other way in responding to the Yazidi genocide. First, in refusing for so long to recognize what was clear to other democracies around the world, that Daesh, the so-called ISIS, has committed the crime of genocide and a variety of crimes against humanity and war crimes against the Yazidis. And then, when the Liberals finally recognized this outrage, they have for 4 months now refused to act, to consider even the most minimal of Canada's state obligations under the UN Genocide Convention. Now, 2 of these obligations are referenced in the motion before us today: to take immediate action upon all recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the UN report, and to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls. I'm impatient, Mr. Speaker, because Liberals from the Immigration Minister down have ignored those recommendations by virtually bragging that Canada does not seek to identify refugees by religious or ethnic groupings, and because Liberals, again from the Minister down, have excused their government's inaction by saying they only accept refugees on the basis of recommendation and certification of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why this motion has been brought before the House today, why we in the official opposition are calling on the Liberal government to urgently, if belatedly, to reassess and refocus Canada's refugee program. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was asked yesterday, when we gave notice of today's motion, exactly how many Yazidis live in Canada. And I think the implication of that question is unfortunately clear. My answer, Mr. Speaker, is not many, perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 naturalized Canadian citizens or permanent residents, not perhaps from the government's point of view a major political consideration. But in my riding of Thornhill, Mr. Speaker, and across the country are survivors and descendants of the Holocaust and other genocides who share my anger and frustration with the government's deliberate inaction on this tragedy. And of course, I should recognize here the magnificent work done by the Jewish community of Winnipeg with Operation Ezra, which aims to sponsor privately, to rescue and resettle Yazidi refugees in Canada. And many of my constituents in Thornhill are standing by, again, willing to sponsor, but the government is not stepping up and enabling those sponsorships. Now, Canadians have been pretty much left in the dark since the genocide was recognized by the government, despite, as I mentioned, a wide range of obligations that should have triggered Canada as a signatory to the UN Genocide Convention. Where the government currently defers to the UNHCR to identify refugees for resettlement and boasts, literally boasts, that Canada does not track refugees by religion or ethnicity, we believe the recognition of the genocide and associated atrocities that have been and continue to be committed should have immediately prompted a change in the selection process and should still, prioritizing the acceptance of Yazidis, particularly women, widows, and girls, as well as other persecuted minorities. In short, that we believe that Canada should, when it comes to the Yazidis, deliberately circumvent the UNHCR process for all of the reasons offered here today. Now, the Independent International Commission recommended that all parties fighting against Daesh strongly consider rescue plans for thousands of Yazidis still captives in areas held by Daesh. We know that Canada is not in a position to consider such action. More important, we must hope that the Allied coalition's Operation Inherent Resolve, now focused on liberating Mosul, will result in the effective rescue of many Yazidi prisoners. But a rescue dimension could and should also apply to the many thousands of internally displaced Yazidi people, so-called IDPs, who are in the Kurdish Autonomous Region of Iraq. We know that more than 500,000 Iraqi Yazidis were driven from Sinjar and other communities, many finding sanctuary of a sort in Iraq's Kurdish Autonomous Region. But these IDPs, internally displaced persons, are not recognized or certified by the United Nations High Commission for Refugees as refugees. They are, and we heard powerful first-hand testimony from a strong, articulate young survivor of the genocide and brutalization herself, Nadia Murad, at a special sitting of the House Standing Committee on Immigration in July, that these displaced Yazidis, along with other persecuted minorities in Iraq, are caught in a terrible limbo. They often face discrimination, less deadly than from Daesh, but discrimination nonetheless when they register at UN camps, where they are segregated from the others for their own protection. Outside the camps, the Kurdish sub-sovereign government tries to provide humanitarian food and health services, but there is precious little funding for these IDPs from the government of Iraq, which should be doing much more. The situation is somewhat better, but only somewhat better, for thousands of Yazidis who've made their way to relative safety in Turkey. But we were saddened and again frustrated to learn while the UN High Commission for Refugees tells us that it has submitted Yazidi women from Iraq for resettlement from Turkey, but that it is for Canada to say if the government is considering taking Iraqi Yazidis from Turkey as part of our refugee program. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has not stepped up. Now, we can be encouraged, Mr. Speaker, by the significant and continuing battlefield successes of the Allied coalition against the dark, murderous forces of Daesh, but the liberation of cities and towns previously home to millions of Iraqi civilians of many regions and religions and ethnicities is coming at a terrible cost. These cities are in different states of destruction and rubble, without basic services, littered with many tons of unexploded explosives and booby traps. It's been estimated it will take billions of dollars to make these cities safe and many billions of dollars more and years to rebuild. We know, Mr. Speaker, that however generously welcoming Canada and other developed countries might be during this massive refugee crisis, most of the millions of displaced survivors of the wars in Syria and Iraq and the genocide can only hope that one day they will be able to return to try and rebuild their homes, their communities, and their lives. That is, at best, a faint hope for the Muslim victims of these wars, but hope is much fainter for the persecuted minorities who survive the conflict, particularly the victims of the Daesh genocide, the Yazidis. We've suggested to the government several steps that Canada could take to help ease this tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We suggested a removal on the cap of private sponsorships of Iraqi nationals. Our previous Conservative government did not have a cap on Iraqi or Syrian sponsorship. The Liberals have still not explained why they have chosen to impose a cap. We also urge the government, the Liberal government, to reframe Canada's refugee policy to address the specific Yazidi tragedy, to prioritize the most vulnerable, to actively seek to identify and process survivors of the genocide. Now, a year ago, the Prime Minister told us that bringing 25,000 refugees to Canada was only a matter of political will. Well, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House hope that despite the delay, the denial, and the inaction to date, the government will finally be moved to the same demonstration of political will and act to provide asylum and proper resettlement specifically for Yazidi women, widows, and children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Conseil commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for his remarks. Obviously, parliamentarians in this House are informed and compassionate, and I know he has more to say and was rushed at the end there, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to discuss further his thoughts around reframing refugee policy.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I missed the last part of my colleague's question. I thank her for the question. You wanted me to explore and amplify my remarks on...
Thank you. On reframing refugee policy, it is our government's position that we prioritize the most vulnerable, but perhaps he has further ideas. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the opportunity to respond. And I think that what the government needs to do and should do is rethink its policy, its general policy of being blind to the religious or ethnic background of refugees generally, but more specifically, in the case of finally having recognized the genocide back in June of this year, that to respond appropriately to the most vulnerable, those most at risk in this continuing genocide, to make exceptions to respond to the United Nations direction under the Genocide Convention to do more to rescue. And rescue comes in many forms. And as I said in my remarks, to those Yazidis that have survived the actual genocide, have walked literally across their country, are now sitting in limbo in northern Iraq, where they are not recognized by the UN as refugees. I think it is for the government to unilaterally rethink. We know that they have access. Foreign Affairs has sent a small mission in to investigate the situation in the Kurdish Autonomous Region and circumvent the UNHCR restrictions, not recognizing the Yazidis as refugees, and act to bring some of them at least to Canada for resettlement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I'll be happy to vote in favor of this motion. However, it's surprising because the international community since August 2014 has been talking about these atrocities, and it's surprising to see action being requested 2 years later. My question for my colleague goes back to what the Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie said. We need to see justice and have confidence in mechanisms for assessing refugees in place. I wonder if my colleague could say what he thinks. Does he think that the motion goes far enough? The government is looking for a place on the Security Council, but should the Security Council be questioned about its action on this issue? I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
Part of the question. Yes, indeed. We saw Daesh, ISIS, sweeping across Iraq and Syria in 2014, but as their progression, as the Iraqi forces, as Syrian forces retreated and abandoned communities as Daesh attacked, we were unable to access, and it was only in the last year that, in fact, Yazidis have been moved to places where they are accessible for processing by Canadian immigration officials for consideration, if the government would change its focus to accept specifically Yazidi refugees. And I think, yes, the motion that we have before us today could have many more requests for government action, but I think first and foremost, if we can convince the government to rethink now their basic position of looking away, of refusing to recognize specifically our responsibilities under the Genocide Convention to the victims of the Yazidi genocide, then I think we will have accomplished a good deal. And I know that among the members on the government benches, there are many who agree with us and were they not whipped, would vote with us to pass this resolution.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this important discussion. I hope that all members here are familiar with the tragic situation involving the Yazidi people and Christians in Iraq and Syria. A genocide is unfolding right before our eyes. Representatives of the Yazidi community are here in Parliament, and they're calling upon us to give them an opportunity to live freely and to continue their way of life. We must respond to the specific, unique situation facing the Yazidis and Christians. We understand that the situation in Iraq and Syria is very difficult for all communities, but it's clear that the situation of Yazidis and Christians is unique. The impact of generalized violence is huge, but the impact of this genocide is at a completely different scale.
Mr. Speaker, what is a refugee? It's a fairly simple question, but it would seem from what we've heard at certain points from the Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees that he does not actually know what a refugee is according to the formal definition. So if the Minister goes to the website for the UN High Commission on Refugees, he will find the following definition under the heading, what is a refugee? A refugee is someone who has been forced to flee his or her country because of persecution, war, or violence. A refugee has a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. The definition comes from the 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees, to which Canada is a signatory, and which says the following in Article 1. For the purposes of the present convention, the term refugee shall apply to any person who, owing to well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality and is unable or owing to such fear is unwilling to avail himself of the protections of that country, or who, not having a nationality and being outside the country of his formal habitual residence as a result of such events, is unable or owing to such fear is unwilling to return to it. Mr. Speaker, this convention was updated in 1967 by a 1967 protocol, to which Canada is also a party, which removed certain temporal and geographic restrictions. However, other than that update, the original convention remains in force and we remain a signatory. So for the benefit of the minister and this government, that definition of a refugee is clearly set out in international law to which Canada has assented. Now, the minister should know that definition and should apply it. In fact, he has a moral and legal obligation to do so. As you heard, the core of that definition is that a person has fear of persecution on the basis of certain identifiable characteristics. And yet this minister has told the House that his government does not even identify or track whether refugee applicants qualify as members of these particular identifiable groups, which might expose them to particular persecution. He said this in this House on October the 5th. He said, Mr. Speaker, we do not know how many Yazidi refugees have to come to Canada because when refugees come to Canada, we do not ask them their ethnicity or religion. We do not discriminate by religion or ethnicity. Now, it seemed that the parliamentary secretary said something slightly different today, but that is at least what the minister told this House during question period on October 5th. And I can only conclude from this statement that the minister is either unaware of or unwilling to apply the UN definition of a refugee. As mentioned, this definition specifically entails an assessment of whether or not that person seeking refugee status faces discrimination in their country of origin on the basis of religion, ethnicity, or some other characteristic. You cannot have a serious refugee system without asking if someone fears persecution in their home country, and if so, on what basis. Even beyond the specific question of Yazidis, this exposes a very serious apparent problem in the way this minister is doing refugee assessment. Now, the minister in his comment said that Canada should not discriminate by asking questions about religion or ethnicity. But as a point of basic principle, this minister seems not to understand the difference between ordinary discrimination and ameliorative discrimination. Ameliorative discrimination, by which I mean the process of providing compensatory advantages for historically disadvantaged minorities who need protection. Ameliorative discrimination is explicitly protected in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in two separate sections. Most centrally, on equality rights, Section 15, Sub 2 reads, Subsection 1 does not preclude any law, program, or activity that has as its objective the amelioration of conditions of disadvantaged individuals or groups, including those that are disadvantaged because of race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. So the clear distinction is made in our law between traditional discrimination aimed at keeping disadvantaged groups down, on the one hand, and ameliorative discrimination aimed at raising the relative position of disadvantaged groups. Again, this distinction is clearly understood in our domestic human rights jurisprudence as well as in international law and practice with respect to refugees. Beyond the definitions and the question of our legal obligation, there is an obvious practical reason why the definition of refugees identifies those who legitimately fear discrimination on the basis of personal characteristics. It is because Canadians expect that when we set out to help people, we work to help those who need the help the most, indeed the most vulnerable. There are many places around the world where people face death, imprisonment, rape, and other forms of abuse because of those identifiable characteristics. Syria and Iraq are obviously very challenging places for anyone right now, but there are groups and individuals who are being singled out for abuse and who are the targets of genocide. The UN Convention on Refugees calls on us to respond to them in a particular way as refugees. But the government's approach up until now has been to take pride in their ignorance, to stick their head in the sand and to say that they don't track that, without understanding that the basis of every legitimate refugee claim, according to the UN definition, is well-founded fear of persecution, and that taking those who fit the UN definition of a refugee and are genuinely most vulnerable requires us to actually notice and ask about identifiable characteristics. Of course, our system of intake should be asking on what basis people have a fear of persecution in order to assess the credibility of their claim and their relative vulnerability. Again, if the government cares about refugees, they should learn the legal definition of a refugee and apply it. Now, in the past, some have implied that applying the UN definition of refugees means that we might not end up taking people from certain groups. They've implied that it might mean not taking Muslims, but that's absolutely not the case. And that insinuation, I think, in some cases shows a real profound misunderstanding of human rights challenges as they exist. Of course, a Shia Muslim from Saudi Arabia would have a well-founded fear of discrimination on the basis of religion. A Shia Muslim in Iran would not. A Sunni Muslim from Crimea or East Turkestan would likely have a well-founded fear of discrimination on the basis of religion. A Sunni Muslim from Egypt would not. An Orthodox Christian from Iraq would have a well-founded fear of discrimination on the basis of religion. An Orthodox Christian coming from Russia probably would not. A devout Buddhist from China would have a well-founded fear of persecution on the basis of religion. A Buddhist from Sri Lanka would not. On the other hand, a Hindu in Sri Lanka might have a well-founded fear of discrimination on the basis of religion, but a Hindu from India would not. Of course, I could go on and on. The point, Mr. Speaker, is it's about vulnerability. The UN definition isn't fundamentally about a religious test. It's about a system of ameliorative discrimination to counter discrimination that exists in the real world. So it requires an adjudication of the situation on the ground, the characteristics of the applicant, and the credibility of the claim of discrimination on that basis. Again, you have to ask the question. Through our motion today, we're calling on the government to take notice of and to respond to the particular discrimination faced by Yazidis, Assyrian Christians, and other minorities who have been marked out for slaughter by Daesh and their fellow travelers. We should be actually ensuring that we are taking the victims of genocide, escaped sex slaves, and those who truly need our help the most. I note from some of the comments of the members on the government side that today we're seeing more agreement, and I am optimistic about where that may lead us. But I'll say to the government, we can only take a nonpartisan tone insofar as the government is doing the right thing. And this is far too late at this stage, but I am hopeful that we'll see the government take a shift on this. But they have to understand and appreciate these basic principles of refugee determination, that it is legitimate to ask the questions. It is critically important that we take those who are most vulnerable. If members of the government remained unconvinced, let me restate the argument in somewhat different terms. What we are saying today through this motion is that Yazidi lives matter. Now, the government's response, I think, is in some ways akin to saying all lives matter. And of course, it's true that all lives matter, but it is not the correct response to the specific assertion in this context that Yazidi lives matter. The reason why we need to say that Yazidi lives matter is because it is their lives that in this context are particularly threatened. I think members would accept in principle that if you have a problem with religious or racial discrimination, it is no virtue to put your head in the sand and pretend that you do not notice difference on the basis of being colorblind or blind to religious or ethnic differences. In cases where systematic discrimination exists, taking the time to notice notice these problems and recognize the need for ameliorative measures is critical. No one disputes in principle that all lives matter, but we do need to attend to those for whom the value of their life has not been recognized or respected. And that is why we need a refugee approach, again, that notices and responds to difference. It shouldn't be that hard for the government to start noticing and tracking these things. When officials were specifically asked about this in a technical briefing at the end of last year, they responded, "We don't have data fields for it." Well, I say respectfully to the minister and to the government, it's time to fix the data fields because people are dying. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the passion that he brings to this particular issue. And it's obviously he's very knowledgeable on the topic, and that I think is really important here. I've always believed that to solve serious and complex issues such as this, we in this House need to find a way to work together. And maybe this is the start of that kind of dialogue that we need. Do you have any ideas of how we can make these kind of discussions less partisan? How do we create those opportunities?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say this about partisanship in general. We have a responsibility to those who send us here to be as non-partisan as possible while being true to our principles. So to the extent that the government is willing to support this motion and to the extent that we can come to some agreement on certain aspects of it, I think we have a responsibility to move in that direction. At the same time, we had a motion on genocide earlier that was defeated. So I think it shows that we haven't always been able to reach a point of collaboration on these issues. But to the extent that the government is willing to listen to these arguments, not just listen and hear, but take concrete action in response to them, then certainly we will be supportive of the approach of the government insofar as it actually responds to the challenges. To date, to be frank, we haven't seen an approach that recognizes the reality of the distinctions and the need for a response that is specifically ameliorative towards those most vulnerable communities. I don't think we've seen that recognition as recently as the comments I quoted earlier this month from the Minister of Immigration in question period. We didn't see that recognition. Again, if the government is willing to change direction on this, support this motion, support the action that we think needs to be taken, not only with respect to Yazidis, but also with respect to Assyrian Christians and other minorities, I'll be very supportive of that change, and I'll be supportive of the new direction.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've enjoyed the debate here this morning. I'd like to thank the Conservatives for bringing this motion forward, and I'll be supporting it, of course. I was listening to the member's speech, and he does seem very knowledgeable about the issue of refugees. And I might have misinterpreted what he said, but when we're debating the definition of refugees and whether it's appropriate or not, I'm wondering, and I hope he's not implying this, is that there's some people in Canada that have been classified as refugees, and they may have been, in his opinion, mistakenly classified as refugees. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify that point, and if there are any groups perhaps that shouldn't be classified as refugees, if you could perhaps indicate which these groups might be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if that was unclear, I particularly appreciate the question because it does give me a chance to clarify, because that was certainly not what I was saying, at least, or intending to say. But I do want to say very clearly that the definition of a refugee entails exactly what I said it entails, which is it entails that relative vulnerability. It entails that issue of persecution, and that wouldn't exclude any particular group, but it would ask us to actually assess the relative vulnerability. And we know Syria and Iraq so complex that there are going to be different groups that face different kinds of persecution in different parts of that conflict. But it is important that we engage and look at relative vulnerability, that we track this information, that we ask these questions, and in particular we seek to help those who are most vulnerable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I will be splitting my time with the member from Markham, Uniondale. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for having brought forward this pressing issue for a more in-depth debate. This motion comes at an important point in the fight against Daesh. Iraqi security forces, supported by the international coalition against Daesh, are currently approaching Mosul, the self-proclaimed capital of Daesh in Iraq, and its last stronghold in the country. Since 2014, Canada has provided support to Iraq as a member of the coalition. The training and expertise that we have provided to Iraqi forces and their partners will be invaluable in the coming weeks and months as the fight against this terrorist organization continues.
Canada's role in Iraq goes beyond military support. Canada is investing over $1.6 billion over 3 years for countering Daesh and responding to the crises in Iraq and Syria, and to address the significant and tragic impact on the wider region. This includes $840 million in humanitarian assistance, which goes directly to trusted partners for immediate work. And so, when the honourable member of the opposition calls on this House to support recommendations made by the UN Commission of Inquiry on Syria, this government can say with confidence that we agree, and we can demonstrate that we are already acting on the recommendations raised in the inquiry. Ours was the first government to formally call on the United Nations Security Council for urgent action with regard to the genocide occurring against the Yazidi people. Daesh and its followers have attacked innocent civilians around the world. Their vile message of hatred knows no borders, but their gravest abuses have been concentrated in Iraq and Syria. The majority of victims have been Muslim, though it has also perpetrated crimes against minority groups, including Christians, Shabaks, Turkmen, and Yazidis. The Yazidis in northern Iraq have suffered the loss of as many as 5,000 members of their community. 7,000 have been captured, mainly in Syria. Women and girls are forced into sexual slavery. Boys are indoctrinated and used as child soldiers. In the face of genocide against the Yazidis, it is most fitting that all parties in the House join together in support of the opposition member's motion. The Government of Canada has recognized Daesh's crimes against the Yazidis. We have called on the Security Council to take action, and we have been and continue to participate in collecting and documenting evidence to ensure that those responsible are held to account. In terms of immediate action, our government is supporting the delivery of critical psychosocial care to victims. Our humanitarian assistance is also helping to meet basic needs and improve the Yazidis' conditions in camps and host communities. Many of these are located within Iraq, where access has been extraordinarily difficult. To ensure Yazidis have the option to return to their home, we are also supporting the clearance of improvised explosive devices in areas of Iraq that have been newly liberated from Daesh. Last month, the Minister of Foreign Affairs attended the United Nations General Assembly, where the questions raised by the Commission of Inquiry about Daesh's horrific crimes and the international community's response to these unspeakable crimes were his first priority. The Commission's report documents grave violations of international humanitarian and criminal law. The Minister has stayed focused on the evidence and on taking action to bring Daesh to justice for its genocide against the Yazidi people. Canada is appalled by these widespread abuses and sexual and gender-based violence committed against religious and ethnic communities. Recent exchanges in New York with representatives of the Yazidi community and senior government officials have advanced our understanding of what steps the international community can and should take. As leaders in the international community on this issue, I would like to update the House on the many efforts made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the fight against Daesh. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the United Nations, twice, in May and again in June of this year, the Minister of Foreign Affairs wrote to the President of the Security Council to urge the Security Council to take action on the matter of Daesh's crimes. On June 16th, the Minister of Foreign Affairs stood before the House to recognize the atrocities committed by Daesh against the Yazidis of Sinjar and to state, unequivocally, that these crimes constitute genocide. The Minister of Foreign Affairs continues to call on the UN Security Council to take steps to ensure that those responsible for the atrocious crimes perpetuated by Daesh in Iraq and Syria are held accountable. In July, my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs, met with Ms. Nadia Murad, a member of the Yazidi community of Iraq and a survivor of sexual violence perpetuated by Daesh, to discuss the plight of her family, her friends, and her community. Our mission in Baghdad has been active in reaching out to Yazidi organizations and to Iraqi authorities. In September in New York, the Minister of Foreign Affairs participated in a dedicated session at the UN General Assembly on the subject of holding Daesh to account. At this high-level meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs called on the UN to establish a special commission to investigate Daesh activities and called for more action from the international community and specifically from the Security Council. With regard to our international partners, we will be working closely with the UK and others in the coming months to activate a core group of actors and coordinate between governments and relevant organizations as we work toward international consensus on which mechanisms are most effective in ensuring accountability for the atrocities committed by Daesh. I would also like to express the importance of regional and national partnerships in documenting Daesh crimes and holding them responsible. Iraq's participation in particular is critical, which is why Canada supports the Iraqi government's effort to improve governance in the country, strengthen institutions, and mend ethnic and religious divides. Mr. Speaker, the government is undertaking an integrated approach to the crisis in Syria. To ensure that Daesh fighters are brought to justice and that victims receive healing support, the government is engaged in evidence collection, in support for courts, and in care for victims. The starting point for justice and holding Daesh to account is securing the necessary evidence. Canada funds work by civil society organizations in Iraq and Syria to preserve critical evidence, which includes the mass graves that continue to be uncovered as territory is retaken from Daesh. Organizations we support, such as the Commission for International Justice, has developed legal case files focusing on Daesh criminality in Iraq and Syria, including sexual slavery. Mr. Speaker, in order to pursue Daesh, local governments and the international community will have to determine the right court system to pursue justice. Options that exist include the International Criminal Court, ad hoc international criminal tribunals or hybrid tribunals, and state-level criminal prosecution and civil actions. Whichever judicial mechanism or mechanisms are pursued, it is critical that the government of Iraq and the international community in general be supportive and engaged. International courts only function if they have the necessary international cooperation. Domestic courts need to have the capacity to conduct fair and independent trials, and so Canada is actively looking at ways in which we can provide capacity building to support the important elements of the Iraqi justice sector. As the international community seeks justice for these crimes, it is important that the survivors of these grave abuses be provided with the care they need. In particular, victims of sexual violence and slavery require urgent psychosocial and medical assistance. Since 2014, Canada has supported experienced humanitarian partners in Iraq, including the United Nations Population Fund. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is deeply committed to pushing the international community to help alleviate the terrible suffering of the Yazidi victims of Daesh, as well as to lay the foundation for a process of transition in the societies affected by Daesh. Mr. Speaker, this government can say with confidence that we are actively advancing the issues contained in the Commission's recommendations. We have been active in the military fight against Daesh, and we have led in calling on the United Nations Security Council to declare that crimes against the Yazidis constitute genocide. We have engaged international and local partners to be as effective as possible. From the outset, we have insisted on evidence collection so that together with our partners, we can hold Daesh accountable for the crime of genocide. We are engaged in assessing an appropriate court system to this end, and throughout, we are providing essential support for the victims that are at the center of all of our efforts. En terminant, nous avons
To conclude, we have recognized that the crimes committed by Daesh in Sinjar province constitute genocide, and we have asked the Security Council to intervene. On behalf of this entire House, we are deeply appreciative to the Canadian men and women who are working on the ground, providing military information and support in the fight against Daesh. They are providing safety and security for the victims in Syria. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her contributions to this debate so far. I want to start with asking her, maybe she can comment on this, why did her government initially vote against the opposition motion that basically recognized the genocide that was going on and continues to be going on? And does her government, in fact, now recognize as well the genocide of Christians in the region and of Kurds in the region?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for the question. Of course, at the time, and you can see by our comprehensive and integrated approach, we were very deliberative to get the steps in the right order. We appreciate the attention that the world has focused on whether or not this was a case of genocide. We wish to have the evidence. We wish to participate in being able to prove it. And of course, we were pushing the UN to make that declaration. Their report has been most helpful. I would like to thank the members opposite for bringing this motion forward and articulating some of the findings. And I think that we are on a very solid foundation with regard to foreign policy, with regard to national defence, with regard to immigration and refugee policy for Canada and for those who are the victims of genocide in Syria. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Indeed, it's essential to provide asylum to these people. It's essential to provide humanitarian assistance. It's essential to provide psychosocial medical assistance. Because, of course, these are people who have been traumatized by what they've lived through. I heard my colleague say that those who commit these horrible crimes need to face justice, need to be held responsible for their actions. So I have two questions for her. First, if this is true for the Islamic State, should it also be true for the actions of the coalition of Saudi Arabian forces in Yemen, or perhaps the actions of Bashar al-Assad? Now, the second part of my question is, if we really want justice, we need to have investigations on the ground. We need forensic evidence. There is meticulous work to be done and many resources required to do so. So will Canada finance those efforts on the ground? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think it's important to recognize that Canada is participating in a coalition of partners, and we are there to play our part. Absolutely, with regard to the investigation, we have devoted funds to making sure that that evidence it can be verified, that it can be documented, and that it can get to the right place so that we can hold Daesh to account. With regard to the first question, which is to bring a whole other matter into this discussion, I would rather we stay focused on what we are doing here as parliamentarians in order to defend the fact that the Yazidis are the victims of genocide, and we are in a unique position as a country to support that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief on it in the sense that the member just made focus or said that we should really focus attention on the Yazidis. And if we take a look in terms of whether it's the Prime Minister or this government's attitude towards refugees, in a very short time span we were able to get a lot done. And I think it's important that we recognize our place in the world with respect to refugees, and just for her to provide some brief comment in regards to that importance of refugees.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and thank you for raising that question. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, mentioned earlier this morning the model of leadership that the Minister has provided, particularly with regard to bringing 30,000 now refugees from Syria to Canada. It was a meticulous process in order to ensure the health of people and also to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, to make sure we've got the people coming and that we are helping the most vulnerable. I have had the opportunity, as have many of our colleagues, I'm sure, to speak to international audiences, and Canada is very, very highly respected for the efforts we have made for those refugees, and we will continue in that vein. Thank you.
Resuming debate, Office du Débat, the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am delighted to rise and to speak on this subject. I think the crimes, even genocide, of which we are speaking are so horrendous that this is an issue that should go beyond partisanship and on which we should be able to find agreement in all parties in this House. And that's partly why I'm speaking a little late in this debate, because we have been in discussion with representatives from the Conservative Party to see if we could come to a common understanding on a motion which we could all support. Those discussions are ongoing. I don't think we've come to an agreement yet, but I do think all members would agree that it is worth an effort, that we have certain differences between us and the Conservatives and possibly the NDP, but those differences are very minor compared with the overall urgency and importance of the issue that is before the House today. So I would hope that the further discussions, which are now ongoing, I believe, will lead to some agreement amongst the parties so that we can all agree on this motion. But whether or not those discussions bear fruit, I would like to signal out the Conservative critic, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, for her commitment on this topic and for her willingness to enter into discussions with us to try to find an all-party agreement. I would also like to single out my parliamentary secretary, the member from Parkdale High Park, and in particular the chair of the Immigration Committee, the member from Etobicoke Centre, for the undying passion on which he has exhibited on this question of Yazidis. And the risk of leaving somebody out, I would like to also draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to other colleagues in the Liberal Party and in my caucus who have been very active on this file in favor of the Yazidis, and this would include the members from Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, from York Centre, Mount Royal, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea-to-Sea Country, and New Brunswick Southwest, and I'm sure there are others. There's the NDP member from Vancouver East. So I know that members from all parties have been very active on this issue because we are shocked and horrified by the atrocities brought against the Yazidi people, but also against so many others by Daesh, and also in the context of the Syrian civil war. And that, of course, Mr. Speaker, is why we did step up early in our mandate to commit to 25,000 refugees within a 4-month period, a commitment which we honored. And I am proud of that. we want to work with the Conservatives, but I would point out that in terms of resettled refugees, we're bringing in 3 to 4 times more in 2016 than was the case in 2015. And I am proud that Canadians from all walks of life stepped up to the plate so forcefully in favor of this Syrian refugee effort. And I am also grateful to all of the opposition parties which professed their support for this initiative from the beginning. Et il est vrai aussi au niveau international.
As well, at the international level, our country has expressed a lot of support. We have received a lot of support from many other countries for our actions on this file. And we have been asked by others to export, if you will, our model for refugee welcome and resettlement. The United Kingdom and the United States are taking note of our efforts, and this is something that Canadians can be proud of.
Specifically about Yazidis today, and so let me just report, as the parliamentary secretary has already said, that a group of officials from my department has recently returned from Iraq. We could not discuss this before they returned because there are very dangerous conditions on the ground there, and indeed that is one of the constraints for quick action in that part of the world. Not only is it dangerous, but there is a war going on as we speak in Mosul, which is not too far from where our officials were just recently. And so that is one of the reasons why it is not easy to quickly address this issue. But I have yet to receive a full debrief from my officials. They have just returned. But I know that they had a twofold mission. One, to interview Syrian refugees located in Iraq. And second, to confer with the UNHCR and the IOM, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, and the International Organization for Migration, on options regarding assistance for Yazidis and the opportunity to bring more of them to Canada. And I might mention that the IOM and the UNHCR are absolutely critical to our efforts in this area. When we brought all the refugees from Syria, it was the UNHCR who provided the names of the vulnerable people, and the IOM provided indispensable help in terms of logistics. And so in terms of the Yazidi issue, it is Canada working with those international parties which will seek to bring to Canada many people who are victims of Daesh, and certainly including the Yazidi people who have been subjected to unconscionable aggression in the form of a genocide. So I can report to the House that my department is working very actively and very assiduously to come up with a solution to this issue as soon as possible. But I think, Mr. Speaker, I have a couple more minutes, 3 more minutes, thank you. And I might just say in closing, more generally in terms of the refugee crisis that the world is facing, that I think Canada did step up to the plate. I think we can be proud of our efforts. But in terms of the numbers that we took in, it may be 3 times more than 2015, but it's still just a drop in the bucket compared with the millions of refugees around the world. And this is a worsening crisis. It is a crisis which is tearing apart various parts of the world, including the European Union. It has become an issue in the United States. I think we can be proud of what we have done, but it is obviously a major crisis for the world as a whole. And so I think there are really 3 parts to the solution to this. One is military action to end the war in Syria and to defeat ISIS or Daesh. And I know you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is involved in that in an important way, and that the attempt to liberate Mosul is playing out as we speak. So that is an important part of the overall solution. The second important part is humanitarian relief. And my colleague, the Minister of International Development, has announced assistance in the hundreds of millions of dollars for the region. And I know from my visits that frontline countries like Jordan and Lebanon have a huge burden imposed upon them, with as much as 1/4 or 1/3 of their populations consisting of refugees. It's as if in Canada we had some 9 million refugees or 10 million in our midst. The burden which they are bearing is enormous, and so a second part of the operation is to provide assistance to those countries. And finally, last but not least, it is to receive refugees. And we have done our bit, but it would be desirable to extend the number of refugee-receiving countries beyond the usual culprits or the usual performers of Australia, Canada, United States, and possibly other countries around the world could be induced to do more in terms of receiving these refugees. Et donc, Monsieur le Président, ce n'est pas...
So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a simple question. It is a very complicated issue, but I think we have some possibilities to solve it. Military approaches, financial assistance to countries in the area, and to resettle refugees not only in Canada but in other countries.
Since the inter-party discussions will bear fruit and that we will be able to vote as a whole together on this motion. But whether or not that happens, I'm confident that all of us, in slightly different, nuanced ways, nevertheless support a very major effort to assist the Yazidis at their hour of great need. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting for me to listen to the Minister of Immigration's speech. I do note a change in his tone with respect to these issues, and I appreciate that change in tone. But I do want to get his comment on something he said here in question period, something he said on October the 5th. He said, Mr. Speaker, we do not know how many Yazidi refugees have come to Canada, because when refugees come to Canada, we do not ask them their ethnicity or religion. We do not discriminate by religion or ethnicity. What concerns me about that is that the minister doesn't really seem to appreciate, in that statement at least, the importance of the refugee definition being that we take those who are most vulnerable and those who face persecution on the basis of identifiable characteristics. It seemed as well that the parliamentary secretary said something a bit different in his speech. He said, well, we don't track these things. It sounded like he was saying we do ask the questions up front, we just don't track it afterwards. So I want to ask the minister to clarify, does what he said on October the 5th still hold? Is what he said correct, or is what his parliamentary secretary said correct? Do we ask these questions, and will the government finally begin to keep track of the level of vulnerability of those who come to this country?
Well, Minister of Immigration.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I assure you there is no distinction between my position and that of my parliamentary secretary. I am proud of the fact that from the beginning of us becoming the government in the Syrian refugee project, we have stated consistently and repeatedly that our position is to accept the most vulnerable people, irrespective of religion, of community, of other characteristics. We will accept the most vulnerable people, and we have lived by that commitment from the beginning, and we retain that commitment today. And in terms of how we decide who are the most vulnerable, in terms of the government-assisted refugees from Syria, we received the names from the United Nations, UNHCR. They identify those who are the most vulnerable, and we take those names and we choose from among those people. And I can assure you those people truly are vulnerable. We know now that they speak almost no English or French. Often they don't have much education, so it is some work to equip them for success in Canada, but we are achieved our objective in terms of receiving those who were truly vulnerable. And it is the United Nations who decides the criteria. But you may recall that one of the criteria was gay men, because in that part of the world they are particularly persecuted and therefore vulnerable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for his speech and also for his openness, his frankness, which is very much appreciated. But I would just like to comment on something he said when he mentioned the solutions to this terrible crisis that Yazidis are facing. The solution can only be political and diplomatic. There will never be a real solution without those avenues. So I wanted to make that comment. I would like to ask the minister there about other countries, Australia and Germany, for example, that have taken specific action to quickly welcome Yazidis into their countries. I would like to know whether he and his department have been in touch with those countries to find out what their experience has been. The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for her question. I have said to the Minister of Defense that there can be a military solution. For example, in the Second World War, there was certainly a military role that had to be played. Yes, we have consulted people on the ground in Iraq directly, and my officials have just come back from the region. We have discussed the issue as well with the German government. We've discussed the issue of immigration and refugees in general with them. I believe that Angela Merkel has been a heroine in this situation because she has welcomed over 1 million refugees.
It was a great humanitarian act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today in the support of this motion put forward by my colleague and member for Calgary Nose Hill. She's been a relentless advocate for the rights of women and girls, especially on behalf of the Yazidi girls in Syria and Iraq. I also want to note that I was splitting my time with the member for Calgary Shepherd. The motion before this House today focuses on the egregious and ongoing abuses faced by Yazidi women and girls and identifies these actions as genocide. I want to take a moment to examine the Yazidi people who have been subjected to this human rights abuse. The UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide states that a crime of genocide is committed when a person commits a prohibited act with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. In the case of Yazidis, they are an ethno-religious group who identify with both ancestral heritage and share a religious culture. The Yazidis are ethnically Kurdish and practice Yazidism, which combines parts of Zoroastrianism, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, and is believed to have originated in the 12th century. Today, the majority of this ethno-religious group can be found in the Nineveh region of Iraq, but smaller communities can be found through Syria, Turkey, Armenia, Georgia, and Russia. The Yazidi people qualify as a group under the UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide based on their distinct ethnic and religious characteristics. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important to examine why Yazidis, as well as Christians and Shia Muslims, are being targeted by ISIS. Each of these religious communities has faced horrific injustice at the hands of ISIS. However, the Yazidis face a fierce persecution since ISIS has branded them as devil worshippers. ISIS propaganda has shown that a particular focus on trying to portray the Yazidis as subhuman. One ISIS victim testified about her captor. He told us that Talis Malik, one of the 7 angels to whom the Yazidis pray, is not God. He said, Talis Malik is the devil, and because you worship the devil, you belong to us. We can sell you and use you as we see fit, end quote. In fact, an official ISIS ruling encouraged the sexual abuse and enslavement of Yazidi women and girls precisely because they are less than human as unbelievers. Mr. Speaker, the experiences of Yazidi women and girls once captured reflects a level of brutality and horror that is hard to comprehend or portray. Allow me to share the words of a 22-year-old Noor as she and other Yazidi women were enslaved for several months by ISIS, and I quote, "Just imagine for a moment that you wake up one morning and watch as all of the men in your family are taken away. A few hours later, you hear the sounds of machine guns and screams. Then imagine your terror as you, your grandmother, your mom, your sisters, your aunties are herded onto buses and driven away by the same people that took the men. Imagine then being sold at a slave market a few days later, along with your little sister, to an old man old enough to be your grandfather, who's fat and ugly and stinks of body odor. Imagine finally being raped by this man every day from then on, and when he's bored with you, being turned over to his 6 guards and used as their plaything, to be gang raped after they've excited themselves watching pornographic DVDs. It sounds like the worst nightmare any girl could have, but for her, it was a reality, and it was her life for a few short months. This has been the experience of countless Yazidi women and girls, and many more continue to be enslaved. Mr. Speaker, last June, this House had the opportunity to denounce the actions of ISIS specifically, and I quote, that this House strongly condemn these atrocities and declare that these crimes constitute genocide. As a newly elected Member of Parliament, I was optimistic that this motion would receive support from all parties and present a strong statement to the world of Canada's commitment against ISIS and genocide. But more importantly, a unanimous support for this motion would have sent a strong message of hope to Yazidi victims of ISIS that we recognize the gravity of their injustices, the injustices that they have experienced. Yet I am ashamed that when we had the opportunity to be united against evil, this Liberal government refused to acknowledge the actions of ISIS as a genocide. To be clear, the UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines a genocide as the commission of prohibited acts against a group with the intent to destroy. Prohibited acts include killing members of this group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to this group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within this group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Mr. Speaker, the UN report on the crimes against the Yazidis found that ISIS had committed every single prohibited act listed on the UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So despite the overwhelming documented evidence of genocide, the Liberals alone voted against in June, declaring the actions of ISIS a genocide. Conservatives are not afraid to label these crimes what they are, a genocide. Mr. Speaker, today's motion is an opportunity for the government to correct its inaction on this important issue and to do the right thing. The Conservatives are calling on the government to develop an appropriate plan and corresponding action required to respond to this humanitarian crisis. As an automotive technician, I know firsthand that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, you can't improve it. This government has no plan to assist Yazidi women and girls, even though the Conservatives have brought forward numerous recommendations for focusing on 3 key areas: humanitarian aid, military intervention, and resettlement. For example, we called on the government to act upon the June 16th United Nations recommendation to accelerate the asylum claims of Yazidi victims of genocide, as well as the review of the selection process used by the United Nations to identify refugees for the government-sponsored refugee stream, and encourage the changes if there were any necessary. While many Yazidi men, women, and children have escaped ISIS and now live in refugee camps, they continue to face violent violence and persecution as a result of their ethnicity and religion in refugee camps and from other refugees. The previous Conservative government attempted to prioritize persecuted religious, ethnic, and sexual minorities for the resettlement in Canada. Mr. Speaker, ISIS continues to commit genocide against Yazidis. Thousands of Yazidi women and girls continue to be raped, tortured, and sold and enslaved by ISIS. And by refusing to act, this government has failed these Yazidi victims. We must take immediate action, and I call all members of this House to support this motion. This is a first step of action. From here we can build and go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the introduction of the Opposition Day's motion, that you'll find, I think, that there's virtually a great deal of support that we try to take the issue and depoliticize it, given the horrific actions that are in fact taking place, in particular with respect to the Yazidis. Canadians as a whole, as all parliamentarians, see this as horrific acts, and I understand there to be some discussions that are taking place in hopes that we can achieve something in which all of us can get behind in a comfortable fashion. Because we do recognize, and I guess my question to the member is related specifically to that. Would he not agree, as Canadians as a whole that are aware of the situation, are horrified, in many ways disbelief, and I appreciate the graphical way in which the member actually explained the situation, Mr. Speaker. But Canadians as a whole are quite upset in regards to this, and they want to see a government and all parties come together on something of this nature, if it's doable, through a consensus, and trying to look at ways in which this could possibly be changed to generate the type of support, that would be the best way forward. Would he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I'm glad to hear that there is some discussion happening on how we can work together. I believe strongly that is how we solve issues like this, is that we bring all the ideas, put them on the table. One of the things that I'd like to just talk a little bit more about was, I mentioned in my speech that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And that's typically what my biggest concern with this is that we say, well, we're taking in the most vulnerable. We're working to ensure that the most vulnerable have our the spots that we've set aside for refugees, the most vulnerable are getting in there. Then when we say, well, Yazidis are a very vulnerable group, perhaps the most vulnerable, how many Yazidis have we taken in? When we say, well, we don't know because we don't register that kind of thing. So I'm going to reinstate that point, that if we can't measure it, we can't manage it. And if we have no idea how many Yazidis have come in through our current refugee program, then that has to be fixed in the way that we've been working on it from now. So thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? L'honorable député de... Il s'en va. OK, je m'excuse. Bonne journée. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and for all the work that he does here and on behalf of his constituents. I want to ask him just a follow-up to a question I asked the Minister of Immigration. He talked about saying, well, we take the most vulnerable, but we don't ask those questions. There's a certification process through the United Nations. But I think many of us here appreciate the fact that religious minorities in the region have really struggled to access that certification process. In many cases, they don't actually feel safe in refugee camps. There's a major concern about religious minorities, be they Christians, Yazidis, and other groups, not being able to live in the refugee camps for fear of a negative response towards them. So I want to ask my colleague about the importance of taking those who are most vulnerable, those who face the greatest persecution, and of doing that in a context where there's some real practical problems for those groups even accessing the necessary steps of certification that would be part of the process that we're using here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you for the question. It's interesting, the very definition of genocide says that you have to identify a particular group in order for it to be genocide. So when we don't identify particular groups to help, how can you combat genocide? I think that I'm struggling for the words to maybe portray that, but that's precisely what makes a genocide is that it's an identifiable group. And if we're not prepared to help an unidentified group, then it becomes we're taking people off a list from the UN. But how do we even know that they are the most vulnerable? They're saying that they are. The member from Lethbridge recently went to that part of the world to investigate this. In fact, she went to I do believe northern Syria. And she said the refugee camps, and Turkey, she went there as well. She said the refugee camps, within the refugee camps, they are split up into identifiable groups. Each group has their own areas. And in often cases, the Yazidis are not represented at all within the camps themselves. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Peace River Westlock for his contributions to the debate. I'm pleased to rise to join the debate today, both as the Deputy Critic for Foreign Affairs for the Conservative Party, but as well as the Chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the Kurds. And this is a group that I started here on Parliament Hill when I first came. It was a promise I made during the election to non-constituents, actually, people who lived outside of my riding, who I met and who told me their stories and the stories of their neighbors, of their friends, of their family members who lived in northern Iraq, southern Kurdistan. I've also tabled Motion 72 in this House, which calls for this House to recognize the genocide of the Kurds during the 1980s. This is a region where genocide is simply a way of life. Multiple groups have done it to others. It's a region of the world with very little central control by governments and where the border is quite fluid. Next week, I'll be hosting Pastor Ray Bethune of a Christian Missionary Alliance church from the region, as well as the Director General of Christian Affairs of the Kurdish regional government there. So this is something I deeply care about. This is an issue I have been keeping myself appraised on and sharing that information with fellow members of this Parliamentary Friends of the Kurds group. So we know that there have been reports out of the 25,000 refugees accepted so far into Canada from Syria, that there are 9 cases, supposedly, that can be identified as Yazidi. If this was, as the government has said, and members of the government have said, and backbenchers of the government caucus have said, something of great importance to them, you'd think there would be more than 9 out of 25,000 that would have been prioritized. Like the member for Peace River Westlock said, if this is an identifiable group against whom genocide has been committed and continues to be committed, that they would be the ones who would be prioritized for entry into Canada. And that's what this motion seeks to do. What we want to do is select this group to be prioritized to be led into the country. And again, we've been told by media reports that 25,000 Yazidis live in UN refugee camps in Turkey, a NATO ally of ours. And have we approached them? And have we even asked about taking these Yazidis to assist our NATO ally and reduce the burden? They have many internally displaced persons who come from different parts of Turkey and come from Syria and come from northern Iraq, who've crossed the border and are seeking refuge in Turkey, and the Turkish government has extended aid to them. Now, I want to take a different stance, perhaps, than other members in this House have taken so far. I want to talk about the good works being done by a Canadian organization, an American organization as well, Samaritan's Purse in the region, who are doing incredible work, actually assisting Yazidis directly in the region. So I know that Samaritan's Purse has 3 refugee camps east of the city of Mosul that's assisting people right now fleeing the battle to retake Mosul, where our courageous allies, the Kurds of the Kurdish regional government, will be taking on a major role in liberating the city. But they also have camps all over northwestern Iraq, and they have camps that are providing direct assistance to Yazidi groups. So there are many of these Canadians which actually have first-hand accounts of assisting Yazidis. And I'll give you some information here, Mr. Speaker. Samaritan's Purse operates something called the Ministry Snapshot Grace Community Center. In this community center, they have services for families victimized and traumatized by ISIS, also known as Daesh. So there are programs that began in October 2015 that are teaching carpentry skills, amongst many other things, that give Yazidis opportunity to learn new skills that are marketable, give them a chance at a better life. Photography, art, cooking, and nutrition, literacy are the next programs that will be offered. And to use a term that was used by the Minister of Immigration, they're equipping them for future success. So they're also offering sewing classes to bring women together to learn to make garments. They're generating an income. And as a graduation gift from this program, they receive a sewing machine of their own that are going to have a chance to become entrepreneurs to rebuild their lives, if they so choose to, in the region. Now, the programs do exist that address psychological needs that many of these internally displaced persons have, that are revealing significant trauma caused by ISIS fighters, as well as pre-existing conditions that have been worsened by the conflict, by the displacement. There's a new medical clinic that's been started by Samaritan's Purse in 2016, offering doctors, obstetrics, gynecologists, a dentist, a pharmacy. There's even space for children made available so the children can come together, broken by the war, their family members sometimes have been murdered by ISIS fighters. This gives them an opportunity to be children, to actually play with other children in playgrounds and actually have an opportunity to be safe in an area with people that they trust. So we know that the impact of this program in 2016 alone, I'm told, is 13,800 people served, not just people, but Yazidis served. A $2.5 million project in US dollars that's helping people on the ground directly. And indeed, the Canadians are on the ground in these places doing more to help these Yazidis survive and helping those displaced than what the government has done so far. Like I mentioned, these 9 supposed cases are 25,000, or even that the government plans to do. So I actually got to visit the Samaritan's Purse headquarters is actually in Calgary, just north of my riding. It's an incredible area with hundreds of staff members that actually do assistance work and disaster relief work anywhere in the world. They actually have a unit, 24-hour standby mode. Within 24 hours, they can be anywhere in the world. They have their own planes, they have their own equipment, and they provide direct assistance to those who need it anywhere in the world. So they're incredibly committed to the most vulnerable in Iraq, especially in southern Kurdistan. I've had the opportunity in the past to meet both missionaries, assistance workers on the ground who've been to northern Iraq, who've traveled back to Canada, who told me the incredible stories from these survivors, people who just never could have imagined what happened at Mount Sinjar could continue to happen while the world turned a blind eye. And just to use some of the terms that have been used in newspapers, we've been, the Western world has been accused of negligence and being silent at what ISIS has continued to do, including the rape, the torture, the killing, the enslavement of Yazidis. And now we know that, in the past, Canada has served as a refuge for many ethnic groups all across the world. This has been the story of Canada for well over 100 years, whether it be Ukrainian, Polish people, South Vietnamese, both people, the 1999 airlift of 7,000 Kosovar refugees, 1980s resettlement of 2,800 Baha'i refugees from Iran, the 1956-1957, 37,000 Hungarian refugees who fled the persecution by a communist regime controlled by the Soviet Union. And to his eternal credit, it was former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Joe Clark, who accepted 60,000 Vietnamese boat people who have made enormous contributions to Canada. And I'm going to underline the contribution of one of these South Vietnamese who actually came to the United States on the final airlift out of Saigon, Mr. Speaker. This was Wayne Cow, the former MLA for Calgary Fort, who was a refugee then, who came aboard an American helicopter, landed in California, made his home in Calgary in 1976, representing the constituents of Calgary Fort on the northern part of my riding. He became deputy speaker, earned the trust of his colleagues in 2008. And the best part about Wayne, if he's looking now, I want to thank him for his service to Alberta, to Canada. But I actually picked up his constituency office in this past election. And it's a great office. It serves constituents on the northern part of the riding really well. So this was an amazing contribution that Wayne made to Canada. And I know that, looking at the opportunities that South Vietnamese have had in Canada, it's something that the Yazidis could contribute to Canada as well. If we prioritize their entry into Canada, they need it. They need this help, just like the South Vietnamese needed it, just like the Baha'i of Iran needed it, just like Polish people who were fleeing between 1981 and 1986, the communist Polish regime that was persecuting people, especially shipyard workers. My father came to Canada in those years and got amnesty then, and got to stay in Canada and then was able to sponsor us here. So, Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I know that you've given me signal that my time is ending very soon. I want to move, seconded by the member for Peace River Westlock, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word slaves and substituting the following. C, support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled, "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," and D, call on the government to 1, take immediate action upon all the recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the said report, and 2, provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within 120 days. Thank you.
We have a motion moved by Mr. Kimmich, or an amendment moved by Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Viersen, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word slaves and substituting the following. C. Support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," and D. Call on the government to 1. Take immediate action upon the recommendations found in Section 210, 212, and 213 of the said report, and 2. Provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within 120 days. It is my duty to inform the honourable members that the amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only when consent of the sponsor of the motion, with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill if she consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this addresses the concerns of some of my Liberal colleagues that they've raised. It's a move in nonpartisan faith to try and get this moved, and as such, I heartily agree to this amendment.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the member's comments and to the degree in which he brought forward, I thought, a wonderful example in Wayne, former MLA. I'm not too sure if he still is a current MLA, and no, he's retired since, Mr. Speaker. But it really emphasizes just the positive impact that refugees have had on Canada in virtually every aspect of our society. And when I look at it and when I reflect on it, as the member has, and he makes reference to the boat people, of which I know individuals also from that era. We can talk about the Kurds. You know, in the recent election, there was a great deal of emphasis in regards to what sort of numbers could Canada take in, and with our Prime Minister made that commitment to 25,000 and possibly beyond. Well, we've went beyond that 25,000. Canadians as a whole understand the importance of Canada showing leadership at the national level. And I was encouraged by the member bringing forward an amendment, and I'm wondering maybe if the member can just kind of provide some additional detail as to what he believes how his amendment will in fact change the main motion, because let there be no doubt the horrific actions that are happening against the Yazidis is something in which no one inside this House, and I would ultimately argue no one within our Canadian public would try to justify in any fashion. It is completely unacceptable, and as government we want to be able to demonstrate leadership on the file.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the member for those comments. So, of course, this amendment to the motion will actually remove the partisanship out of it. It gives them 4 months to come up with a plan. You know, Operation Ezra is working. They've had time to consider this as well. But I think my focus is these Yazidi families. Like, they need help right now. It's nice, again, that Samaritan's Purse is on the ground helping them with this. But there really is no civic society for them to return to. And I'll just there's a book that I'm going to recommend to all members to read. It's called Ending Wars Well by Eric Patterson. Dr. Patterson was the dean of the school I went to for my master's degree at Regent University in Virginia in the United States. And it talks about civic society and what it looks like after a war, and when you have a community like the Yazidis who have suffered the types of torture, rape, murder, and killing and genocide like they have, there is no civic society for them to return to. The only chance for survival for this community is to be helped and assisted by a country like Canada and to actually resettle them to Canada. So again, I'm inviting the members in a very nonpartisan way. Let's assist the Yazidis. Let's make sure this community survives for future generations. Like the Naomi Kickler's report says on the very front pages, our generation is gone. That's from a Yazidi family, a Yazidi woman saying their generation is gone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the amendment that just passed. I know that there's been a lot of discussion in the House about how we can make the motion acceptable to all parties here. I know that the Liberals had some concerns with in the former wording Section C, which we've now removed. There was also some concerns around the timeline. To my colleague, I would just like him to expand upon a 4-month period of time to bring Yazidi asylum claimants to Canada. Given that the government came into office in the early November of last year and stayed firm to their commitment to 25,000 refugees to coming into Canada by the end of last year, does he feel that a 4-month timeline to see Yazidi asylum claims where there's already paperwork in the system for these families through groups like Operation Ezra, is this a reasonable timeline, and does he feel that he could reach across party lines and get the support of the Liberal caucus on this?
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for that question and her comments, and again, the great work that she's done at the Immigration Committee, again, to push for this Yazidi cause, to make sure that their plight is both heard by the government and the government responds to their request for assistance. I think 4 months is more than enough time. Like I mentioned, Samaritan's Purse is able to deploy within 24 hours some type of relief by aircraft. Some of the work they've done in the region, again, I have more about the Grace Community Center here. They have pilot programs for children with disabilities to be involved in sports. They have computer class, cooking class, carpentry, sewing. Some are the 6th and 5th cycle, so it's not the first intake. They've done it multiple times. And this is over the past year, like 4 months for a government with the resources, with the individuals, with the expertise that we have, and the aircraft that we have. We could totally do it. 4 months is more than enough time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform you at the outset that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Scarborough-Gilwood. In my office, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 large photographs I see every day. One of Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, a former resident of my riding of Willowdale and a recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, of course, and the other of General Romeo Dallaire, a Canadian hero and one of our leading and most resonant and compelling voices on issues of human rights. Both these Canadian icons serve as constant reminders of the tremendous global leadership Canada should always strive to demonstrate on issues of human rights, human security, the rule of law, and multilateralism. It is in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that I rise to speak to the opposition motion before us today. As a member of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, this summer we undertook a special study on the plight of Yazidi refugees and other vulnerable populations. And let me begin by saying that I deeply appreciate the urgency and the tragedy of the situation unfolding before us. This issue resonates deeply with all of us, as I know it does with my constituents and indeed with all Canadians. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, the horrific plight facing the Yazidi population and the need for effective action on the international stage. We also recognize the role that Canada, in keeping with our great traditions, must play in ensuring both global and human security. In every instance, however, we understand that in order for Canada to play a significant role in advancing the causes of human rights and security, we must collaborate closely with our fellow allies and international institutions. In the 12 months since the people of Canada decided that our foreign policy needed a new tone and direction, our government has done much to restore Canada's international standing and reputation. We have recommitted to multilateralism and the international rule of law. We've provided a model to the rest of the world in terms of our intake of Syrian refugees, and also drastically increased our contributions towards the coalition to defeat Daesh. In that same vein, Mr. Speaker, I believe that our response to the Yazidi genocide, while ever evolving, demonstrates a similar commitment to responsible, engaged, robust, and multifaceted policy solutions. Allow me to be clear. Our government unequivocally stands by the Yazidis. Like my colleague opposite, I had the chance to hear some of the horrifying and chilling testimony of Yazidi refugees over the summer and understand their urgency to act. In that vein, while I fully respect the motion before us today, it gets ahead of the process. Dialogue with the appropriate partners, as well as an assessment of the situation in regions where Yazidis and other victims of Daesh are located, must take place to develop a responsible plan. This is not feasible within the time frame contained within this motion. The timeline proposed in the motion demands expedient processing of Yazidis specifically, a worthy goal, but one that is operationally unrealistic and dangerous due to the complex security situation on the ground. As the member opposite is aware, many of the most vulnerable Yazidis live in highly dangerous and inaccessible regions. Fully supporting these vulnerable populations, as such, will therefore require carefully considered legislation, not a rushed and incomplete motion such as the one before us today. It's imperative that we allow the IRCC to complete their analysis of this situation in close collaboration with our allies and partners in order to craft a truly effective course of action going forward. Furthermore, this motion makes no mention of other vulnerable populations targeted by Daesh, including Christians, Shia Muslims, Mandaeans, Druze, Kakais, Shabaks, and many more minorities in Iraq. Again, a more in-depth analysis of the situation based on knowledge on the ground and established best practices is certainly required. Far from being inactive or passive in response to the Yazidi crisis, our government has taken concrete steps to respond to this significant issue. The Yazidi crisis is a multifaceted issue that requires a whole-of-government approach, with input from Global Affairs Canada, the Department of National Defence, Development Canada, and Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. Indeed, Canada has been highly active, both internationally and domestically, in responding to the issue before us today. In the international arena, for example, the Government of Canada has taken the following concrete steps, amongst many others, to assist the Yazidis. In June, Foreign Affairs Minister Stéphane Dion declared in this very chamber that Daesh was guilty of committing genocide against the Yazidi population. Similarly, Minister Dion has continuously and forcefully advocated that at the United Nations, including formal correspondence with the Security Council in calling for greater action in response to the Yazidi crisis. Our government has also committed to increase funding to the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to document human rights abuses and violations and to collect evidence and investigate serious international crimes. Furthermore, working as part of a global coalition to combat Daesh, we have increased our military advice and assist missions and have increased humanitarian assistance to vulnerable populations in Syria and northern Iraq, including the Yazidis. Our government has also tripled military training, doubled intelligence efforts, and significantly increased aid, all to protect those vulnerable to the threat of Daesh. Also, Canada, through the Peace and Stabilization Operations Program, is contributing $3.3 million to the Commission for International Justice and Accountability to investigate violations of international criminal and humanitarian law in Syria and Iraq, including, of course, Daesh's enslavement of thousands of Yazidi women and children who were subjected to sexual and gender-based crimes, forced marriages, and forced conversions. Finally, Canadian development assistance in Syria and northern Iraq is already helping to provide shelter, food, water, and medical services to families fleeing Mosul and specialized services for women and girls victimized by Daesh, including women and girls from the Yazidi community. Similarly, the government has taken significant steps to ensure that our immigration and resettlement policies are adequately responding to this crisis. For example, IRCC is continuing to monitor the situation of vulnerable persons. In response to the Yazidi genocide this month, the IRCC sent a team of observers on a fact-finding mission to northern Iraq. This is something we heard of, and of course that mission did return to Canada yesterday, as everyone has been informed. The IRCC is also reviewing the aforementioned report released on October 5th by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration on its study of how Canada can best assist vulnerable groups through immigration measures. Finally, the IRCC officials are engaging in discussions with key partners on the ground, such as the UNHCR, IOM, and local authorities on the best path forward to assist victims of atrocities perpetrated by Daesh. I believe that everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, can agree that the atrocities being committed against the Yazidis and other vulnerable populations by Daesh are unconscionable and require swift and determined action by the international community. In cases such as these, Canadian leadership and action is invaluable. I believe that our government's response to this crisis has been in keeping with this tradition of Canadian leadership, and as the situation unfolds, I look forward to and expect continued, robust engagement by our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portage-Liscar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I do have a question in response to the issue around timelines, and I think that with the amendment that my honourable colleague introduced to the motion, we have really extended those timelines. We initially had hoped for a 30-day window. We just recognized the dire situation of these Yazidi girls and women, but we wanted to recognize that sometimes things don't happen as quickly as we would hope, so we would want to give that extension of 120 days. We also recall it was just over a year ago that the new Liberal government committed to bringing in 25,000 refugees. That would have been October 19th and sooner by the end of that year. So even less time, the government committed to bringing in 25,000 refugees in a much shorter amount of time with much more work to do. So why could the government not commit to bringing in Yazidi girls and women who are already identified? The Ezra Project has already identified them. Why could they not at least commit and then follow through with that in the most possible practical way? Why could they commit to 25,000 refugees by the end of December, the same time period, but not commit to bringing in some Yazidi girls and women in a much greater amount of time?
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. Of course, as you know full well, the government is committed to taking action on this very critical issue. However, that having been said, as you can imagine, we'd like to act responsibly. Acting responsibly will require some time. First, we have to review the committee that was prepared by the Standing Committee on Immigration. That particular report was released last week. In addition to that, as you know full well, IRCC did send a team to Iraq. That team just recently, I believe yesterday or this morning, had an opportunity to return to Canada. So we have to examine what they have to say and what their particular advice is. And finally, as you know, this government is not into going it alone. We are collaborating with allies. We're speaking to various institutions to make sure that the response that we do adopt is an effective one. It's a robust one. Lastly, let me say this. As you know, we are all concerned about the Yazidis in Iraq. However, it is well to bear in mind that the Yazidis live in inaccessible regions of Iraq. So all of these things will require strategy, and we have to use partners on the ground to make sure we're acting effectively. Thank you.
I'm sure when the Honourable Member was saying, as you know, he wasn't talking to the actual speaker. He was referring to as the Honourable Member for Portage-Liscar. I just wanted to clarify that for everyone in the room. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his remarks. He did say that in the course of those remarks that his government has reached out to various groups and had dialogue among various groups. I wonder, though, if this Liberal government has spoken directly to governments like Australia and Germany about the specific programs that they have put in place in order to help refugees from the Middle East.
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. As I understand, listening to the debate as it was unfolding in this House today, listening to the Minister of Immigration, I understand that they are actually discussing these issues with other countries that are acting on the ground in Iraq. Thank you.
Questions and comments. We have a very short time. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just pick up on the answer he provided in terms of just how important it is that Canada work in collaboration with our other world countries to ensure that we maximize the benefits of trying to deal with this refugee issue, in particular with the Izmidis.
Member for Willowdale.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. Of course, we appreciate full well that the Yazidis are facing terrible circumstances in Iraq. However, it's good to bear in mind that they live in inaccessible regions of Iraq. In addition to that, any assistance we do provide could make them more vulnerable within that country. So it is really critical that we know what we're doing on the ground in that region to make sure that the good that we are doing is done so in a responsible fashion. So, yes, we are speaking to experts on the ground. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to engage in this debate. It's similar to the debate we had in June where we discussed this scourge of ISIS, and everyone condemned the atrocities by ISIS, or Daesh as it's called. At that time, I indicated that the government and the people of Canada stand together in solidarity with the victims of Daesh, and by that I mean all victims, whether they're Yazidis or Syriacs or Chaldeans or Christians or Sunnis or Shias and various varieties that come in that particular part of the world. So Canada does stand in solidarity with them, and our entire effort is to free them from this scourge. I also highlighted the fact that the Minister of National Defence and Minister of Foreign Affairs are both determined to eradicate this threat, and our government has taken substantial and concrete steps to degrade Daesh and ultimately help the Iraqi security forces defeat this villainous plague themselves. To no great surprise, Mr. Speaker, I will take a bit of a military focus on this debate. But nevertheless, all members feel that the carnage and slaughter committed against these minority groups and communities by Daesh demonstrate an undeniable evil intent, and no words are strong enough to reflect our opposition to Daesh's actions. Less than a year ago, the international coalition campaign against Daesh was about degrading the entity. We're now talking about dismantling and ultimately defeating Daesh. This significant change of language is a proof that the work that Canada is doing with our allies, with our coalition partners, is helping to stabilize the Middle East and is delivering results. As members of the House know, the Minister of National Defence has travelled to the region and met with his counterparts. He came back convinced that an enhanced presence on the ground and increased engagement with local and international partners was necessary to resolving the crisis and restoring the stability in the region. And this is exactly what Canada has done. All members of the House debated Canada's response to the crisis in Iraq and Syria back in February. Indeed, over 98 members of the House took part in a 5-day debate. I consider that to be one of the outstanding shows of parliamentary engagement and a notable exercise in the democratic process. We did this following a careful and comprehensive review of our options. On March the 8th, we voted on a motion, and our collective view was unequivocal. Daesh has to be stopped and defeated. The situation on the ground has evolved, it has become quite clear that we would only be successful in our efforts to counter the threat posed by Daesh through a combination of security, diplomacy, humanitarian assistance, and development. Our air task force has remained active, producing more than 2,507 sorties since the beginning of operations in 2014. Of those, 583 sorties were completed by the Polaris refueler and a further 600 by the Auroras. But as Canadians are also aware, Mr. Speaker, our government refocused the mission after the parliamentary debate, placing additional emphasis on training, advising, and assisting Iraqi security forces in their efforts to degrade and defeat Daesh. Subsequently, we upped our commitment to training, assisting, advising by threefold and doubled our commitment to intelligence missions. In addition, we put made available to support the coalition further intelligence and headquarters personnel. The goal, Mr. Speaker, has been to enable the Iraqi forces to conduct their own offensive operations and reclaim their territory. And you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, just 2 years ago, when Daesh started to take over Iraqi territory, the fighters, the Iraqi fighters being paraded in their underwear on their way to their own execution. And you'll recollect, Mr. Speaker, that was it is against the rules of international combat. But in addition, Mr. Speaker, it was a terrible display for all the world to see. It's not as if those soldiers weren't brave people, but they were, Mr. Speaker, poorly trained people. And so Canada, along with our coalition partners, set about to rectify that, so that now, when they approach, particularly in the area of Mosul, they are so much better trained. As of this month, Daesh has lost approximately half of the territory it once dominated in Iraq. Of the 40% of Iraq it dominated, is now down to about 10%. And that 10% is largely centered on Mosul. And you'll have read this morning's papers about the attack on Mosul and how they are going about that attack in an organized, disciplined, military fashion. So we have, with the assistance of our coalition partners, upgraded the quality of the Iraqi security forces.
The honourable member for East Interlake.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to raise a point of order about relevance. As you've been listening to the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence, all he's talking about is defence efforts that are being made by the government in Iraq, and not yet has he mentioned the refugee crisis, the Yazidis, or the genocide that has occurred, and I ask that he gets on.
I believe that's a point of debate more than it is a point of order. The Honourable... I've heard a number of speeches in this House that kind of go around and then come back, so I'd like to give the Honourable Member the benefit of the doubt, and we'll let him continue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that, dealing with that interruption, which was masquerading as a point of order. I just take note, Mr. Speaker, that the security environment is the only issue of relevance to the security of Yazidis, Chaldeans, Syriacs, Christians, Sunnis, Shias. And had he been listening to my speech, he would have noted that I had mentioned all those refugee groups. So nearly 10,000 kilometers have been liberated in Syria. We have reclaimed vast swaths of territory, and it has largely been done through the efforts of the Iraqi security forces, which have been in some measure trained, advised, and assisted by Canadian forces. Indeed, strategic towns such as Fallujah, Hit, and Ruba have been retaken. Key Daesh leaders have been eliminated, and the organization's conventional military capabilities have been severely degraded. They are losing terrain, fighters, and resources on multiple fronts as they struggle and scramble to react to the coalition's efforts. And in that end, it is, however, Mr. Speaker, the people of Iraq will be responsible for stabilizing the country. It cannot be done by outside forces, and it is they who will ultimately defeat Daesh. We also recognize that the ultimate solution to regional instability would require more than just mere military force. And this is why we will help to address the disastrous crisis in the region. We focused our efforts on meeting basic needs of those most impacted by the conflicts in Iraq and Syria, including refugees who have fled to neighboring countries. In addition to this effort, over the next 3 years, Canada will contribute more than $1.6 billion towards this approach to security, stabilization, humanitarian, and development assistance. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to the eradication of Daesh, and it is unwavering. 8 months ago, we saw the shifting landscape in theatre, and we adapted our efforts to ensure Canada's contribution remained at the heart of the coalition campaign. We are now seeing the results of this refocused approach. Our dedicated men and women in uniform have been supporting and empowering local forces to take their fight directly to Daesh so that they can reclaim their homes, their land, and their country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and your attention. I look forward to all the questions from my colleagues opposite.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Late last year, after the government was sworn in, I believe the date was November 4th, 2015, the government stood firm to their commitment to bring 25,000 refugees to Canada by December 31st. There was no arguing in this. This was something that the government was doing. It took them a little longer than that. I think it took them about 4 months, but they did it. So the question here today is whether or not the government will commit to bringing an unspecified number of Yazidi victims of genocide to Canada in the same amount of time. There's no partisan language in this motion anymore. It's been pulled out. I'm wondering if my colleague opposite, who has a long, proud career in this place, would commit to supporting this motion, given that there's a little bit of hypocrisy involved if the government won't commit to supporting victims of genocide when they committed to supporting vast numbers of other refugees last year.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I do recollect that motion to bring in 25,000 refugees, Mr. Speaker, and I regret to say that the only party in this House that opposed that initiative was the party opposite. Which is really quite regrettable because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we did do that. We did bring in, I think the number's around 30,000 now. It's a mix of private refugees and government-sponsored refugees. And it has been a largely wonderful exercise, not only for the refugees, but a nation-building exercise for us. Now, as to the specific motion in hand, Mr. Speaker, the issue is more timing than anything else. And the issue is also the variety of vulnerable populations. You know, is a Yazidi more important or less important than a Syriac or a Chaldean or a Christian or a Shia or a Sunni? And that is a decision that the minister has to make. These are all vulnerable populations, all arguably subject to genocidal intent on the part of Daesh. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the honourable member for bringing her motion, but I think there is a prematurity to the motion and a possible lack of reflection on the complexity of the situation.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the situation involving the Yazidis is horrible. The government says that, well, it's complicated. It would be hard to go and get them, to bring them to a country like ours. But countries like Germany and Australia have come up with specific plans to help the Yazidis. So I would like to know whether the officials or the minister, the government, have spoken directly to those countries to find out more about what they have been doing to help the Yazidis.
Secretary.
Well, Ms. Speaker, I'm advised that the IRCC officials have engaged with their on-the-ground partners, presumably the nations that the honourable member referenced, along with the UNHCR and the International Organization for Migration, in order to determine what is the best response. The government is engaged and clearly engaged in this, and certainly the motion is a welcome motion, but that also has to be taken in the context of a larger response on the part of the government.
Resuming debate. Now it's time. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just want to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Sarnia and Lapton. It is indeed an honour to be able to get up and speak on this motion that's been brought forward by my friend from Calgary Nose Hill and amended by my colleague from Calgary Shepherd. It is unfortunate, though, that we have to have this debate today, knowing that so many Canadians understand the atrocities that have been committed against the Yazidi people. When you look at what happened 2 years ago in Sinjar, Iraq, and how ISIS targeted the Yazidis community and carried out one of the most brutal genocides that have been witnessed in Canadian recent history, or in world recent history. We saw men executed at gunpoint. We saw children crucified by ISIS. And we saw the people, the Yazidis people, being trapped on Mount Sinjar, that many perished from dehydration, the elderly collapsed and died, and ultimately, after the execution of men over the age of 10, the younger boys were moved into the terrorist training and were reprogrammed and brainwashed and turned into suicide bombers and terrorists. And of course, the women and the girls were sold into sexual slavery. Those that refused to convert, those girls and women that refused to be sexual slaves, were burnt alive. These atrocities are just so despicable that the world pronounced themselves as a genocide. I'd like to remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that it was only in June that we had before the Chamber a debate on a motion that the official opposition brought forward to recognize the atrocities being committed by ISIS against the Yazidis as genocide. And of course, the government, the Liberal Party, voted against it. And only a couple of days later, the UN declared it a genocide. And only then, rather than leading, the Liberals decide to follow the United Nations. When the rest of the world, the British House of Commons, Secretary of State John Kerry in the United States, all had already boldly proclaimed it a genocide, as did our former Conservative government. Now, the sad part in all this is that we're debating the motion today to look at bringing more Yazidi refugees into Canada. And we have a government that is very proud of their record of bringing in, or going to bring in, 25,000 refugees from Syria and Iraq. The sad part of this is that out of the thousands of refugees that have come to Canada for asylum, only 9 of them are Yazidi. And that is, in my opinion, despicable, and I'm certain it has to be an embarrassment for the government. And I really do have to raise this question.
is why hasn't the government gone out and brought in more of these poor women and girls who are in refugee camps already in the region, who have been already identified by the United Nations Refugee Organization, and brought them here? Are they discriminating against the Yazidi people? That has to be asked. When you have, Mr. Speaker, these people who have been subjected to treatment worse than livestock by ISIS and largely abandoned by some of the people in the region in northern Iraq, they deserve asylum. They deserve a place to call home. And I know for a fact that organizations across Canada are prepared to privately sponsor them. I know that the Winnipeg Jewish Foundation and Federation in Manitoba is wanting to sponsor these poor Yazidi girls and women and get them into a safe and secure environment that we offer here in Canada. And we are giving, through the amended motion, we are giving the government 120 days to act upon the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria, entitled "They Came to Destroy: ISIS's Crimes Against the Yazidis." It's implementing articles in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the report. And as my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, the immigration critic for the official opposition, has already said in a written letter to the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, that he can use Section 25 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to expedite the asylum seekers of the Yazidis community that are currently in the queue to come here. As it's already been pointed out, Mr. Speaker, Britain, Germany, Australia, and others have been able to bring in hundreds of these girls and women who have been able to escape the sexual slavery, who have been able to get away from ISIS, who often their jihadists hang on to them, their militants hang on to them as, comfort wives. It's something that we haven't seen since World War II, which was practiced by the Japanese during World War II. But I'm glad that there's been the opportunity for us to at least address this issue in the House today, because I don't think most Canadians realize that the government, in their efforts to bring in all of the refugees that have been displaced and targeted by ISIS, have not included the Yazidis in their efforts to bring them here. I know that when we were government, Mr. Speaker, that it was our intention to go after the ethnic and religious minorities, who were the primary source of the atrocities being committed, or the primary target of atrocities to be committed by ISIS themselves. And if we are going to ultimately protect people, if the government believes in the responsibility to protect, one, we have to have that military force there. Two, we have to provide the humanitarian aid and assistance, which we're going to need right now as the battle for Mosul evolves and 1.5 million civilians are at risk inside the city of Mosul as 30,000 coalition troops charge the city to rout out and destroy ISIS and roughly their 5,000 fighters that they have within the city. Yes, we have to be able to support surrounding nations that have those refugee camps, providing humanitarian assistance, schools, water, hospital, medicines. But what about the responsibility to protect those that can't protect themselves? What about the responsibility to bring in those that have been subjected to a genocide. You know, and I've talked many times in this House on genocide and how Raphael Lemkin, the wordsmith and the author of the UN Genocide Convention back in 1948, developed it, and how different state players and different organizations and groups will target minorities to eliminate them. And the UN, just this June, agreed again that what has happened to the Yazidis people specifically was a genocide. And if there's ever a time for the government to show compassion, if there's ever a time for the government to use their powers under the Immigration, Refugee, and Protection Act to expedite the movement of these poor girls and women away from danger and bring them into the peace and security that we offer here in Canada, this is the time. We're asking them to do that within the next 120 days, to follow through on the UN report and recommendations from the United Nations, and to support this motion as it stands before the House.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what it is that the member is saying across the way. What I guess I would ask for is that the opposition recognize that as a government, we have taken a very proactive approach in dealing with the refugee issue. And it's, Mr. Speaker, something in which we take very seriously. Right from the Prime Minister's office to the responsible ministers, in terms of making sure not only that we get the job done, but that in fact that we get it done right. The horrific actions that are being taken place overseas is in fact very upsetting for all of us, for all sides of this House. But my question to the member is, would he not acknowledge that at the very least, and I think that we've demonstrated this with the Syrian refugees, Mr. Speaker, in terms of just the large number of refugees, and we've been complimented around the world for Canada's approach in dealing with this, the Syrian refugee crisis, that at times you have to go through a process, and there is concerns in regards to the timing amongst a couple of other things with respect to the resolution. But specifically that there needs to be a proper processing to ensure that it's done right, and we have to work with our coalition partners as much as possible so that we can maximize the benefits for as many as possible.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, the question really is for the government and for my friend from Winnipeg North. You know, why is the government not acting upon the United Nations recommendations 210, 212, and 213 on actually bringing in and accelerating the protection of Yazidis, girls and women? You know, this has been a recommendation since June, and yet we still see foot dragging by the government. This is a chance for them to actually stand up for a major group that has been targeted and essentially almost eliminated and exterminated by ISIS. But instead, they're discriminating against them. So I urge my colleague to get behind this motion and ask the government to actually implement the recommendations by the United Nations, who they love very dearly, and accelerate the immigration and protection of these refugees.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for not only his leadership on this issue, but on the many issues that are relating to our foreign affairs. My colleague mentioned earlier in his speech that in June of this year, we, the Conservative Party, put forward a motion, and the Liberal Party voted against it, in terms of simply declaring the Yazidi situation a genocide. Exactly. And even on that point of simply making a declaration, the Liberal Party failed to act. Does my colleague think that part of the problem maybe is simply acknowledging that there is a problem before we can begin to take action, and would he urge them to get on with it?
They're the problem. Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question. And, you know, it is very disheartening to see the government refuse to recognize this first as a genocide. You know, we brought that motion forward on June 9th. A couple of days later, we had the vote on it. and they voted against it. And then, June 15th is when the report came out from ISIS, or came out from the UN, that ISIS was committing genocide against the Yazidi peoples. So it is disheartening that they love to talk like they're out there and supporting responsibility to protect. They're out there and addressing these humanitarian crises. They like to denounce, historical genocides. But at the same time, we have a genocide before us today that they can do something about, and they decide to sit on their hands instead. And to me, that is deplorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing in the House today to speak to the important issue of genocide against the Yazidi people and the actions that we need to take now to react. Mr. Speaker, Canada claims to stand for a lot of things on the world stage. We say we are a place of refuge for those in the world who are persecuted. We say we are committed to eliminating violence against women and children. We say that sexual assault and rape are wrong and we will stand against it. And so I'm here today to plead with this House on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves here to ask this government to have mercy and to take action now to rescue the Yazidis. Les Yazidis sont une minorité.
The Yazidis are a religious minority from northern Iraq. The religion is one of the oldest in the Middle East and represents a religion, language, and culture. The Yazidis do not have the status of protected persons in their country, and as a result, members of that religion can be assassinated, raped, or enslaved with impunity. The situation for the Yazidis is hopeless in the refugee camps, Mr. Speaker, because the camps are full of Muslims who are fiercely opposed to the Yazidis' culture and religion, to such an extent that Yazidis are afraid of being killed. The same is true in many circumstances for Christians who can't find refuge in the camps because they fear persecution. Yazidis in the refugee camps are not safe and are often segregated for safety and out of fear of persecution. And the problem is accentuated by the fact that when we look at how the Yazidis are considered displaced persons and others are considered refugees, this difference in status creates a significant difference when it comes to aid provided to these individuals. It can affect access to food, drinking water, housing, and medical aid.
Around Mosul is full of trapped and terrified civilians, but as Iraqi forces and their allies move to wrest this city from the militants of the Islamic State, one group finds itself particularly desperate in peril. Scores, perhaps even hundreds of Yazidi women and girls enslaved by the Islamic State more than 2 years ago are thought to remain captive in Iraq's second-largest city as the U.S.-backed offensive gets underway in earnest. Activists fear for the lives of these women and children, even amidst hopes that the extremist group's grip on the city could be broken. Thousands of Yazidi women and children have been seized, men and boys killed or forcibly enlisted in the military, when their traditional heartland was overrun by the Islamic State in August of 2014. By a UN estimate earlier this year, 3,200 women and children are still caught in the maw of a vast slaveholding network extending across the group's self-declared but now shrinking caliphate, encompassing parts of Syria and Iraq. Human rights groups and activists believe that most of the Yazidi captives were sold as slaves or given as gifts to fighters in Islamic State-held areas of Syria. But some either have spent the duration of their captivity in Mosul or found themselves back in the city after forced journeys between other Islamic State bastions, passed hand to hand like cattle as their husbands were killed in battle, traded them away or offered as presents to relatives and fellow fighters. Those who have escaped or been ransomed have described conditions there as grimly similar to other areas where the Islamic State holds sway. cruel medieval torments as a feature of daily life, coupled with harrowing sexual and domestic servitude in the households of fighters. Enslaved women are routinely raped and beaten. Global efforts to help are underway. We've heard about some of those today. Amal Clooney, a barrister at Doughty Street Chambers specializing in international law and human rights law, has confirmed that she will be representing Yazidi ISIS survivor Nadia Murad and other victims of the Yazidi genocide. Amal will serve as their counsel in their efforts to secure accountability for the genocide, sexual enslavement, and trafficking of Yazidi girls and women by the militant group of the Islamic State in Iraq. Efforts to achieve accountability will include seeking an international criminal court investigation and prosecution of the crimes committed against Nadia Murad and the Yazidi community. Nadia Murad is a 21-year-old victim of ISIS crimes in Iraq and one of the thousands of Yazidi women who were abducted and enslaved by ISIS. She was brutally raped by more than 12 ISIS members over a period of 3 months. After her escape, Nadia spoke out about her experiences to draw attention to the ongoing genocide. ISIS attacks began the genocide. The attacks have resulted in the death of an estimated 5,000 civilians, the enslavement of at least 2,000 women and girls, and the displacement of 400,000 people from the Yazidi homelands in Sinjar, the Nineveh Plain, and in Syria. When asked why she decided to take on the case, Amal Clooney stated that the European Parliament, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the US government, and the UK House of Commons have all recognized that there's genocide being perpetrated by ISIS against the Yazidis. How can it be that the most serious crimes known to humanity are being carried out before our eyes, but are not being prosecuted? We know that thousands of Yazidi civilians have been killed and thousands of Yazidi women have been enslaved by a terrorist organization that has publicly proclaimed its genocidal intent. We know that systemic rapes have taken place and they're still taking place, and yet no one is being held to account. The
situation of the Yazidis has also been internationally recognized. In June, the UNHCR published a report identifying Yazidis as victims of genocide. The report also describes some potential solutions. Shortly thereafter, the federal government formally took the same position on the Yazidis, but to date, no tangible action has been taken.
Recognize this terrible situation and have begun to help. Canada should be helping, but from what we know, we've only rescued 9 Yazidi families out of the more than 50,000 refugees that have been brought to Canada so far. This is a shame, an absolute shame. Most of the Yazidis that are currently being persecuted came from Nineveh. Do you remember Nineveh from your historical studies? This was the place that
I just want to remind the honourable members that debate is taking place, and it's nice to see people being collegial and talking to each other. But it is getting a bit loud, so if they have something or a conversation, I'd appreciate it if the honourable members would take it to the lobby. Thank you. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we need to turn and help these Yazidis and also the Christians there. I know the debate today and the motion is about Yazidis, but it could just as easily be about Christians. For the first time in over 2,000 years, there are no Christians left in Mosul. They have been obliterated while the world stood by and watched. According to the latest census, in Canada, more than 60% of Canadians claim to be Christian. How can our country stand by and watch while our brothers and sisters are erased from the planet? The Christian population of Syria alone has gone from 30% in 1920 to less than 10% today. That's 4.4 million people, or nearly the equivalent of the Holocaust. So, Mr. Speaker, although the motion is about rescuing the Yazidis, and it's critical, the same could be said and should be said for persecuted Christians. Je demande au gouvernement libéral
I urge the Liberal government to fast-track applications for asylum by Yazidis in Canada. The reality of the situation is that very few Yazidis have been recommended for resettlement in Canada. Many Yazidi victims wait more than 5 years before being resettled by the HRC. So this is not simply another refugee crisis. It's clearly an act of genocide based on religious beliefs. It was recognized by the United Nations and by this government.
To act to rescue these Yazidis, especially these Yazidi women and girls, to bring them to Canada and save them from brutal acts and death. Please have mercy. Please act now. We've been talking about this for almost a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. I'm just curious, during the last election, her party, her leader, was scaring Canadians that if we received more refugees, it would be a threat to the security of our country. I'm curious now that we have a year into this mandate, does she still agree with her former leader, or what's her opinion on what his position was?
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, but it's absolute nonsense. We were the ones that took action to start bringing in refugees from Syria, from Iraq. We are committed to doing that, and it's utter nonsense to think of anything else.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a passionate speech, and she spoke in that speech about the many different religious groups that were being persecuted and indeed killed. In one instance, the reason that we hear about the Yazidi women, in one instance, 700 men, husbands, were taken outside the town, outside the city, and shot all within an hour and a half, 2 hours. And so many of these women, the children were taken away, and many of them trained to fight for ISIL. These ISIL are continuously targeting Christian groups, Yazidis, and Muslim groups that don't see it exactly their way. Can she tell us a little bit more, perhaps, just about the plight specifically, not of the Yazidis, but of the women who are there as refugees?
For Sarnia Lambton, very briefly.
My colleague for his question, and definitely, you know what, they're being raped every day. Every day that this government doesn't act, more women are being brutally raped. And so I hear lots about talking and consulting and visiting and thinking, but what I really want to hear is action to bring these Yazidi women here.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Colombian government and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or FARC, reached a peace treaty which ended 52 years of armed conflict. The Bloc Québécois recognizes this historic agreement and congratulates the Colombian president, Juan Manuel Santos, the most recent recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. However, this agreement was rejected by the population by a very tight margin in a referendum with a very low turnout. This illustrates how difficult it can be to overcome the suffering and the scars of 52 years. It's difficult, but it also takes courage. On behalf of all of the direct and indirect victims of this conflict, on behalf of the young people of this country who deserve a safe country where they can live and flourish, it's important to continue on the path to peace. We call upon the different parties to pursue this dialogue, to take an inclusive approach, and to work for a positive future for all Colombians.
Marassa has an amazing history. In 1631, Charles de La Tour was named governor of Acadia. He built a trading fortress at the mouth of the St. John River. In 1645, Fort La Tour was attacked by Charles d'Aulnay with a competing claim as governor. The Battle of St. John was the climax of the Acadian Civil War. La Tour was away, vastly outnumbered. His wife led the defense. Stalemated, d'Aulnay offered amnesty. He hung them all, forcing Lady La Tour to watch. She died soon after. Fort La Tour was finally taken by the British in 1654. Active for over 5,000 years, occupied by the Malecite and Mi'kmaq nations, attacked by the British, Scottish, and French forces, this site is of national significance. Fort Latour connects the integrated traditions that make up our nation. Working with Beth Kelly Hatt of the Fort Latour Development Authority, Andy Dixon of the Port of St. John, Mayor Don Darling, and Minister Ed Doherty, we hope to get shovels in the ground before Canada 150 to build this historic asset. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The North Okanagan Shuswap is an amazing place to live and work. Amazing partly due to the variety of small businesses that thrive and support our local communities. Whether you're on a snowmobile tour of the glaciers near Eagle Pass or a scenic paddle on Kalamalka Lake, whether you're a grape grower like Graydon at Recline Ridge or a welder like Wayne at Valid, whether you enjoy a Merlot on a wine tour with Mary Jo or a drink of milk with a dairy farmer like Henry, you are part of supporting small businesses that keep our communities employed, fed, and sometimes wined and dined. On Small Business Week, I salute the small businesses of the North Okanagan Shuswap and encourage everyone to come and visit what I consider to be the best place on earth. You may never leave. And on this, the one-year anniversary of my first full day as a member of Parliament, I thank again the members of the North Okanagan for placing their trust in me, and I promise to uphold that trust. Thank you.
For Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Centennial College in Scarborough revolutionized post-secondary education in Ontario, and this week it celebrated its 50th anniversary. At its inception, Centennial College had 514 students and offered only 16 programs. Today, it has grown to become a world-class institution with over 40,000 full and part-time students. It has an alumni base of over 120,000 graduates. Centennial College currently offers a wide variety of programs across 5 campuses, including one in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. As a former student and instructor, and more recently as an MP in Scarborough, I'm incredibly proud of Centennial's role in being a gateway for success for people of all ages. It has prepared generations of Canadians to enter and advance their careers. I want to thank its president, Ann Buller, and all the students and educators who have shaped Centennial College over the years and into an incredible institution it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was happy to spend Thanksgiving with friends and family in my beautiful riding of Kootenay, Columbia. On October 16th, I celebrated World Food Day with the Kootenay Conservation Group WildSite through their Food for Thought online summit. The summit offered communities across the country an opportunity to engage in meaningful discussion on what we can do to raise awareness about food security at a local level. Supporting and celebrating local farmers, food manufacturers, and retailers is essential to achieving food security goals. As we take time this week to celebrate National Small Business Week, so too should we celebrate all levels of local food production in Canada. That's why I was proud to table my private member's bill, C-281, which would designate the Friday before Thanksgiving of each year as National Local Food Day. Mr. Speaker, food matters from farm to fork. I urge all members of Parliament to support our local food businesses and National Local Food Day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the east end of Hamilton has produced many outstanding Canadians, and none better than the Copps family. And sadly, the matriarch of that great family, Geraldine, has passed away. She was the wife of our greatest mayor, the mother of a deputy prime minister, a member of city council, a citizenship court judge, and in my case, a good neighbor. As kids, we made sure to stop at their house on Halloween because Mrs. Copps gave out the best treats. Later, we learned when she entered politics that the nice lady was also a fiery competitor, never one to back away from a challenge. For her children, though, Sheila, Brenda, Mary, and Kevin, she was a kind, generous, thoughtful mother and grandmother, deeply loved by her family and all of those close to her. How proud she must have been when her daughter Sheila became the first sitting MP in Canadian history to give birth when Danielle was born in 1987, and proud to drop the first puck ever in Copps Coliseum. Jerry Copps was truly Hamilton's first lady, Mr. Speaker, and her gifts carry on through her wonderful family.
Honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I'm truly humbled to rise in this House today to say thank you to an incredible group of volunteers who gave tirelessly their time and efforts, who believed in a guy from the Cariboo with big dreams, because without their help, I would not be rising in my seat today. After 65,000 kilometers driven, over 30,000 doors knocked, and over 60,000 phone calls made, 1 year ago, yesterday, the incredible people of Caribou Prince George elected me. I want to thank everyone who has joined me on this incredible whirlwind of a journey. Thank you for your calls, your emails, your Facebook posts, and your tweets. Thank you for believing in me. I hope over the last year I've delivered on our promise of being visible and of being present. I hope I've demonstrated that I'm willing to stand and fight for the Caribou, of delivering the voice of the Caribou to Ottawa. Moreover, I hope you've seen a member of Parliament who cares deeply about our region. And from Kelly, Cassie, Jordan, Josh, and myself, I just want to say thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, our ambitious city of Hamilton is making a feast of Small Business Week by hosting our first annual Nosh Festival, a week-long celebration of our city's culinary scene. Nosh is showcasing variety in Hamilton's kitchens through a series of mouth-watering events. There are many diverse foodie scenes in Hamilton. I have had the pleasure of enjoying wonderful meals at the Ancaster Mill, Quatrefoil, Couche Bistro, Carmen's, India Village, Sammy Joe's, and the Bean Bar, to name a few. I wish to acknowledge that local stores that I shop at regularly, like Coombray's Meats and Piconi's Fine Foods, contribute to the incredible food scene in the Hammer. Hamilton is just a delicious place to live these days, Mr. Speaker. I invite you and all my colleagues to come and taste what Hamilton has to offer.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Speaker. It's with great sadness that I inform the House of the passing of Dr. Douglas Peters, my predecessor as MP for Scarborough East. Born and raised in Brandon, Manitoba, Dr. Peters rose from humble beginnings to pursue a distinguished career as a banker, economist, and public servant. He took his first job as entry-level bank clerk before graduating from Queen's University and then earning a doctorate at the prestigious Wharton School of Finance. In 1966, Dr. Peters became the chief economist and senior vice president of the Toronto Dominion Bank, a position he held for 27 years. He was elected to Parliament in 1993 and was in the cabinet until 1997. A committed Keynesian, Dr. Peters advocated for a robust role of government in the economy. Following his retirement from politics, he volunteered with the Canadian Executive overseas, and his task was to reform the post-Soviet banking system. It was with a profound feeling of respect that we say farewell to this impressive parliamentarian. Our thoughts and prayers are with Dr. Peters' family at this difficult time.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to acknowledge an incredible individual that I have had the privilege of working alongside for many of my 10 years as Member of Parliament. I'm speaking of Tana Nash, Executive Director of the Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council. Tana, thank you for sharing your personal story of grief and loss, and for turning your loss into something so positive. Your personal warmth, coupled with your vast knowledge, make a difference for so many Canadians. In addition to your work in establishing World Suicide Prevention Day and other initiatives in the Waterloo region, I want to recognize your work as Executive Director for the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention. As you focus your efforts locally once again, I thank you on behalf of all residents of Waterloo Region for your tireless dedication to suicide prevention across Canada and for the great example you set in our community. Tana, you are a hero to many, and I count myself in that number. As the government prepares to report back to Canadians on progress regarding a national framework for suicide prevention, I look forward to working with you to offer hope to all Canadians. Thank you, Tana.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, at least 15 intrusions happened in University Laval. This is at the heart of my riding. There were 15 intrusions, and 4 of them involved sexual assaults. Over 1,000 people gathered last night for a vigil in solidarity with the victims to highlight the courage of these young women who denounced their aggressors. On behalf of all of my colleagues in the House, I want to pass along my sympathy and my solidarity with the victims. This is Women's History Month in Canada. This is an opportunity to honor all of the exceptional women who helped build our country. And it's also another opportunity for us, Mr. Speaker, to get closer to gender equality. We still have a long road to walk, and one of the first steps that we need to take together is to fight rape culture in all of its forms, starting now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, as this is Women's History Month, I'd like to take this opportunity to mention the extraordinary contribution of women in building our country. One woman in particular has inspired me for years. Her name is Virginia Cisneros. She's the leader of a department at the Maison Internationale de la Rive-Sud. She has helped thousands of immigrants successfully resettle in our region. For more than 25 years, Virginia has been at the heart of efforts to help newcomers integrate on the South Shore, both in terms of social integration and economic integration. She's absolutely indispensable. She's been on the front lines promoting diversity, which is one of the great strengths of my riding. Once again, I'd like to congratulate Virginia for her years of commitment to our community.
Virginia, te admiro mucho.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the PM's devastating tax will make every single thing more expensive for everyone. It's regressive. It'll hurt the most vulnerable and the poorest the most. In Lakeland, so many people are hurting, losing their livelihoods, their homes, bracing for tougher times ahead. While my constituents are struggling, wondering how to pay the bills, the Liberals are attacking Alberta's families, farms, businesses, municipalities, and charities, with even more costs at the very worst time. A Vegreville restaurant predicts major increases, causing reduced staff hours and layoffs. A local feedlot says the carbon tax will wipe out their whole profit margin, hiking costs $500,000 annually. One county says it'll tank their already sinking revenues, so road and bridge upkeep will cease. Crews will have to be laid off. An Athabasca family farmer said their costs will skyrocket, over $130,000 annually at the least. Albertans and Canadians can't afford this dangerous Liberal scheme.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anyone has read the wonderful novel, The 9 Lives of Charlotte Taylor by Sally Armstrong, then you have read about the great-great-great-great-grandmother of Nellie Harris of Tabasantac, a community in my riding of Miramichi Grand Lake. I was recently invited to Nellie's 110th birthday party. Nellie is still a very fine, smart, beautiful lady who has spent her lives on the picturesque but rugged North Shore of New Brunswick, having received a congratulatory message from Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Canada's Governor-General, His Excellency David Johnson, and of course our Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada. It was a great day for Nellie, who, surrounded by her family and friends, blew all the candles on her cake. I promised Nellie that I would rise in the House as soon as I could, so that the members from across Canada could join me in wishing her a happy 110th birthday party. So thank you, Nellie. Happy birthday, Nellie.
Honourable député de Jonquière.
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, last spring I was very proud to be named an ambassador at the Club of Ambassadors of Arvida, which is an exceptional heritage district in my riding. I'd like to mention how important this unique example of industrial heritage is. Built in 1926 in record time, Arvida is the cradle of Canada's aluminum industry. It's distinguished by its fine architecture and well-preserved homes. This is why Arvida won 2 prestigious architectural prizes and was designated a National Historic Site in 2012. A Heritage Designation Committee in Arvida is working tirelessly to have it added to the UN World Heritage List. Now that the list for Canadian sites has been reopened, we are convinced that Arvida has what it takes to get on the list.
Kirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today we remember and honor the lives of 2 members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, who was murdered in St. Jean-sur-le-Château on October 20th, 2014, and Corporal Nathan Cirillo, who was gunned down 2 days later in Ottawa while guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier. These soldiers were targeted simply because they are wearing their uniforms. Many of us in this chamber were present when that terrorist threat entered this building. We are forever grateful for the quick and courageous response by the Parliamentary Security Officers, RCMP, and Ottawa City Police. When human instinct is to flee, these officers ran historically towards danger. Less than 24 hours after the attack, my colleagues and I returned to Parliament to perform our duties to represent Canadians. Our determination, the work we do, was only strengthened that day. So too is the resolve of the Canadian Armed Forces in their mission to defeat the evils of terror. Terrorism will not stop the work of our troops. It will not shake our democratic institutions, nor will it intimidate us as Canadians.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Business Week, as we know, and we recognize the vital role small businesses play in our economy and in all our communities. As a former small business operator, I understand the risks that owners take when they start out. I know how hard it is to grow your business, yet how satisfying it is to hire that new employee to grow and to thrive. Small and medium-sized businesses are 99% of Canadian businesses. They account for 40% of our GDP and employ 10.5 million Canadians. I want to take this opportunity to thank all our small businesses from coast to coast to coast. You're doing great work in our communities.
Our government applauds you. We're committed to working with you to help you thrive and to strengthen our economy. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, things are getting worse and worse when it comes to the relations between the provinces and the federal government when it comes to health. Now, the government doesn't want to respect provincial jurisdiction and Canada's constitution that gives us rights. So why is the government imposing other conditions on the provinces? Honourable Minister of House.
10 years there was a government in this Canada that paid precious little attention to health. We now have a government that is firmly committed to play the role that we have a responsibility to play in the matter of health. We are active participants in making sure that Canadians are healthy, that they have healthcare systems that work for them. We have a responsibility to be good stewards of the public purse and to make sure that when we make investments in health, that they go to healthcare.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean.
During the Warren government, we have heard at the record level the transfer done to the province, but we have done something. We have done something. We have respected the jurisdiction in the provinces, what they are not doing now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, healthcare is under provincial authority, and this Prime Minister and this Minister want to tell to the province what to do from Ottawa for sure. That doesn't just respect the province, that don't respect the country's constitution. Why the Prime Minister putting other conditions on health transfers to provinces?
Honourable Minister of Health.
During the decade of the previous government, tens of billions of dollars of new money went into healthcare, but it did not transform healthcare systems in this country. I talk to Canadians all the time who say that while we are proud of our publicly funded healthcare system, we know that it needs transformation, that there are actually better ways to deliver healthcare. We have a responsibility to, of course, respect jurisdictions, but to work with our colleagues, as we are doing, to make sure that we invest in health and that it actually goes to improve healthcare systems.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean.
The health system of the provinces instead of them. That's what she said, Mr. Speaker. She wants to change the health system. That's the provincial jurisdiction. Mais plus important que ça encore, Monsieur.
But even more important, Mr. Speaker, when we have the honour to be a minister, we have to make sure we are beyond any reproach. We have to avoid conflicts of interest, especially when we are the Minister of Finance. So $1,500 enabled people to have access to the Minister of Finance, to lobby him, to ask for favors. So we want to know how this is acceptable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that
These kinds of fundraisers are part of the activities of people in every party. We made sure that all rules and laws were followed when it comes to fundraising, and we make sure that we obey those rules.
House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the finance minister had the audacity to say that his $1,500 cash for access Liberal fundraiser was part of his budget consultations. Right. What a sad joke. To add insult to injury, the Liberals defended their Halifax appointee, Jim Spatz, who gave the Liberals $1,500 to attend said fundraiser. This is completely contrary to all the rules. If the finance minister won't admit that what he did was unethical, will the Prime Minister do the right thing, enforce his own rules with his own cabinet?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've just said in French, I'll say in English, that events like this one are part of every party's fundraising engagement work. Federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislation and regulations in the country, and the party fully complies with the Elections Act in all cases. The rules that the previous government put in place. This event was open, and anyone who purchased a ticket was welcome to attend. The event was made public online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
This is not the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker, but let me read from my honourable colleague from the Prime Minister's own instructions for his ministers. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duty or the access of individuals to government. Well, it's clear the Minister of Finance was charging a price and then giving special access to individuals who could benefit from that access. It's wrong. When will this government start becoming ethical, accountable, and stop misusing the public trust?
Okay, Honourable Government House Leader, order.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that, part of every party's activities is fundraising.
Members may not like the answer, but we need to hear it. And I certainly want to be able to hear it, and I'm having difficulty hearing some of the answers, so I ask members to listen to the answer, all the answers, but right now, Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, federal politics is subject to some of the strictest financing legislation and regulations in the country, and the party fully complies with the Elections Act in all cases. These are the rules that were put in place by the previous government, and if it worked for them then, why doesn't it work for them now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ethics rules were very clear. I want to quote, "There should be no preferential access to government or the appearance of preferential access for political donors." Now it's come to light that the Minister of Finance has held cash for access fundraisers. These occurred at the same time and in the same locations as his budget consultation tour. No wonder the Liberals love consultations. Are the new ethics standards promised to Canadians in effect for Liberal ministers as well? Yes or no?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's very much true that the Minister of Finance is consulting with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In our election campaign, which concluded just yesterday, a year ago yesterday, we committed to Canadians that we will consult with Canadians, we will listen to them, and we will improve the systems that are in place. The Minister of Finance has heard from record numbers when it comes to this budget consultation, and that's why we are delivering on the commitments that we have made to Canadians. We will continue to do the good work that we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were elected because they promised real change. But in reality, they are just using the standards that were set by the Conservatives. After the Minister of Finance, we are learning that a number of ministers will have these types of VIP fundraisers. We still don't have the details of the private meetings with the Minister of Finance, but we want to know how many people were present and what was he asked for.
Honourable Chief Government House Leader.
Mr.
Speaker, The member knows very well that these kinds of activities are the types of fundraisers that every party holds. The rules were set by the Conservative government, and we are still following the same rules. I would remind the honourable member for Beauport and to listen carefully. The honourable member. Well, thanks to the Minister of Health from Quebec, we now know that when the Liberals provide the funding for health care, they want to know what their political gain is. So that's what the Minister of Health is taking as her approach. We have to not play politics with health. Can the minister rise in this House and confirm that her government is prepared to invest in mental health as called for by the provinces? Okay. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Spoke to my counterparts, the ministers of health in the provinces and territories. I made it very clear to them that this is not a political discussion. This is about doing the right thing for Canadians. This is about good public policy. I am very committed to the matter of mental health care. I have a mandate to make sure that Canadians have better mental health care, but I also have a responsibility to make sure that when we invest in mental health care, when we invest in home care, when we invest in palliative care, that Canadians will see that they actually get better access to care.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals may be walking away from a new commitment to mental health funding. Quebec's health minister said that he was worried that funding for mental illness isn't a priority for this finance minister or this prime minister, and I quote, because they don't see a political gain in it. While it may not pay off like cash for access fundraisers, I can assure you that for Canadians suffering from mental illness, there is much to gain. Will the Liberals commit to real negotiations with the provinces based on that rather than based on political calculations?
Here, here. The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the matter of mental illness in this country, I will never play politics. I know that mental illness affects every Canadian. Every one of us in this chamber are affected by mental illness. This is a very serious matter. When I met with my counterparts, they wanted to talk about money. I wanted to talk about health. I wanted to talk about how we can actually help Canadians to have better mental health care. I'm determined to do that, and I really look forward to working with my counterparts to make that happen.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Prime Minister said, quote, there should be no preferential access to government. But his finance minister disobeyed that directive with a $1,500 ticket fundraiser last week. While Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables and keep a roof over their heads, the finance minister is giving special attention to his fellow rich Liberal friends who paid $1,500 for the privilege of talking to him. When will the Liberals stop padding their pockets and start listening to average Canadians who can't pay his $1,500 entry fee?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, events like this have taken place, and they take place in every single political party. And it's important that we recognize that this was an open event available to anybody who wanted to purchase a ticket. That is the case. This event was made available online so that everyone was able to see what the information is. What's important to note is that our party fully complies with the Elections Act in all cases, and that act was put in place by the previous government. Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Liberals prefer to listen to their wealthy donors, not everyday Canadians. Yep. This finance minister makes life more difficult for struggling Canadian families, more difficult to find a job, more difficult to save, more taxes to pay, more expensive to live. Canadians who've been hurt the most by this finance minister are the least able to pay the $1,500 entry fee for his budget consultations. When will he start listening to average Canadians?
Government House, the Honourable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Say to the Honourable Member that we have started our pre-budget consultation and we're going to consult Canadian. But I'm very happy to rise in this House today to say about the great work that the Minister of Finance has been doing in 1 year, Mr. Speaker. In 1 year, we reduced taxes for the middle class. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan. We invested in student grants. We invested in our senior. We invested historically in infrastructure. We invested in innovation. That's the record of this Minister of Finance, and will continue, Mr. Speaker.
I'm having no trouble hearing the questions. I'm having trouble hearing the answers. I'd ask members to settle down, or we may have fewer questions than normal.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this government can't seem to learn from its mistakes. It continues to organize secret fundraisers and give well-off Canadians special access to various ministers. And yesterday we heard the Minister of Finance try to defend the indefensible. Tonight, the Prime Minister himself in London is taking part in a secret fundraiser that isn't on his official agenda. So couldn't the Liberals spend more time working on the economy and creating jobs and less time selling privileged access to these ministers? Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleague exactly what we have done. We have a great economic promotion record. We have the most enviable record. We have reduced taxes on the middle class. We've introduced the child tax credit. We've improved the Canada Pension Plan. We have improved benefits for the elderly. We've invested in infrastructure and innovation, and this is what we've done for the economy, and we are going to carry on doing that. Honourable member. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected just 1 year ago, and it looks like the good old Liberal Party of Canada, because these aren't sunny ways, but rather cloudy ways, leading to serious ethical problems. Not only are ministers selling access to the well-off, but the Prime Minister is going to do the very same thing tonight. Would it be too much to ask that the Prime Minister comply with the ethical rules that he issued himself for his cabinet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, but I would like my colleague to focus on what Canadians are interested in, and what they told us during the pre-budget consultations is that they want help for the middle class. That's what we are doing. We are helping families in the middle class. We did that through the child benefit. We did that through improvements to the CPP, and we're going to continue to improve the economy. We are the envy of other countries around the world. We are helping the economy.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister defended his Cash for Access scheme, claiming it was part of the consultation process for the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, the average Canadians are going to be disgusted to learn that they now have to fork over a $1,500 donation to the Liberal Party to be heard on the upcoming budget. If the event was part of the consultation process, as the Finance Minister claims, will he rise in the House and tell Canadians, number one, who attended the event and what was promised to their friends?
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the colleague to allow me to talk about pre-budget consultation, Mr. Speaker. Last year we did pre-budget consultation with Canadians. I went from Moncton to Yellowknife with the minister. We heard from more than 215,000 Canadians, heard 5,300 submissions, and we're continuing, Mr. Speaker. We started our pre-budget consultation, the earliest in history, Mr. Speaker, in September. Tomorrow I'm going to be in Quebec City listening to Canadians about what they want for this economy, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, but that's what Canadians want.
I'd ask the member for Barrie-Innisfil and others to listen carefully and not interrupt. The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, we have learned that at least 20 Cash for Access fundraisers have taken place within this year with senior cabinet ministers and even the Prime Minister. The Finance Minister defended these shakedowns as part of the consultation process. The Finance Minister did 2 of these events in August and will be doing another one in November. Even the Prime Minister is doing his own $1,500 Cash for Access event tonight in London, Ontario. So will the minister come clean about who he's meeting and what he promised his friends, or do I have to give him $1,500 to get an answer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy for the question from my colleague. Actually, I invite him to Quebec City tomorrow. I can assure him it's going to be free, Mr. Speaker. As all the pre-budget consultation that we're going to be conducting in this country, we're on the run, Mr. Speaker, to hear about what matters to Canadians. Canadians want us to listen to them. That's what the previous government was not able to do. What we're doing is engaging with Canadians to hear about their priorities and working for Canadians. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it works fine. That's why we're sitting on this side of the House.
Member for Skeena-Baltic Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree that the amount of arrogance for the Republican candidate to tell Americans that if he doesn't win the election, well, then it must be rigged. Yet after promising to end our unfair election system in his platform, in his throne speech, and now in the House of Commons many times, this Prime Minister now tells Canadians, well, because he won the last election, the system must now be perfect. Canadians are tired of self-serving politicians making promises just to get elected. So will this Prime Minister honor his commitment to make every vote count, or is he going to use his popularity to trump promises he doesn't want to keep?
The Minister for Democratic Institutions.
I thank my honourable colleague for his commitment to this file, for the work that he's doing on the Special All-Party Committee on Electoral Reform. This Prime Minister has and is honouring his commitment. We brought together a committee made up of all parties to go and hear directly from Canadians, to hear from experts and academics. And the member opposite knows well that they will be providing us with a report on December 1st with their recommendations we are eagerly awaiting, and we will use that report, Mr. Speaker, to make a thoughtful recommendation to this House.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, to scheme means to make plans, especially with intent to do something illegal or wrong. In opposition, the Liberals promised everyone that they would be changing this unfair election system. But oddly, once they were elected with only 39% of the votes, it sure looks like that good old system is just fine. So will they stop making a mockery of everyone, or will they finally keep their promise and reform our election system?
Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it is October 20th. On December 1st, the Special All-Party Committee, empowered to study this very matter, will report back their recommendations on electoral reform. We've been very clear all along, Mr. Speaker, of the respect we have for the independence of this committee. We've been clear that we will not move forward on any reforms without the broad support of Canadians. I urge my honourable members on the committee to work together and provide us with one report outlining the areas where they've been able to find common ground.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, during the Special Immigration Committee study of the Yazidi genocide, a Liberal member suggested that because of the Yazidi refugees' ancient culture, they might not integrate well into Canadian society. Well, that suggestion, properly rejected by genocide survivor Nadia Murad and Canadians of Yazidi origin. Mr. Speaker, there are many Canadians, including descendants of the Holocaust and other genocides, offering private sponsorship of Yazidis, particularly widows and girls. Why is the Minister and the Liberal government ignoring them?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, far from ignoring it, we are acutely conscious of the tragic situation facing the Yazidis, and it was to that end that we had discussions throughout the day with the Conservative Party with a view to finding a motion that all of us could support, because in my view this issue is such that it should go beyond partisan issues and we should be able to agree. In the end, no agreement was reached, but that does not diminish our concern and our determination to act on this issue.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Allied coalition battle for the liberation of Mosul will, we hope, see the liberation of more Yazidi women and girls enslaved and brutalized by the ISIS death cult. But the villages, towns, and cities that have been freed are largely uninhabitable. Any Yazidis freed will have only inadequate sanctuary in the Kurdish region of Iraq, unrecognized as refugees by the UN. Why will Canada not fulfill its Genocide Convention obligations and circumvent unworkable UNHCR protocols?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, far from not living up to our obligations, a group of officials from my department just returned yesterday from a visit to Iraq, to the region, and it was there that they interviewed Syrian refugees, and in addition they consulted with UNHCR, an international organization for migration, to determine the best ways to bring over Yazidis and others who have been hurt by ISIL. So, therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything we can, but the member would understand that with a war going on in Mosul, it's not the easiest region.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, doing everything they can means that they've brought 9 Yazidis to Canada, and that's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, our party amended the motion before the House today. We took out a significant portion of the motion, which Liberal caucus members had a problem with, and we extended the timeline for the government to act and bring Yazidis to Canada to 120 days. That's 4 months. Can the minister explain the difference on why they could bring 25,000 Syrian refugees to Canada in a two-month period commitment, but can't do this?
Not one. Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Before, we made strong attempts to find an agreement with the opposition. In the end, they would not agree to our position. My position is that we will do everything we can to work in this area, but to guarantee a certain number by a certain date is not possible when you consider the war, when you Mr. Speaker, is one cannot guarantee a precise date when a war.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, does 25,000 refugees by December 31st, 2015 ring a bell? This is the epitome of hypocrisy. My question to the minister is this. We have a reasonable motion that has been accepted by all parties in here that has tangible action for Yazidis. Why on earth can the government not stand up and say that they will bring Yazidi sex slave girls to Canada?
Now let's hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, nothing makes me prouder than the fact that we brought in 2016 3 or 4 times more refugees than they did, and in 4 short months we brought in 25,000 Syrian refugees, and I, as a Canadian, am very proud of that accomplishment. And in addition, we will work to bring in Yazidis and others who have been oppressed by Daesh in the years going forward.
The honourable member for Desnethie, Missinippi, Churchill River. Order.
Yesterday, students and faculty gathered to protest the cuts to NORTAP programs in the Range. These programs train many First Nations, Métis, and non-Aboriginal professionals in northern Saskatchewan. Graduates go on to be leaders in our communities and build bright futures for Northerners. Liberals promise to invest $50 million in First Nations post-secondary education. Where is it? Will the Liberals ensure that programs like NORTAP receive funding that strengthens education services for Northerners?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question and her ongoing advocacy for students and for her constituents. Our government is totally committed to improving access to post-secondary education for Indigenous students, and we are pursuing a whole-of-government approach to achieving this critical goal. We have increased the Canada Student Grants by 50% this year and are working with students, parents, educators, and Indigenous groups to improve access to these funds for First Nations students. We are also committed to working with Indigenous communities to expand the scope of post-secondary student support in the areas of
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Baie-James.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik to you. Mr. Speaker, you know that when movements like Deeds Not Words exist, it's probably because we need more than the rhetoric here in this House, words that are never translated into action. According to the Department of Indigenous Affairs, $2 billion are needed immediately to fix 115 First Nations schools. Given the promises for First Nations education were broken, cut by $800 million, what is the government waiting for to finally take action and to fix these schools now? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important to have the best education possible for First Nations. We have invested almost $1 billion in infrastructure, school infrastructure. It's a good start. It's a start, only a start, but it's what we're working on.
Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer in my beautiful riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, I had the opportunity to meet with many youth organizations to discuss the challenges that they face with respect to employment. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour please update this House on activities that she has taken to break down job barriers, to help youth get employment, and what steps have occurred to create an expert panel on youth employment?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, and point out that Canadian youth are facing unprecedented employment challenges. We all recognize. And I'm so pleased to inform the House that we have established an expert youth panel on youth employment on this Monday. I encourage all Canadians and youth to participate in informing the Council, and that the Council will be reporting to myself and to this House in the spring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Louis Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the Finance Minister will announce new recommendation from his so-called Growth Council, because he knows so well that his currently planned isn't working. While there are many smart people in the Minister Council, not one of them is an entrepreneur or an owner of business. And then you have the Prime Minister. Instead of meeting Canadian tech companies who are in Ottawa today, he snubbed them to hang out with Amazon, one of their biggest competitors. So when the Liberal will pay respect to the real creator of wealth and job, our entrepreneur?
The Honourable Mr. Secretary for Finance.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Louis Saint Laurent. We very much welcome the recommendation from the Growth Council, Mr. Speaker. I have met with them this morning, and they're doing astonishing work. But I would say to the member what we're doing, and invite him. We're going to be in the city tomorrow, actually. We're going to be in Quebec City meeting entrepreneur. I will be with the Young Chamber of Commerce, meeting with them about the budget, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to go from town to town in this country, in every region of the country, because we want to hear from Canadians. Last year, we heard from 250,000 of them. Many of them were entrepreneurs. That's why we have measures in the budget that are going to grow the economy. We're doing exactly the same this year, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Chamber of Commerce of Quebec. This is why we got elected 5 Conservative members in Quebec City. Now,
Mr. Speaker, we know that there are real estate problems in Toronto and Vancouver. In order to remedy the problem, the minister announced just a few days ago measures that will affect all Canadians who want to buy homes. There are problems in Toronto and Vancouver, but elsewhere, housing prices have dropped. In Calgary, for example, Edmonton, Quebec, housing prices have gone down between 3.5 and 4.5%.
Parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent for his very pertinent question. We know that for Canadians, buying a home is the most important or significant investment in their lives. And that's why we took steps to ensure long-term stability in this market. The most recent measures announced by the Minister of Finance will ensure consistency with respect to insurance. It will increase equity eliminate loopholes, and will also be holding a consultation, Mr. Speaker. These measures will ensure that families' biggest asset will be there for the long term for them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the dream of most young families to own their own home, but this millionaire Minister of Finance is putting that dream out of reach by making it harder to qualify for a mortgage and by introducing a carbon tax to make everything more expensive. What does this minister have against young families and why is he making it harder for them to get by?
The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary.
Speaker, I would invite the member on the other side to look at everything we've done for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. The first thing we did was to reduce taxes, and they voted against this, Mr. Speaker. But let me answer his question. We understand for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker, that buying a house is the most important investment they'll have in their lifetime. And that's why we're taking measures to ensure the long-term stability of the housing market in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the measure that we just introduced will make sure that we bring consistency to mortgage rule, improve tax fairness, and protect taxpayers. I'm sure that this member believes that those are the right measures to protect people who own a house in this country for the long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is borrowing ever-increasing sums of money to fulfill the Liberals' tax and spend agenda while lecturing Canadians about the risk of easy credit and excessive debt when they just want to buy a home. Right. Why does he keep adding taxes and making it harder for young families to qualify for mortgages instead of practicing what he preaches, reining in his own out-of-control borrowing? He's the one mortgaging our children's future.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member would understand that when interest rates are low, that's the time to invest. That's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. We've invested in the Canadian economy, and I would point out to the member not only that the IMF, the OECD, the World Bank are taking that what Canada is doing to invest in inclusive growth, to invest in infrastructure, to invest in innovation. That's the way to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
It's easy to call yourself a feminist, but standing up for gender equality takes action. My colleague from Burnaby South was doing just that with his bill designed to get more women in federal politics. But yesterday, 126 Liberal MPs voted with the Conservatives to defeat the bill. Even the Minister of the Status of Women voted to defeat the Gender Equality Act.
Terrible.
When women only make up 26% of this House, why did the Liberals vote to defeat the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I thank my honourable colleagues on the opposite side of the bench for their commitment to gender parity, for ensuring that we bring not only more women to participate as candidates, but allowing them to win and actually come to this place. And once they get here, allowing them to succeed and feel like they belong here. While we agree with the spirit of the member's bill, the bill was flawed. I offered to work with the party opposite to bring forward measures after we've heard from the Committee on Electoral Reform to ensure that unintended consequences that the bill presented initially are addressed. And Mr. Speaker, I remain committed to that, and I look forward to working with members.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals made real promises to First Nations that were based upon respect. It has now been a year since the Liberals had took power, and we've seen nothing but disrespect from this government towards the Nuu-chah-nulth people. The government's own lawyers are trying to restrict and minimize their rights to catch and sell fish on their traditional territory, rights that were upheld by the Supreme Court 7 years ago. When will this Prime Minister take his own promises seriously, show true respect for the Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations, and begin fair negotiations?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. He knows full well that we've committed to renewing a nation-to-nation dialogue with Indigenous people across the country. I had the privilege of meeting Nuu-chah-nulth leaders in Ottawa in June to continue the dialogue. We respect the rights that the courts have found for these important First Nations. And, Mr. Speaker, we also believe that through a nation-to-nation dialogue, we'll be able to advance mutually satisfactory interests in terms of conserving salmon and offering them the rights-based access that we respect.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister announced his Supreme Court appointment process, he promised that members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee would have an opportunity to directly engage with the nominee. But we now learn that nearly half of the members of the committee will not have an opportunity to ask a question, and those that do will be limited to one one-minute question. Hardly meaningful parliamentary participation. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister break his word yet again?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand up and speak about Justice Rowe, who is the Prime Minister's nominee and the historic appointment of the first Newfoundland and Labrador Justice to the Supreme Court of Canada. We are following through with our commitment to ensure an open and transparent process, engaging with parliamentarians. That is why former Prime Minister Kim Campbell and I are appearing before the Justice Committee on Monday. That is why on Tuesday we are having an open forum wherein the public and members in this House and the other House can engage and get to know the next Supreme Court Justice.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the government's parliamentary vetting process has about as much credibility as an episode of Judge Judy. Instead of an opportunity to engage in dialogue, members of Parliament are being invited to the University of Ottawa to be props before a live studio audience for a Q&A hosted by a non-parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, is this the government's idea of meaningful parliamentary participation, or is this an attempt at creating a reality TV show?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of the Prime Minister instituting a new process for the appointment of a Supreme Court of Canada Justice where no process existed before. We have an eminently qualified jurist that is the nominee for the Supreme Court of Canada. This is an open and transparent process where there are multiple opportunities for members in this House to engage not only with myself, but to engage and ask questions of the next Supreme Court Justice. This is a fundamental institution of our system, and the respect conveyed to Justice Rowe is provided on Tuesday, and I look forward.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Minister of Democratic Reform thinks that she's different than every other Canadian. In fact, her own staff are saying that the rules that apply to every other Canadian don't apply to her. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the Minister providing the results of her cross-Canada consultations to the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. When asked why she hadn't submitted, her staff said she's not the general public. So it's the same old story, Mr. Speaker. One rule for the Liberals and another for the rest of us. So why does this minister think she's above the rules that every other Canadian has to follow?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to stand and speak in my capacity as Member of Parliament for the beautiful riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, where, unlike the member opposite, I hosted not one, not two, not three, but 7 town halls in Peterborough, 2, 1 in Havelock, 1 in Buckhorn, 1 in Durrow, and 1 in Apsley. Mr. Speaker, the report from the results of those town halls where nearly 500 persons engaged was submitted to the committee on October 14th, just like everyone.
Members know that it's the responsibility, in fact, the duty of the opposition to ask tough questions, and that's a good thing. But the rules here provide we don't interrupt when someone is speaking. Member for Chilliwack Hope and others know that, and I ask them to follow that rule. The honourable member for West Nova.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The judiciary plays a vital role in Canada as it upholds the rule of law, ensures the laws of Canada are respected, and helps protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians.
And deserve a judiciary that reflects the diverse face of Canada. Would the Minister of Justice please update the House on the Superior Court's appointments process? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from West Nova for the question. Today I was pleased to announce that we have moved forward to fill urgent vacancies and I am confident in the outstanding quality of these appointments and their dedication to ensure that we have just outcomes for Canadians. Further, I'm very pleased to announce that we have instituted a new appointments process which will identify and work towards having a bench across this country that reflects the diversity of Canada to ensure that we continue to be a leader in the world with respect to our independence and with respect to the quality of our justice system.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were surprised last spring when the Agriculture Minister appointed a failed Liberal candidate as his Chief of Staff. They were astonished when they learned she owned $140 million of egg quota, and they were speechless when they heard the minister say he sure didn't see that as a conflict of interest. Now Canadians will learn that his Chief of Staff will be in court next week to face allegations of perjury over the purchase of egg quota. Canadians are curious, Mr. Speaker. How deep does this rot have to go before this minister will act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. The rules were followed completely by the Chief of Staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, on the Belle-Dune project, the Quebec Liberal MPs don't seem concerned by resolutions adopted by municipalities calling for an evaluation of the potential risk to their residents. Every day, 220 cars will carry crude oil, 3 times as many as caused the tragedy in Lake Megantic. Is the Minister of Transport, who always boasts about railway safety being his #1 priority, ready to risk a second Lake Megantic? Or will he take action and order an assessment of the project? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as mandated by the Prime Minister, our government is reinforcing the safety of rail transportation system, and as such, Minister of Transportation is investing $143 million in Budget 2016 to improve rail safety and the transportation of dangerous goods. Transportation officials will continue to monitor all federal railways for compliance to ensure safer levels of operations, and will not hesitate to act to enforce enhanced safety regulations, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
There has been much talk in recent weeks about a fall economic statement from the government. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance inform the House of any updates in this regard? Comme je vous le disais en anglais.
As I said in English, there have been talk of a fall economic update by the government. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance inform this House of any updates on this topic?
Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for interest. I'm proud to inform the esteemed member of this House, first and foremost, that in just a few minutes, the Minister of Finance will indeed announce that the fall economic statement will be presented to this House on November 1st. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of what we've accomplished for the middle class and those working hard to join it, and we look forward to continuing on this path. Comme je le disais en anglais, Monsieur le Président.
As I said in English, Mr. Speaker, the fall economic update will be presented by the Minister of Finance on November 1st here in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, given their Ottawa knows best attitude, it's no surprise the Liberals are telling the provinces and territories how they should invest in health care. Not only do the Liberals feel it's their job to control everything healthcare related, shamefully they've even begun accusing the provinces of misspending the money they already get. Mr. Speaker, this is far from the collaborative approach that the Liberals promised Canadians and the premiers. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals stop trying to interfere in provincial jurisdiction?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it was my privilege to have a meeting this week with my counterparts, the Ministers of Health from the provinces and territories. It is absolutely essential on the matter of health that we collaborate with all partners. That involves people in government. I'm pleased to say that I also had consultations and meetings with stakeholders. I met with patient groups, patient advocacy groups. It's when we all work together that we will be able to see improvements in the healthcare system, for everyone to recognize their responsibility. It's a shared responsibility, and we will certainly do our part.
Good job.
Deputy de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Liberal MPs are working very hard to put Quebec into a deficit or unable to maintain its services. After having cut health transfers, Ottawa has now reduced its infrastructure investments from 50 to 40%. Once again, Quebec and the municipalities will have to foot the bill. This means hundreds of millions less for Quebec. Now, we all know that it's the Liberal Party's color is red, but can someone in that government explain why they're so bent on putting Quebec into the red? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to work with the province of Quebec on to deliver the historic commitments that we made to build and rebuild Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast. In the case of Quebec, I have approved 17 projects with a total value of $1.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely to deliver on the commitments that we have made.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals said they would do things differently on respecting jurisdiction for health care, broken promise. On infrastructure funding at 50%, another broken promise. Avios workers, a broken promise. Electoral reform, well, now that they've been elected, the Prime Minister is going to break his promise. Medical assistance in dying, a botched promise. The same party leader who said he was fed up with politicians who didn't keep their promises. Is that what real Liberal change is all about? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to answer the member for Montcalm and to inform him of what we've done. Tax cuts for the middle class, we kept our promise. Other promises kept. An increase in the Canada Pension Plan, another promise that was kept. Historic investments in investment, a promise kept. Investments for student loans, another promise we kept. Investments for seniors, another promise that we've kept. And that's what the Liberal Party is all about, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Clarisse Modeste Kerwin, Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation of Grenada. And the Honourable Vulda Ann Lawrence, Minister of Social Protection of the Republic of Guyana. And now I believe the Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, before I ask the Thursday question, I do want to congratulate my colleague, the new leader of the House for the NDP, the member from Victoria, in his new position. I also want to thank the member from Westminster Burnaby for the work that he has done over a number of years as opposition House Leader for the NDP. And even though I was only privileged to work with him for a short time, and he had a reputation of being tough and a little difficult to work with, but I don't know how my colleague, the new leader for the government feels, but I felt he was fairly good to work with. So we definitely will miss him, but we are looking forward to working with the member from Victoria, the new House Leader. So with that being said, I will ask the government if they could inform us as to what they're going to be doing this week and into next week as well. Thank you.
Full Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to agree with the Opposition House Leader and say that it has been quite delightful to work together, and I hope we can continue the relationships that we have created so that we can be productive in this place for Canadians. This
afternoon, we will continue debate on the Conservative Party's motion. Tomorrow, we will begin the study at second reading of Bill C-26 on the Canada Pension Plan.
We will call this bill on Monday and hopefully conclude debate on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we will commence debate on Bill C-25, the business framework legislation. Thursday shall be an allotted day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all honourable members for the progress on legislation so far this week. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of the opposition motion on genocide against the Yazidi people.
Order. I encourage colleagues to take their conversations, which I know are important conversations, into the lobbies where they can continue them. Order. Debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
We're on to questions, I believe, sir. I'd finished.
3 minutes remaining in questions and comments. I thank the member for that correction. Question et commentaire. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as the day has proceeded, we've heard a great deal of, I believe, sympathy and an attempt to really get a good understanding of the situation, in particular with the Yazidis, and how important it is, as much as possible, that we recognize that at the end of the day, what this is all about is how we can ensure that we are, in fact, continuing what I believe has been a fairly positive year, where Canada has opened its arms in a very compassionate way for receiving refugees, recognizing how important it is that in the Yazidi situation of the whole issue of genocide and so forth. And my question to the member is related specifically to that. Does she or her party have an actual number that they would like to ultimately see in terms of numbers of refugees of Yazidi heritage?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
To thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. You know what? Every single Yazidi girl that could be rescued from being raped another day is a positive step. I know we've done lots of good work in the past. We've shown that we can enable 25,000 to come in less than 4 months. I think that's commendable, and I would love to see as many Yazidis as we could possibly bring in that time frame. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we have time for one more question and response. Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're having an important discussion about the situation facing Yazidis, and I really do hope that some of the government members will take a look at the situation, at the motion, as well as the good faith efforts that we've made to deal with some of the concerns that government members had made, but still make this motion substantive as well. Now, the member spoke as well about the situation impacting Assyrian Christians. And it's important that we talk about Yazidis as well as we recognize the challenges facing other minorities, in particular that Assyrian Christians also face a genocide. It's not only the Yazidis. So I wonder if the member could talk a little bit more about the context about what's impacting Yazidis, but also about other communities such as Assyrian Christians.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
For the question, absolutely, the Christians are suffering genocide. There are no Christians left in Mosul. If you look at the numbers of Christians that have been reduced in the area, it's 4.4 million. That's as many as the Holocaust nearly, Mr. Speaker. And so their situation is equally dire. And in terms of the refugees that we've brought, the Christians did not come in that number because they don't go into the camps because they are killed and persecuted in the camps. And so, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the urgency for the Yazidis, I would say there's also urgency for Christians. And I would point out that there are organizations in place that have already mobilized lists of these people, the Ezra organization, the Samaritan's Purse, and they are ready to go if we can only act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My time with the honourable member from Etobicoke Centre. Puisque ça fait un an que j'ai été élu.
Since it's been a year now since I was elected to represent Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my voters for their support.
Recognize the traditional land of the Ganyangahaga, or Mohawk people, on which my riding, Chochagwe, is situated with a small greeting, Skana Sewa Gwego, which is appropriate in the context, Mr. Speaker, because it's a peace greeting.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me, but an obligation to rise today to speak to such an important subject as genocide and the motion proposed by my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill. When we speak of genocide, we immediately think of the Shoah and of the atrocities committed by the Nazis during the Second World War, especially against the Jewish people. As humans, it's easy and even normal to get angry. But as legislators, we need to remain calm and measured in our actions and in our words, because often we have only our words, and these have a strong impact, not only in Canada but also around the world. In 1948, given the atrocities committed during the Second World War, the United Nations adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This document has two central aspects: prevention and punishment. Too often in these debates, emphasis is put on repression, that is to say, punishment for the crimes committed. But that's not the most important aspect. After the Shoah, the world said, never again. And they were speaking of prevention. But this has happened many times since 1948, for example, in Srebrenica and in Rwanda, and today against the Yazidis, and also possibly against other religious groups such as Shiite Muslims. As legislators, we need to interpret the words in an act in a legal fashion, and the word genocide is a word whose legal definition is different from its popular definition. Let's look at the definition as found in the Convention. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, such as A, killing members of the group, B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, or E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another.
Placed by a mass killing or by any other of the categories just mentioned turns on whether the perpetrator had a specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, or religious groups. Crimes against humanity, on the other hand, include a much wider range of offenses and lack the specific intent to destroy a group in question as such. Both are despicable. The confusion between these two types of crime was made in a previous motion presented by the official opposition before the House, and was the reason, in fact, why many of my colleagues on this side of the House voted against it. Unfortunately, today, Mr. Speaker, we've been unable to achieve consensus among the parties, and partisanship has consumed us. The motion that we propose to the other side reads as follows: that the House A, recognize that ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people. B, acknowledge that the many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves. C, support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commissions of Inquiry on Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy: ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis." And D, call on the government to take action as soon as possible upon the recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the said report, undertake best efforts to provide asylum within 120 days to the victims of ISIS, including the Yazidi people who have experienced rape, torture, prolonged captivity, sexual slavery, and other atrocities. In the case of the Yazidis, the evidence of not only crimes against humanity, but also the crime of genocide is overwhelming, as detailed in the Human Rights Council report issued on June 15th of this year. These crimes, horrific, cannot be ignored. We, not as parliamentarians, but as humans, have an obligation to turn the spotlight on the plight of the Yazidis. That is why, in the little time that I have today, I want to share with you a small glimpse of the horrors they have and continue to live. On August 3, 2014, this is straight from the report, Mr. Speaker, fighters from Daesh swept in across the Sinjar region in northern Iraq, home to the majority of the world's Yazidis, whose religious community and beliefs span thousands of years and who are publicly reviled and condemned by Daesh. Within days of the attack, Daesh is alleged to have committed systematic, unimaginable atrocities against the Yazidi community. Men forced to choose between converting or being killed, women and girls, some as young as 9, sold at market and held in sexual slavery by Daesh fighters, and boys ripped from their families and forced into Daesh training camps. During its investigations in Syria, the UN Commission determined that Daesh had forcibly transferred and continues to forcibly transfer thousands of Yazidi women and children into Syria. It's estimated that at least 3,200 Yazidi women and girls remain captives of Daesh, the majority of whom are held inside Daesh-controlled areas of Syria. It has not been possible to estimate the number of Yazidi boys who have been or are being trained by Daesh forces, though it's clear that many of such boys are trained and then forced to fight during Daesh-led offensives. The witness testimony is equally compelling. I quote, "After we were captured, Daesh forced us to watch them beheading some of our Yazidi men. They made the men kneel in a line in the street with their hands tied behind their backs. The Daesh fighters took knives and cut their throats. This is testimony from a 16-year-old girl who's been held for 7 months and sold once. Mr. Speaker, I think at this juncture, these acts and many others, coupled with Daesh's intent to wipe out this group as such, clearly established for this House undeniable evidence of genocide. Having identified these heinous crimes, we have an obligation as human beings, acting according to the dictates of our conscience and as a nation that is party to the Genocide Convention, to act. As outlined in the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice, factors to consider when assessing whether we have discharged our obligation under the Genocide Convention include whether the state has the capacity to influence effectively the actions of persons likely to commit or already committing genocide. So let's discuss Canada's actions. 1 year ago, Daesh, at the time in control of significant territory in Iraq and Syria, was able to project an image of semi-permanence, attract foreign fighters from around the world, and generate significant revenue from oil sales and illicit financial transactions. Now, almost a year later, Daesh is not the same organization it was at the end of 2015. Momentum has clearly shifted along all lines of effort. Our government strategy, through a coalition of 65 countries, continues to make a difference as the situation on the ground shifts, in particular for the millions of people who are suffering as a result of the conflicts in the region. By contributing to the military campaign supporting stabilization efforts and countering the flow of foreign fighters, Daesh financing, and its despicable narrative, Canada is helping to address some of the deeper drivers of the conflict and is helping to build a stable and secure future for the region's people. We are taking this broad approach to ensure that another terrorist organization does not simply fill the void once Daesh is defeated. To that end, Canada has tripled the number of Canadian armed forces advising and assisting the Iraqi security forces, and is providing assistance to the Kurdish Peshmerga in particular, through the provision of training and equipment. On the intelligence level, we provided 2 CP-140 Aurora aerial surveillance aircrafts to enhance the intelligence and reconnaissance provided to coalition military efforts. Canada's efforts will also include the clearing of improvised explosive devices, and as Minister Dion announced at the July Iraq Pledging Conference hosted by Canada in Washington, we will contribute to a U.S.-led initiative to clear IEDs in areas liberated from Daesh to facilitate the return of displaced populations. As of today, Canada will commit an additional $2 million to the IED initiative in Nineveh, one of the most affected provinces in Iraq.
To that end, Canada will provide $3.3 million for support of the Canadian International Justice Commission and to investigate the violations of Daesh, violations of international criminal and humanitarian law. Canada's contribution is comprehensive and integrated with the coalition's efforts. We have to maintain our support if we want to succeed, and the Iraqi people must know that Canada will be there in the long term. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would complete my speech in the same way that General Dallaire completed his to the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, if there's a will, there's a way. Let's go.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague for his comments and his participation in this discussion today. Mr. Speaker, I'm a father of 3 incredible, beautiful girls. And time and again, we have heard the stories of the rape, of the murder, of the enslavement of the Yazidi women, the Yazidi girls. And the member during his speech said that, you know, things are changed. Because of their actions, things are changed. Well, the facts that matter are this, Mr. Speaker. There are still women, there are still girls being taken, enslaved, raped, tortured, and murdered, Mr. Speaker. And I implore the honourable colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask, is he not a father? Let's take politics aside and just put ourselves in the place. Unbelievable. Can he not see that Canada must be doing something right now. If we could bring 25,000 Syrian refugees into Canada in that short time, surely we can do something to get these women, get these young girls out of such a terrible, terrible situation.
The honourable member for Ville-Marie, Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
There are 3 children, including a girl. I find it, I understand the personal nature of his implication, and it should inflect, in part, our action and our thoughts today. It is difficult to me to reflect on my family without thinking what I wouldn't do to protect them. I'm a legislator in this noble house to represent the people in my riding and their needs, but obviously, quite obviously, when you see what's in the nature of the report, things touch you on a very personal basis, and my thoughts immediately turn to my wife and particularly my daughter. So I do sympathize with his emotions today. Again, there seems to be this notion that Canada can act alone. It is almost a comic book approach to international relations, and it is odd, it's misguided, it doesn't reflect the reality of what exists on the international level. We are working with 65 countries. We are doing what we can. This caucus will certainly push to do more, and clearly more needs to be done. So I thank the member for his intervention.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech and the thoughtfulness in which he held himself today. But I did notice in your response to the last question, one of the things you said is we can't act alone, and I understand that. But what we do know, if we look across the world right now, is Australia and Germany have created a very special program that's helping get these young women into their countries and protecting them. So if we have a model out there that we can look at, not acting alone, looking at best practices, could we not see this government take initiative, work with those, and get these young people here and protected in Canada?
Honourable member for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
I believe, as you heard today from the Minister of Immigration, that Canada just returned from a mission in the area and is examining the possibilities, obviously looking at best practices. I'm not privy to the confidential discussions, but I've been given assurances that our intervention in this respect has been accrued. So I hope to see the results concretely within the timeline, at least that we've agreed to in concept over the next 120 days. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very touching and moving presentation. I think that everyone here agrees that the situation that the Yazidis are facing is dreadful. I wonder whether my honourable colleague could say more about humanitarian aspects and development aid, as well as the security aspects in the region. The honourable member for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her question. We have to see what actions we take, not only the military aid, which has been tripled, but also the humanitarian aid, which is public. $3.3 million were invested in efforts to achieve justice, and several $1 million in the effort to demine liberated areas. Obviously, it's an effort that requires cooperation by 65 other countries. That's what we're doing now.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I begin by once again thanking the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her tireless advocacy on behalf of Nadia Murad, on behalf of the hundreds of Nadia Murads who've escaped Daesh's sexual slavery, and for giving voice to the thousands of women who continue to be enslaved by this genocidal death cult. I would also like to thank the member and her colleagues for bringing this debate into our House. Mr. Speaker, all of our days are filled with busyness. However, as busy as we are in our institutions of caretaking and good governance here on the Hill, as much as we attempt to manage and control processes in this place, there will be events that intrude upon us, events that are beyond our control, events that require an immediacy of action by us and that require hard decisions from us. These will be decisions which will define us, decisions that carry a moral burden, decisions such as those of military engagement, war and peace. However, the most morally demanding of action occurs when confronting the darkest of evils, genocide. Genocide defined as the destruction of a nation or an ethnic group. The simplicity of its definition, a stark contrast to the horror of its meaning. It was a term coined and defined by Raphael Lemkin in 1944, a Polonized Jew born in Wławkowicz, within the bloodlands of Eastern Europe, the epicenter of mass killings in Europe's decades of death during the 20th century, where the Holodomor occurred during the 1930s, and where the unimaginable horror of the Holocaust took place in the 1940s. Lemkin later served with a team of Americans working to prepare the Nuremberg trials, where he was able to introduce the word genocide into the indictment against the Nazi leadership when the word genocide was not yet a legal criminal term. These last 2 decades, the world has once again faced the horror of genocide. During these last 2 years, Daesh has publicly declared genocide against the peaceful Yazidi people of Syria and Iraq on the internet. And then the mass murders began. Genocidal massacres do not pause and wait for international legal processes to make criminal legal determinations of genocide. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the Canadian delegation at the United Nations World Summit in 2005 when former Prime Minister Paul Martin stated before the General Assembly, and I quote, "Too often we have debated the finer points of language while innocent people continue to die. Darfur is only the latest example." In 2005, Prime Minister Paul Martin made clear we could not allow another Darfur to occur. Yet the Yazidi genocide took place during the last 2 years as we, in this House, debated the finer points of language while innocent people continued to die. In the next few days, we will be facing decisions requiring an immediacy of action on behalf of the Yazidi survivors of genocide. This summer, the Citizenship and Immigration Committee heard testimony from Nadia Murad. Nadia's mother and brothers were murdered by Daesh when they occupied her town, separated and then slaughtered the men and older women. The younger women and children were horrifically abused and sold into Daesh's sexual slave markets. This September, during the United Nations World Summit, a decade after former Prime Minister Paul Martin spoke at the World Summit, and the premise of the responsibility to protect, R2P, was introduced by Canada. Nadia told the horror of her story before the UN Security Council. The horror of the story of the Yazidi genocide at the hands of Daesh. As the UN Security Council chair noted at the conclusion of Nadia's testimony, it was the first time in its history, the Security Council's history, that the Council had given a speaker an ovation. Colleagues, through you, Mr. Speaker, Nadia's strength is inspirational and needs to be applauded. However, the clapping of hands is not a substitute for concrete action. Yazidi genocide survivors and many of the women who escaped Daesh's sexual slavery are currently languishing in IDP camps, internally displaced persons camps, and refugee camps, where they often continue to suffer discrimination and abuse as members of a religious minority. However, they also face an even harsher reality, as Nadia stated during our committee hearings in early July 3 months ago. Yazidi women have no home to return to. How can women whose villages have been razed, whose families have been massacred, whose neighbors stood aside or worse as they were chained and taken to Daesh's sex slave markets, return to villages that no longer physically exist, to face neighbors complicit in their horror? Mr. Speaker, every year on the Hill we memorialize the Armenian genocide, the Holodomor, the Holocaust, and solemnly pledge and declare never again. Yet, Rwanda happened. Srebrenica happened. Darfur happened. And in the last 2 years, the Yazidi genocide happened. Mr. Speaker, we cannot predict what will happen in 3 years' time when our elected mandate comes to an end. However, we can all agree that each and every one in this House will have changed during our time in this place. In those moments of quiet reflection, 3 years hence, will each of us individually be able to say, I passed the test? Or will some of us look back and say, what happened to me? Through you, Mr. Speaker, to our colleagues of all parties in this House, this is the institution where the great debates of the day can take place, debates which can lead us collectively to find unity in motions that arrive at decisions of great moral imperative and immediacy. Surely for the sake of the Yazidi genocide survivors, we can rise above partisanship and the splitting of hairs on the finer points of language and detail. Mr. Speaker, one evening after last summer's hearings into the Yazidi genocide, I brought Nadia into this chamber. With only the security personnel present, in fact, I invited her to sit in your chair. As she looked out into the magnificence of this chamber, she seemed unsure. Perhaps she was thinking of where she had been a year prior, where she found herself that summer evening. As she looked out, I said to Nadia, Nadia, I'm sure that one day the child or grandchild of a Yazidi genocide survivor will stand in this place as an elected member of Canada's House of Commons and reaffirm humanity's pledge, never again. I believe I saw a tear in her eye. Mr. Speaker, let us reach out with a Canadian helping hand, as has Germany, and bring a group of these genocide survivors to the sanctuary of Canada. Let us begin the process of restoring their shattered lives.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say thank you to our honourable colleague for his thoughtful presentation. It has to be strong, given every word that he and his thoughtful presentation and every word that he said. It has to be difficult for him to be sitting there and literally almost without a voice, Mr. Speaker, because what we have seen over the last year is this government could have acted. It could have done something. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm going back over our notes, and in June I'm reading a news article where 19 Yazidi women, girls, chained into a cage and burned alive because they wouldn't have sex with the ISIS, the militants. And Mr. Speaker, his presentation was exactly what we've been saying. Action needs to take place now. It's not one thing to be sitting there and clapping and saying all the right things. We need action now. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague, given what he has just said, how is he going to vote on this motion? Because he said all the right things. Is he willing to stand behind and put action to his words?
For Etobicoke Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member stated that we on this side almost are without a voice, in his words. In fact, we all have a voice. We all have the opportunity to voice our beliefs, our concerns, especially on issues of this nature. I began my speech by referencing the good work of the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. And I believe that we collectively have a responsibility to find a way to put forward a motion that brings all of us together. We can set our partisanship aside. This is a moment to do that. Trying to point fingers at one side or the other doesn't help in that process. I absolutely believe that we do have it within our capacity to do what's right for those Yazidi genocide survivors.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I guess I do want to follow up on my colleague's question, because I'd like the member opposite to explain what it is that he objects to when the amendment says that we support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," and D, call on the government to take immediate action upon all recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 13 of said report, and secondly, to provide asylum to Yazidi girls and women within 120 days. He seemed to indicate that there was some sort of partisan or political interest in this motion, or in this, and I'm just wondering if he can point out what that might be.
Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member well understands, debating the precise words and trying to parse which words would work in a motion that would allow us to do what's right on this motion, this is not the way to do it. We need the House leaderships to come together and arrive at that decision. My understanding is we were very close. I believe we still have an opportunity to arrive at a motion that will allow us, as I said in my speech, 3 years hence, look back in quiet reflection and say, we rose to the occasion, we were able to do the right thing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to recognize the fact that Nadia Murad is going to be arriving in Ottawa sometime later today, going to be staying in the area for the next 4 to 5 days. And so we certainly want to thank her for taking the time to join us here in Ottawa. So I know it's been said before, and I want to repeat again because I think it's important that, Nadia was a Yazidi woman who was captured by ISIS, endured unimaginable horrors, and by the grace of God escaped. She has told her story repeatedly around the world, hoping that the decision makers will listen and act to help the Yazidi community in Iraq and Syria. The plight of the Yazidis is very real and extremely devastating. Even though Canada is thousands of miles away, I believe that as a country, we have a moral obligation and responsibility to speak up for this vulnerable community as they endure systematic extermination at the hands of the murderous ISIS terrorists. ISIS, or the so-called Islamic State, located in parts of Iraq and Syria, has been one of the most, if not the most, talked about global issue for the last number of years. Many victims of ISIS atrocities have come forward and told their horrific stories. The horrors ISIS members have inflicted upon hundreds of thousands of innocent people, including Nadia, will long be remembered. These events will be painfully added to the list of genocides of modern times. We see clear evidence and listen to personal accounts of genocide, systematic rape, sexual slavery, beatings, and mass graves inflicted upon Yazidi people. And how is Canada helping the Yazidis? We say we're monitoring the situation and we are sending people on fact-finding missions, but it's really not a difficult situation to grasp. Yazidis are dying at the hands of ISIS barbarians, and Canada must start playing its part, and not just through monetary aid that may or may not help Yazidis directly. And before I continue my speech, I realize that I neglected to say I will be sharing my time with the member from Cypress Hills Glasslands. After he came to me and reminded me before, I still forgot it just as well. So Canada needs to step up and bring more Yazidis here for safety. And given the circumstances, this needs to happen now. It's already been proven that ISIS terrorists have been deliberately and systematically targeting the Yazidi people, and it's not up for debate, it's actually a fact. In August of 2014, ISIS invaded the Sinjar region of northern Iraq, home to the majority of the world's Yazidis. There are a community that is thousands of years old and with their own beliefs and practices. For having a different set of beliefs and practices along with a different religion, ISIS began systematically killing, raping, and enslaving and forcefully displacing Yazidis. As a religious minority in the region, Yazidis were and are still caught in the struggle to survive ISIS brutality. Estimates say that at least 5,000 Yazidis have been massacred, 3,200 women and children are still being held captive by ISIS. Sexual slavery is the most common role for the captured Yazidi women. ISIS barbarians pay no regard to whether the women are married, unmarried, or have children or no children. Just to paint a picture, because it's absolutely necessary to expose ISIS, these murderous terrorists sell Yazidi women and girls in slave markets like cattle. It's unbelievable what has happened there. Sometimes ISIS fighters buy a group of Yazidi females, take them into rural areas that don't have a slave market, and sell them individually at higher prices. It's unimaginable that something like this is possible in 2016. Yazidis have suffered and continue to suffer immense physical and psychological torture. That is also not up for debate. It is also a fact. If they attempt to escape, the punishments are severe and extreme. That includes brutal beatings and sometimes execution. There are far too many stories of horrific atrocities committed against the Yazidi people, things that we can never even fathom happening here in Canada. Personal accounts like that of a 16-year-old girl, which I know was mentioned by members of the opposition and other opposition members and government members, who spent 7 months as a sex slave to an ISIS fighter and was forced to watch them behead fellow Yazidis. A story of Yazidi women held for 16 months and sold 3 times, and then asked her captor about her children. She asked, "What did you do to them?" Which he replied, "They are kufr," meaning non-Muslim children. "It is good they are dead. Why are you crying for them?" There are far too many heart-wrenching accounts of Yazidi women in ISIS captivity. Yazidi women scratching and bloodying themselves to make themselves more unattractive to prevent potential ISIL buyers. You see women committing suicide at ISIS holding sites. You see women and girls committing suicide by cutting their wrists and throats, while others hanging themselves with their headscarves. Many of these accounts are detailed in the report to the UN Commission of the Inquiry into Syria. The report makes it unequivocally clear that, and I quote, ISIS has committed the crimes of genocide, as well as multiple crimes against humanity and war crimes against the Yazidis, end quote. The Yazidi community is still under threat of extermination by ISIS, especially now that ISIS is getting desperate and fighting for its own survival. Improving conditions and saving Yazidi lives must be made a priority for Canada now and into the future. Canada must play its part. We can't turn a blind eye to the situation. History will not be kind to us if we do nothing for the Yazidis. The government recently announced that it will contribute $200 million in foreign aid, and that aid will go to the government of Iraq for economic reforms. Now, these funds are important and critical to Iraq's security and stability. I understand that. However, it's hard to see that this money, how it will actually help the devastation and desperation of the Yazidi people. The government has said very little regarding bringing more Yazidi refugees to Canada. And at this point, the only thing that they've done is send a team on a fact-finding mission, which we found actually returned yesterday, to confirm what we already know, that the Yazidis suffer genocide and that they are in desperate need of help. So far, the government seems to be in full support and willing to comply with everything the UN asked for. So why are they acting on the UN report recommendation to, and I quote, accelerate the asylum application of Yazidi victims of genocide and put in place a protocol for the care and treatment of Yazidis, end quote. These recommendations aren't asking Canada to put money in the hands of Iraqi government officials and hope for the best thereafter. The recommendations are clearly asking for direct aid, direct help, and direct involvement in bringing Yazidis to safety. That's why I call on this government to support the recommendations found in June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission on the Inquiry in Syria. In terms of humanitarian aid, I'm not sure if the government really thought through the $200 million plan to help Iraqi economic reforms when that $200 million, or even maybe part of that, could have gone towards helping the community that's under constant threat, desperately in need of aid and systematically being massacred. It's safe to say that the majority of Canadians would agree with this. I'm also not sure if the Liberals really thought through their decision to vote down our motion in June of this year. The motion urged the government to take action on the ongoing genocide of Yazidis that are facing by recognizing the crimes against the Yazidis as genocide. The motion was nonpartisan in nature, and it was supported by the NDP. 2 days following the vote, the UN proclaimed that we already knew that the Yazidis in Iraq and in Syria were facing systematic extermination. The UN named these crimes against the Yazidis for what they are, genocide. Only then did the government choose to call it a genocide. When Nadia testified in front of our Citizenship and Immigration Committee this summer, she said, and I quote, "After I was freed, I thought the world would bring justice to us, that the world would be fair to us, but nothing has happened," end quote. These are chilling words that paint a very real picture. The world needs to do more to protect the Yazidi people, so let's start right here at home. Let's review the selection process used by the United Nations to identify refugees for the government-sponsored refugee stream and encourage changes if we think changes are necessary. The system can be improved upon to help Yazidis come to Canada faster and in larger numbers. After all, those that have suffered genocide are the Yazidis. Therefore, it makes perfect sense to prioritize them for asylum in Canada. The Citizenship and Immigration Committee heard many concerns about lengthy, sometimes more than 5-year waits given to Yazidi victims of genocide by the UNHCR for refugee selection appointments. Many victims of genocide are unable to stay in refugee camps. This happens due to financial concerns and worries that they will be re-victimized in camps. Re-victimized, once again, because of who they are, Yazidis. The committee also heard another disappointing fact, the fact that the discrimination against Yazidis by UN representatives in the refugee camps. The sad reality is that very few Yazidis have been recommended for resettlement to Canada and the United Nations. This is the major issue that the government must take a closer look at as soon as possible. This past summer, on the steps of Queen's Park, myself along with the Honourable Member from Thornhill and Calgary-Nose Hill marked the second anniversary of the genocidal attack on the Sinjar region. We called on the government to help the Yazidi people in Iraq and Syria. We now repeat this call and ask the government to once again consider a more focused approach to helping the Yazidis. That includes fully recognizing that ISIS is committing genocide against Yazidi people, acknowledging that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves, and to provide this House with a viable plan and corresponding action required to respond to this humanitarian crisis. And also considering the magnitude of the situation, the government must consider providing asylum to these Yazidi women and girls within the 120 days. Mr. Speaker, it's about time this happened, and it's without a doubt the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to read what I believe is an amendment, or it's not really an amendment, it's something in which we had proposed, and I'd be interested in the member's comment whether or not he would support this. And that is that the House, A, recognize that ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people, B, acknowledge that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves, C, support recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry by Syria entitled "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis," and D, calling the government to take action as soon as possible upon all recommendations found in the sections 210, 212, 213 of the said report. 3, undertake best efforts to provide asylum within 120 days to the victims of ISIS, including the Yazidi people who experienced rape, torture, prolonged captivity, sexual slavery, and other atrocities. Would the member, in fact, support something of that nature?
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, and to my colleague for Winnipeg North, thank you very much for the question. What I would support is immediate action, and so anything that will bring these women and children here to Canada as quickly as possible, I know that all sides of the House would support. So what I would encourage the government to do is to move as quickly as possible now that the fact-finding mission has been taken place, and to act and to move very quickly to bring as many of these young ladies and young children here as possible.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my honourable member would be on the specialized treatment for these Yazidi women and young girls. What would be involved in terms of the specialized training, the preparation, pulling those resources together, as well as translators, so when they do arrive here, that we can adequately help them and help them work through this process? Thank you.
For Niagara West.
Well, by the way, thank you very much for the question for my colleague from New Brunswick Southwest. I would just ask what was the process involved when the 25,000 Syrian refugees arrived? And so the point is that I think as soon as we get them here, that I would ask the government to look at language training and all the things that are required to make sure that there's a smooth transition and that they be afforded the same things that they were given when the Syrians arrived here as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague for his speech, and I thought the question, the previous question, was well thought out and thoughtful as well too. And I said again because when the government committed to providing and immediately bringing in 25,000 Syrian refugees by December 31st, we saw what happened. That there were indeed some refugees that were left in hotels, and there were services that weren't there. So I thought that was a very well thought out question. And to my honourable colleague, for the life of him, can you understand why that this government has vacillated, has delayed, and taken their time when we know that the atrocities are happening, that these young girls are being enslaved, tortured, raped? Why is this government, for the life of us, why are they playing politics with the Yazidi women?
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
I want to thank the member for Prince George for that question. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I know the concern in the beginning was why would they not recognize it as a genocide? Because it was very clear to all of us in the House here that it was actually a genocide that was happening. And so it was unfortunate, but I think we're so grateful that they recognize it as genocide, that it took time for them to wait until the UN declared it as such. And so I guess, you know, we have seen that when they've decided they want to move refugees very quickly, they have the ability to do that through, you know, saying we want to have 25,000. So it's a question of will, really, that we are talking about right now. And I would just, as I said through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues, ask them to act as quickly as possible, because this group is persecuted, this group is under serious threat, and this group needs help, and it needs help from Canada now.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The Honourable, I said the Honourable, no, okay. We're out of time now, actually. Sorry. I had spotted another Honourable Member who was on his feet the last time around. We had a few seconds left, but considering that I've taken half of that time now by doing the explanation, I think we'll move on. And with due reverence to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate people at home couldn't have seen the scramble on the other side, but it seems to kind of be indicative of the scramble on the other side today dealing with this issue. And as my colleague from Niagara West pointed out so eloquently here, the government could achieve this motion if they really wanted to. They set a goal of 25,000 refugees here in 2 months. They didn't do it well, but they got them here. We know that they could do that again if they wanted to. This is not, they claim to us, this is not a hard thing for them to do, but they're just not interested, I don't think, in pulling this off the way that it needs to be done. And I actually think that it's a bit of a demonstration of the cynicism of that first promise. They brought in 25,000 people. It wasn't about the refugees as much as it was about them and trying to do a public relations exercise and get media attention for what they were doing. And certainly that notion of a lot of people ended up spending time in hotels. They were sitting there without language training, without job prospects, and in fact, a lot of the private sponsorship opportunities that were in place were set aside because the system was jam full of the government's program. Anyway, it's because it's good that we're here. It's unfortunate we're here back again talking about this issue. This is the third time that I've spoken on this subject, and certainly we're all familiar with the history of conflict in the area. 2005, an Iraqi government was appointed. I think there was great hopes for the government at that time. Certainly was hoped that the government could bring the people together in the country, and rather than doing that, the Sunnis were excluded, and over time, of course, that led to political disenfranchisement and then eventually to people taking up arms. ISIS, of course, has a long development out of other jihadist organizations, and we don't have time to go into that, but in 2011, it really began to expand and push out because of the deteriorating Iraqi security situation. And then in 2013, it was kicked out of Al-Qaeda and became known as ISIL or ISIS, Daesh, as people have called it. I think the surprise was in 2014 how quickly it expanded. The military capabilities, I don't think anyone expected that they were there to the level that they were. They began a quick expansion, especially in northern Iraq, and the general population was not prepared to defend the government, and so it left many people vulnerable to this military excursion. They were quick to capitalize on that and then to take over some of the oil production, which they used, oil production, ransom, smuggling, and those kinds of things to begin to fund their activities. August 2014, of course, is the sweep that we're talking about, that they were able to move into the area around Mosul and Mount Sinjar, and then the Yazidi people were directly impacted by that. And we've heard a lot this afternoon about the impact on those 700,000 people who are concentrated in northern Iraq. And Mount Sinjar for them is not just a place that they go to visit and to take a look at, but it really is holy ground for the Yazidi people. And they've been there for a long time, dating back 6,000 years. Obviously, it took a while for the world to react and to understand, but in June 2016, actually after we had been calling on this government for a couple of months to recognize this as a genocide, which they refused to do, the United Nations finally declared that Yazidis were victims of genocide, and they laid out some recommendations for the international community. And as we heard earlier, the Yazidi community thought that might make a big difference for them, but it doesn't seem to have done that to this point. Nadia Murad, a young lady who is going to be with us the next few days, is one of those heroes of that time who has been able to come forward and speak about the incredible, horrible experience, atrocities that she had to go through. And she talks about how on the 3rd of August 2014 they were living normal lives in their village. All of a sudden that was shattered when Daesh attacked the village, and over a space of 12 days the village was then conquered by Daesh. They gathered the men together, and estimates are that they killed up to 700 of the men in the village and then took the women and children captive. And we've gone over the resulting consequences of that. I don't think any of us can possibly understand what that really means to have an entire ethnic group and culture, and Syrian Christians were actually thrown into this as well, have the women and children taken and many of them killed and then sold into slavery and used as sexual slaves. So it's incredible that people can even come out of that and then speak about the situation that they found themselves in. We've got more than 500,000 people, Yazidi people, who are displaced, 100,000 of them in UNHCR camps, but many others who are not in the camps because they just don't feel comfortable going there. And it actually, that ties into the government's refugee resettlement program that they ran earlier. They insisted that they weren't going to consider religious or ethnic characteristics in deciding who they were going to bring here. Instead, they went to the UN, and because of the way it was done, because of the fact that most of the smaller minorities were afraid to be in those camps, they were neglected and they were not brought here. And so I think these numbers are only 9 Yazidi families have come here sent in the last 2 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that alone speaks to the disinterest that this government has actually had in addressing that issue. They knew about this. We talked about it last February. We talked about it in June. We pushed them on declaring this a genocide, so they can't pretend they didn't know about this. They've had all summer, all fall to actually begin then to do something about that, even after the United Nations had declared this a genocide, and none of that has been done. And so we find ourselves today with a motion that I find, I don't understand how this could be considered unreasonable. We had the Parliamentary Secretary or Deputy House Leader on the other side who just came forward with some more wordsmithing, I guess, and splitting of words. That's the kind of thing that, you know, the House Leader's offices are supposed to do, but we think we've got a very solid motion here and would ask the government to support it. There's nothing about this that should be a threat to them in any way. I'm just going to read it again. It's been read a few times, but that we recognize ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people. Well, the United Nations has declared that. We were calling that long before they did. The government refused to recognize it and were basically forced to by the United Nations Declaration. It says, acknowledge that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive by ISIS as sexual slaves. That's not even not argued against, because everyone knows that that is the case. And many of those women suffer to this day. Many of them are being killed. Their children, as my colleague from Niagara West just gave a couple examples, children are being killed indiscriminately. Then it goes on to say that we support the recommendations found in the United Nations report on Syria. We all support that. I think there's nobody here that's expressed that they wouldn't support that. And we call on the government to take recommendation or action on the recommendations found in that report. I don't think anyone's speaking out against those today either. And then to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within the next 4 months. I don't think that's a difficult thing for this government to do. I don't think it's a difficult thing for this government to support. I mean, if their pride and arrogance will not keep them from supporting a motion like this, I don't know what it would take to get them to consider this issue as seriously as it needs to be considered. And we're going to have some of these folks around the next few days. Maybe they can talk to them and convince them of the seriousness of this issue. And this continues to go on for the folks who are living under the rule of ISIS. I guess the good news is that they've been pushed back. There's a fight for Mosul that's going on right now. And again, all that most of them want to do is to go back to their home. When I was on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the last Parliament, and we talked about this issue numerous times with both Syrian refugees and with some of the Yazidi refugees, and all that they told us is, we want to go home. Like, it's great if we can come to Canada, but what we really want to do is go to our home. And so we need to see over the next few weeks that this group is pushed back through Mosul, pushed off Mount Sinjar, and that we can hopefully bring them home to their homes in peace. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is wrapping up. I'm just concerned this government's response to these things. Our jets are sitting on the ground. We could have been playing a major role in this battle around Mosul. We know that. And instead, our jets are on the ground. Our troops are supposedly in some sort of training regime. We could have been playing a major role in trying to get this country back for these people so they can go home. And the other thing is, our immigration system has ignored them. There's no way that anyone can say that the immigration system has treated these people fairly over the last year. We're calling on the government to take this motion, set aside their partisanship, take this motion, say, you guys are right, we accept that the motion is valid, and we're going to move quickly here. We're going to give these girls and these women a new home, give them an opportunity to make a new life, and hopefully at some point in the future they'll be able to forget most of the horrible activities that have been part of their lives for the last 2 years.
Here, here. Well said.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many wheels within wheels in this issue, but the main question I'd like to ask the honourable member is, part of what he said involved the notion that what these women really want is to regain their homes in their homeland. And I wonder if, in considering the motions, et cetera, and all of the information from the United Nations, if there's a strategy there that rather than bring them all the way over here and then perhaps one day try and replant them back in their homeland, that there's maybe some strategy in place that we can find them a safe haven in Iraq that could actually help reestablish them more quickly and more effectively in their homeland, which is where they want to be.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I think the wheels within the wheels are grinding inside the Liberals' heads today, trying to find a way out of supporting this motion, because I just said at committee, when we hear from refugees, typically they say they want to go home. The reality on the ground around Mosul and Mount Sinjar is that people cannot go home right now. We don't know if they will be able to or when they will be able to. Every one of us, if we're separated from what we consider to be our home, we just want to get back there. But these ladies need protection. They need asylum. Many of them are in camps. They're not safe in those camps. We're going to hear these stories the next few days, and I would urge my colleagues opposite to listen carefully to those stories, because these people are not in safe places. It's not like they're coming from a middle-class existence somewhere in the Middle East to a middle-class existence in Canada. We're going to have to bring them, if we're going to bring them here, and they're going to have lots of help. My colleague talked a little bit earlier about language training, about giving them job prospects, employment prospects, and those kinds of things. Those are the kinds of things that the Liberal government should have learned from on their last project. They should be able to deliver those things fairly quickly and fairly effectively for this smaller group of people.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague who sits on the Subcommittee for International Human Rights with me on his excellent speech, especially with regarding the increasing role that the international community sees is extremely crucial in combating Daesh, aside from what we call traditional combat. And the honourable member described or alluded to a very complex problem with regards to refugee camps and the challenges that creates. Can he maybe expand a little bit more on what he thinks is an important role and responsibility that Canada could assert in improving the conditions in those refugee camps so that people do feel safe and secure, whether they are going home or whether they are having to find and flee to a new home?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting question, and I don't have enough time to actually address it properly, but we did have some conversation today at the subcommittee on the United Nations camps in another country. And certainly one of the issues has been that those really small minority ethnic groups did not feel comfortable going into the camps because they did not feel that they would experience anything other than the discrimination that they'd already faced. And so that left them in a spot where it was hard to identify them as refugees, which made it then difficult for them to get into an immigration stream. And certainly I think the international community needs to do a better job. You know, there's many places around the world, women and children are a particular risk, even in the camps, just because they don't have the kind of protection that they should have. And those are bigger issues than I can address in the next minute or whatever. But in this situation, we failed, I would say this, generally the international community failed to recognize both the Syrian Christian community, the Yazidi community in particular, in order to give them the kind of relief that they need.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thanks to all the members that are here and being part of this important discussion today. I think we've heard some well thought out and some honest discussion from all sides of the House. And I'm going to go back to what we've said before, is that it's good that we're having this discussion, but it's time for action now. And Mr. Speaker, we mentioned about these girls and the incredible atrocities that they have experienced. And often, they're of seen of little value. We've seen this, and they cannot go home because of the things and the atrocities that have gone to them. We need to bring them now to Canada to give them a safe haven, which we've seen this government stand up and say that's all that the Syrian refugees wanted was a chance. All they want is a chance, and Canada can do that. And I'm going to ask my honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, is that we can be doing more and we should be doing more, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's assertion on this and his thoughts on what we can do immediately to get these Yazidi girls out of this terrible situation.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the simplest thing that we can do is to support this motion. This is not a partisan political motion. It's not unrealistic. It's not something that this government cannot take seriously and actually implement within those 4 months. It would be pretty simple for them to take this seriously, begin to provide asylum for these young Yazidi women and girls. They've already been identified. It's not like it's going to be a big challenge for them to find the first few groups of young women and older women as well who could come here and gain asylum in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. And I would also like to thank her for her work on the Human Rights Committee. I know that she does very good work, so I'd like to thank her for that. First of all, I would like to say that I support the motion as moved by the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. I believe that it's obvious that Canada has the moral and legal duty to act to fight this genocide of the Yazidis. After the Rwanda and Bosnian genocides, the Canadian government accepted the responsibility to protect. And there are a number of people who I've known personally, soldiers who've been to Bosnia and Rwanda, were particularly marked by what they saw there. And in terms of genocide, when there is a genocide, we need to do everything in our power to stop those situations. These leave indelible marks on victims, but also on all those who intervene in the situation. So I believe that we do have the responsibility to protect these populations so that never again will such horrible things happen, and they must be stopped as quickly as possible. In 2016, the Yazidi population was estimated to be 6,000 people, or 600,000 rather, including 400,000 people in one particular part of Iraq. In the June 2016 report of the United Nations, it was determined that Daesh's actions against the Yazidis were crimes against humanity and crimes of war, and finally the Canadian government recognized that ISIL is committing genocide against the Yazidis. I believe it's been said a number of times by various colleagues in the House who've spoken that the horrors that the Yazidi population are facing are unimaginable. The violence is terrible. There's torture, sex exploitation, sex slavery, violent and slow deaths, the separation of children from their families, the prevention of allowing women to have children. These are all things that are happening there. And there can be no doubt the situation is terribly, terribly sad. As an MP, I believe we have the obligation to ensure that people are more aware of certain situations. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a bit about the Yazidis so that those who might be watching at home this afternoon have an idea of who they are. And I think that it's important that we take the time to do that. And I think that this can also help us better understand the actions that we should be taking. It helps us understand how we should act in the face of this situation.
They practice Christianity, but in the Sinjar, they live in the Sinjar region. They are believed to be of Arab origin, with roots in Syria. The cities of Jerusalem and Mecca are both holy places for them. Their religious calendar dates back over 6,500 years. They are very close to their beliefs and their language, which is Kurmanji. The regions of Sinjar and other regions northeast of Mosul, the people are farmers and live in villages. When I say like us, farmers like us, I mean my region, because most of the people in my region live in villages and are farmers. Like many of us, Yazidi drink wine, eat pork. The women are much freer than women in the Middle East generally. They are not veiled. They can speak to strangers. And I think that helps us understand some of the differences. It helps us understand the Yazidi people. The magnitude of the genocide makes it all the sadder because the Yazidi do have a different culture. That's why it's happening. Daesh has not only attacked a vast number of historical buildings and sites, it is also attacking a people. And it is doing it shamelessly. In fact, Daesh clearly says that it wants to wipe them out. So I think it is our duty to protect them and to ensure that the Yazidi people survive in spite of what they are suffering now. And once things improve, we hope they will be able to go back to where they have always lived so they can remain in their own land with their traditions and their culture. I believe it's important for us to understand that we can do more. One of the first things we can do is help them resettle here in Canada, and I believe we can do a great deal to welcome them. As I said, they are farmers who live in villages, and just in my own riding, when we were talking about Syrian refugees, many people volunteered and said, I've got a big house, I would be delighted to welcome people. And I can tell you that I am sure the same thing would happen and people would open their arms to Yazidi women and girls who would love to come here so they can escape the violence. I am sure that the same people are ready to open their arms and do what they can to welcome the Yazidi and help them settle here. I'm sure there are people who are ready to do what they can to help them. Resettlement is very important, particularly when we consider how vulnerable they are. They were already a minority in Iraq and Syria, and now they have a concerted enemy who is mercilessly attacking them and wants to destroy them all. I think we have no choice but to do our share and do what we can to welcome them into Canada and make sure that they are protected. Of course, we also have to establish all the measures we can to ensure that humanitarian assistance is provided, is available in the regions where they live. Because another aspect of the extreme violence is that they're condemned to living in appalling conditions where they have no food and no resources. So anything we can do to make sure humanitarian aid reaches them, we have to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe a further very important measure is processing refugee claims and immigration applications quickly. Each day can make a difference in the lives of these women, these girls. Every day counts. And every day that we can shorten the processing time by is an opportunity that must be seized. We must, of course, apply security measures, but we must do everything we can to make it possible for these women and girls not to spend weeks and months in fear and under pressure. Of course, once they get here, they will need care, psychological support. We have experts here who can help them. We can also provide healthcare professionals with appropriate training if we move into targeted regions that did not welcome Syrian refugees. We have acquired experience with the Syrian refugees. We did make some mistakes and we've learned from them. Through that experience, we are better able to help other regions welcome women and girls more quickly. So there are a number of measures that Canada can take, and I believe we need to move quickly. As I've said a number of times, I believe that each day matters, given what these women and girls are experiencing and going through. Every day, we should, as parliamentarians, try to think of what we can do to help them and to save them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague for that excellent speech. I fully agree they are experiencing dreadful times. I would like to know whether my colleague can give more detail on how important it is to have a short and medium-term plan to help the women in need. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. Yes. We need a short-term plan and a long-term plan. In the short term, we have to get them out of danger. That has to be the priority. In the long term, we have to think about care, education, and everything else we can provide in Canada to make sure that they can heal and start a new life. Of course, one day there'll be an end to the conflict and they will want to go back home, but in the short term we have to get them out of danger and protect them and make sure they're safe. Then we need to help them settle.
Comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her passionate speech on this very important issue. I agree Canada is a very welcoming country, and the stories of these Yazidi women touch us all. The need for action is long overdue. One concern is processing delays. Would you not agree that we need to urge the government to waive the additional level of screening and bring Yazidis to Canada following the UNHCR screening process?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. But I think I did mention this in my speech. For many of those women, every day counts. So, absolutely, if there are additional security measures and screening measures needed, but we are reassured enough by what's been done already, we can take the extra steps in Canada before finalizing their status. But every day counts, and we need them. We need them in safety. We need to get them out of danger, wherever they are. We need to save lives.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her passionate speech before me and several others. So I know that at this point in the debate, I will be reasserting facts that we've already stated here. But I think it is important. Where are we at this point this afternoon in this honourable chamber after speaking about something that is so desperately alarming? And as my honorable colleague just said, every day counts for these Yazidi women. And after over 2 years of publicized atrocities, as well as several UN reports and an official declaration that genocide was occurring against the Yazidis, our response as a country has been overwhelmingly insufficient. And it began with our reluctance to acknowledge that the genocide was occurring. And we have proceeded now to a point where we know we have to assert our Canadian identity. We have to assert our responsibility in an international community that oftentimes in many other situations that we contemplate here, we say that we are complicit when we're silent. So I'm glad that this afternoon we know where everyone stands at this point in the progress, but for us to be able to assert this situation and talk a little bit more about it and what are the next best steps to move forward, I hope that we're going to see some common sense and some compassion in government action, because this is extremely frustrating and one of those situations that really is a no-brainer. It was back in April, on April 20th of 2016, that the leader of the official opposition first presented a motion to the House of Commons that alluded to the atrocities that ISIL was responsible for. And unfortunately, that motion failed to receive unanimous consent. And then immediately following, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs presented a similar motion, but with a different intent. And then from there, we moved on to yet another piece of regulation, where on June 14th, the leader of the official opposition again presented a motion asking that the House of Commons recognize the actions of ISIS as genocide. And despite the significant support from the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party and a handful from the Liberal Party, the motion failed. And then it was, let's see here, the day after the second motion was voted down, the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs stated that he was proud of the House of Commons and the vote we had yesterday. And he defended the defeat of the motion by underscoring that they wanted an assessment of genocide to be done properly. And then he referenced another of my honourable colleagues who sits on the Subcommittee for International Human Rights, a motion that he had referred the matter to the International Criminal Court to formally determine the existence of genocide and to bring the perpetrators of these crimes to justice. So that's a little bit of the history of how long we've been beating this dead horse, so to speak. The following day, on June 16th of 2016, the Commission of Inquiry, as we've been discussing today and referring to in the report that is also referred to in the motion of the day, that the report was released entitled, "They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis." And the report did detail a multitude of horrific individual experiences and presented a number of important findings and recommendations for the international community. So it's important for us now to understand our role and our responsibility if we are to be significant actors in the international community. Canada has an important role to play in addressing the threat that ISIS poses to the global community and in alleviating the suffering of civilians caught in the conflict. And we've heard some of the very compelling descriptions of the vulnerable people, the young women and girls specifically who have been targeted. And it's very confounding to understand that in this House, strategy and political process can take precedence over expediting such a human rights issue for these women. The forced displacement, the forced recruitment of children, the destruction and the desecration of places of religious or cultural significance, and the denial of fundamental freedoms have all been reported in territory under ISIS control. And that ongoing crisis seriously jeopardizes regional peace. And the NDP has called on the Government of Canada to work in partnership to support the development of responsible and peaceful and democratic governance in Iraq, and to address the issue and combat the threat posed by ISIS, but also to take that role and responsibility for displaced and damaged people who need reprieve and who need Canada to step up as a compassionate actor in the international community. And in response to the humanitarian and security threat posed by ISIS, we know part of our responsibility has been through a coalition of over 60 countries that President Obama put together with the objective of degrading and destroying ISIS. Many members of the coalition, including Norway and South Korea and New Zealand, are making solely humanitarian and non-combatant contributions. And I know some of us here today have already alluded to the face-to-face witness testimony we've had in a variety of different committees that we're all privileged to sit on. And it's very important to hear those testimonies, because those people will tell you things that may seem insignificant, but how powerful those actions have been. And they have not been military actions. They have been actions of compassion that we are accountable to a global community, and we can be doing so much more. So I know that my time is running short on that, and I would like to talk a little bit, though, quickly about the role that the NDP believes that Canada can play in addressing the threat that ISIS possesses to the global community, and in alleviating that suffering of civilians that are caught in the conflict. Of course, we've been saying for so long, and I will champion this again, Canada must focus on stopping the flow of arms and funds and foreign fighters, including improving our anti-radicalization efforts right here at home. We should be providing considerable help to the vulnerable populations in Iraq and Syria, and this includes basic humanitarian support, but also the long-term support for recovery, such as psychosocial support to help these groups return to their communities and rebuild. The NDP believes that the Canadian government, through the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship and Refugees, should exercise discretionary powers under Section 25 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to immediately take action and bring Yazidi people fleeing genocide to Canada, with the goal of immediately resettling 3,000 to 4,000 direct victims of genocide, and within the year end, a target of 10,000 through a special measure utilizing credible, on-the-ground organizations to identify and select victims of genocide for resettlement in Canada. These measures are to be above and beyond any pre-existing initiatives or policies. We also believe that the additional level of Canadian screening is leading to severe delays, and we urge the government to waive the additional level of screening and bring Yazidis to Canada following our UN HCR screening. Governments, like individuals, are defined not by their words or intentions, but by their actions, particularly in the case of genocide. And it really is a matter of put up or shut up. When an entire people are being wiped out, the global community has an obligation to what it can do to protect them. And if it is true, as the Prime Minister has stated, that Canada is back, then the world needs to see more of Canada, then this is something we can act on quickly.
Avant que j'invite les questions et commentaires.
Before I ask for questions and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue on health.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I appreciate her commitment to issues around international human rights in general, and certainly we've found a number of cases in this House where Conservatives and New Democrats have been able to find common ground on those kinds of issues. I want to ask the member, in terms of the approach to the debate we've had today, we've really tried to move this in a nonpartisan direction. We accepted an amendment that removed some of the language that I think was the government saw as more critical. And now we've got a motion that I think should be supportable by all parties. It talks about a fundamental issue around protecting Yazidis. It gives the government a relatively extended timeline, and it gives a reasonable approach that isn't sort of from one party or another, but really represents what the House should do together. So I really hope, and I'd like to hear the members' thoughts, that we'll see members of the government stand up and support this motion that really gives them every reason to support it, reasonable targets, reasonable timelines.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleagues' comments. I come from a riding in Windsor-Tecumseh where there is a huge awareness of social justice and social responsibility, and there's also an awareness and an acceptance that's almost implied that the role that Canadian citizens have in activism. So you can imagine how perplexing it is for me in my story coming to this honourable place to really be disconcerted about seeing some of the political strategizing and the play on words that takes place. We know that we are capable. We've laid out, all of us here today, some very practical ways, and even I heard some mentions of amendments being suggested from the governing party. We're capable here. Whatever is going on in terms of the gamesmanship, I say let's set that aside and let's work to do what is compassionate and what makes sense in our role to the international community as well. So yes, what it turns out to be, whether we have an alliance on
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it's my first time to rise today on this question, I do want to register that I'll be supporting the motion. I'm very concerned about, as we all are, with the humanitarian crisis and the genocide against the Yazidis as a people. There is so much in the way that we can put in the category of crimes against humanity occurring in the region. We do want to do whatever we can for the Yazidis, and I will put a question to my friend from Windsor-Tecumseh in a moment. I just want to also register that the ongoing devastation within Syria and the assault on Aleppo is a constant source of concern, and the world community has failed there. This is the closest I've seen to what might be called a hot war between superpowers in a very long time, and we should all be concerned. My question is, do we know if the Yazidis want to come to Canada? I understand their family ties are much closer with relatives in Germany.
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments with regards to the whole situation and how alarming it is, and how we do see that sometimes there are ulterior motives that exacerbate the lives of people and families that are separated in several different countries. I would agree. People want the freedom to be able to be reunited wherever they are, and Canada has a role to play in the transitional justice that's required so that people who want to be able to stay in their homeland, in their hometown, be part of the informal caregiving and support that they all need after suffering this PTSD from this life. They also need to be able to be eased into reuniting with family or settling with family that are secure in other countries, no matter where they are across the globe. That is part of our global responsibility, to make sure that we're not just considering our military strategy, but the humanitarian strategy. What do we do about this, the fallout that is humane? And so that is a big question, but it goes to the transition and the transitional justice that Canada has to play a role in, definitely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you. And to start, I would like to mention I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to speak to today's Opposition Day motion on the plight of the Yazidi people. I'd like to start by reflecting upon how Canadians have helped the oppressed around the world. A good friend of mine had worked with an NGO in Afghanistan for decades. Her role with this NGO was to help widowed women and their families, especially young girls, teach them how to run businesses and how to look after their families as they survived the war-torn Afghanistan. When the Taliban took over, she was forced to leave and ended up working with displaced Afghan women and children in Pakistan. It was the world's military effort to go after the Taliban, including Canada's great sacrifice of our own men and women in our armed forces, that made it possible for her to return to Afghanistan and restart her courageous work. This has also helped return millions of young girls to schools and to the beginning of a normal life. Now, I say this for three reasons. First, there's a need to recognize that need for military presence in conflict areas. Secondly, humanitarian aid provided by Canadians is crucial. And thirdly, people with big hearts make a difference. That passion, that commitment, that dedication is something that we can show the Yazidi people by our words, our deeds, as we debate this motion. Now, today's motion dealt initially with 5 critical elements. It's since been amended. First, that we recognize that ISIS is committing genocide against the Yazidi people. Now, I know when this discussion was first presented that the government was reluctant to use the term genocide, but I do welcome their acceptance of the horrors and systemic crimes against humanity. The June 15, 2016 United Nations Human Rights Council report, they came to destroy ISIS crimes against the Yazidis, made clear what we had been saying, that Yazidis are victims of genocide, and they spoke of the recommendations for the international community to embrace. Secondly, acknowledging that many Yazidi women and girls are still being held captive as sexual slaves. As Canadians, and I'm thinking specifically of our former colleague Joyce Smith, we've been champions in the fight against human trafficking. But the atrocities being perpetrated in an evil and systemic way upon Yazidi women and girls has taken this to the most cruelest of levels of slavery and physical and sexual abuse. To quote Nazand Begahani, she said, "These women have been treated like cattle. They've been subjected to physical and sexual violence, including systemic rape and sex slavery. They've been exposed in markets in Mosul and in Raqqa, Syria, carrying price tags." And also Dr. Riyad Akwari, who confirmed that ISIL uses slavery and rape as weapons of war. The third point did speak about how urgent it was to have this government act. At the end of June, just 2 weeks after the UN Human Rights Council report, I, along with colleagues in this House, were part of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE's Parliamentary Forum in Tbilisi, Georgia. Canada and the U.S. play a vital role in that organization, and I was honored to speak at the OSCE on behalf of Canada on our actions regarding human trafficking. But we also heard about the treatment of ethnic and religious minorities, the plight of migrants, as well as those that have been stuck in refugee camps, many for years and years, and how that was a topic of grave concern. In other areas, the organization Defend International had previously reached out to the Yazidi refugees in Iraqi Kurdistan, providing humanitarian aid in December of 2014. And in September of 2014, Defend International launched a worldwide campaign entitled Save the Yazidis, The World Has to Act Now, designed to raise awareness about the tragedy of the Yazidis in Sinjar and to coordinate activities to intensify efforts amid the rescuing Yazidi and Christian women and girls captured by ISIL. And we should do no less. The next part was us supporting recommendations found in the June 15, 2016 report issued by the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Syria entitled, They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis. To this end, there is an additional concern that Yazidis face. Some Yazidis struggle to obtain adequate protection because they are internally displaced, rather than being refugees under United Nations definition. They do not have the resources to reach another country and also have difficulty obtaining passports and other official documentation. These points, on their own right, speak to the urgency of this crisis and underline the need for the final part of this motion, that being that the government be called upon to take immediate action upon all of the recommendations found in sections 210, 212, and 213 of the report, and the government do so with great haste. And, of course, using its full authority to provide asylum to Yazidi women and girls within the next, and we have amended this as well, to 120 days. Now, I think it's important that we take a look at what those options are. Section 210, the Commission recommends that parties fighting against ISIS in Syria and Iraq, that they strongly consider the rescue plans that are required for targeting the Yazidi captives. Secondly, that they ensure coordination between local and international armed forces where military operations target ISIS-controlled regions where Yazidi captives are held. Also, that they use all means available to ensure Yazidis held captive in ISIS in Syria are rescued during ongoing military operations, and that we put in place a protocol for the care and treatment of Yazidis rescued as areas are seized from ISIS. So this is the military aspect of what is required. Section 212 speaks of the definition that we have of genocide, the humanitarian assistance, and of course support that is important as we discuss the international community. First, recognizing ISIS' commission of the crime of genocide against the Yazidis in Sinjar. Secondly, that for those states that are contracting parties to the Genocide Convention, that they engage with Article 8 of the Convention and call upon the competent organs of the United Nations, including the Security Council, to take such actions under the Charter of the United Nations to prevent and suppress acts of genocide, and that they provide expertise on request to assist in the perseverance and documentation, or the preservation and documentation of mass grave sites. Going even further and looking after the needs of individuals, it's required that they put funding in for physiosocial support programs with increased emphasis on trauma therapy for children, noting that Yazidi children suffer different violations during and based on, depending on their sex. Providing funding and expertise to support the training of psychologists and social workers in Iraq and Syria. The Commission also recommends that organizations involved in the care of Yazidis internally displaced people, that they build and provide on skill training programs aimed at allowing Yazidi women greater financial and social independence. Section 213 deals with integration and safety, where the Commission recommends that states and organizations involved in the care of Yazidi refugees and asylum seekers, that they ensure that Yazidi victims of genocide, including but not limited to sexual violence, are identified and treated as a vulnerable group for the purposes of housing, social support, and with regard to the asylum process. As we look at the needs of the Yazidi people, it is so important that we look at things that we can do. I've outlined the three parts of the UN report. But can we expedite the asylum claims of the Yazidi people to Canada? Will we treat the declaration of genocide as an immediate call to action for Canada, in which a whole-of-government approach to humanitarian aid, military intervention, and resettlement will be acted upon? Will we act upon the June 2016 UN recommendations to accelerate the asylum claims of the Yazidi victims of genocide? Will we review the selection process used by the UN to identify refugees for the government-sponsored refugee stream? And will we examine the need to restore the exemption for Syrian and Iraqi refugees from the mission cap under the privately sponsored refugee program in order to fully harness the generosity of Canadian private sponsors? Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak on this very important issue.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce comment faire? La députée de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say that I've had the opportunity, because I've participated in the same OECD organization, and we spoke about human trafficking in Georgia at the last meeting. And I can say that he's very interested in this whole issue of human trafficking. And he spoke at that gathering to all of the members. So I wanted to talk about support for young Yazidi women when they will arrive in Canada. What are the services, in his opinion, that Canada should put in place to support these young girls and women who, we have to say, they will have experienced extremely difficult moments before arriving here? So I'd like him very much to expand on that.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his question. It's a very relevant one.
I'm so concerned about the issues and the concerns that we have for young people as they try to learn and to get a basis for where they're going to go in the future. And when we see those individuals that have been tormented and have gone through terrible stress, opportunities for them are something that we should be extremely concerned about. There's been discussion over the last number of hours about how the Syrian refugees and how they're being looked after. And of course, I know that in so many ways this has been left to the school system to try and help coordinate and to bring training for them. But this is even more important when we think about the terrible atrocities that have taken place against women and girls that have come from such a difficult place. So I thank the member for the question, and I know that if we work together that we'll be able to find ways of assisting.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question again does involve the supports of services for the Yazidi women and girls when they arrive in Canada. I've heard quite often this afternoon the comparison between another refugee group to the Yazidi women and girls, and certainly, you know, as a teacher as well, we know that the need for socialization for groups to be cohesive. How much preparation and what's involved in having services here on the ground that adequately best meet the needs of these women and girls arriving in Canada when they're not traveling with families. They're leaving one isolated area, living, some of them in camps, some of them have been through horrendous circumstances and coming to a foreign land where they know no one. And in terms of, in my experience with the Syrian families in my riding, they were well accepted and supported by families. They had not been involved with to the level of violence that these young women and women would be coming from. So they were more easily, I think, accepted and prepared and supported within the community. I think the services really need to be seriously looked at of what is the best fit for the needs of these women and girls arriving in Canada. Thank you.
Honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for her question, and certainly it is important, and we have already found that even in the case with the Syrians, that is very difficult. The school boards, the school system was not ready. They had to make a lot of changes. But I think really where we start with is taking a look at private sponsors, because we have so many of them that have just put their hearts out and they are looking for opportunities to assist. They understand the needs that there are for bringing in refugees, and they are looking to help those that have been hurt the worst in some of these situations. And it is true, it's difficult to leave your home, but to suggest that it's anything different for the Yazidi women and girls to find a place of refuge than it would be for any other refugee, I think is perhaps going beyond a point that needs to be made. It's so important that we have the good hearts of Canadians, and they will make sure that that is done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the honour in the past 10 years that I've served in this House to stand up many times for vulnerable groups. And it's been said, Mr. Speaker, that a government can be judged best by how it treats its most vulnerable. Well, today I rise in the House to stand up for one of the most vulnerable people groups in our world today. I've had the opportunity to meet several Yazidi people, and let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they are a very brave and courageous people. Yazidis who have experienced things that we couldn't even begin to imagine. And here they are, asking, in fact, they're pleading for us to step forward and for Canada to provide the assistance that we are more than capable of providing in this very devastating time in their lives. Mr. Speaker, time is running out for the Yazidis. Canada must act now. The Minister of Immigration cannot start a new study or hold consultations on this topic. The Yazidi people are on the brink of extinction, and their time is almost up. Concentrated in northern Iraq, the Yazidi people, a religious minority, is made up of around 700,000 people, and they practice one of the oldest religions in the Middle East, dating back 6,000 years. If this genocide being committed by ISIS is successful, thousands and thousands of years of culture, language, history, wiped off the face of the earth. We must do everything we can to preserve this distinct and unique culture and ensure that their lives and their way of life are protected. On June 16, 2016, the United Nations Human Rights Council issued its report, They Came to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidis, which declared Yazidis are victims of genocide and outlined a number of recommendations for the international community. In respect to the motion put forward today by my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Calgary-Nose Hill, we are calling on the government to take immediate action on Section 210, 212, and 213. I will not read all of their sections in their entirety, Mr. Speaker, but I will point out a number of crucial actions that are called for in each of the recommendations. Section 210, the Commission recommends that parties fighting against ISIS in Syria and Iraq strongly consider rescue plans targeted at Yazidi captives, to ensure coordination between local and international armed forces where military operations target ISIS-controlled regions where Yazidi captives are held, to use all means available to ensure Yazidis held captive by ISIS in Syria are rescued during ongoing military operations, and finally to put in place a protocol for the care and treatment of Yazidis rescued as areas are seized from ISIS. Section 212 calls for the Commission recommends to the international community that we recognize ISIS' commission of the crime of genocide against the Yazidis of Sinjar. For the states that are contracting parties to the Genocide Convention, to engage with Article 8 of the Convention and call upon competent organs of the United Nations, including the Security Council, to take such action under the Charter of the UN to prevent and suppress acts of genocide, to provide expertise on request to assist in the preservation and documentation of mass grave sites, to provide further funding for psychosocial support programs with increased emphasis on trauma therapy for children, noting that Yazidi children suffer different violations depending on their sex. In Section 213, the Commission recommends that states and organizations involved in the care of Yazidi refugees and asylum seekers ensure that Yazidi victims of genocide, including but not limited to sexual violence, are identified and treated as a vulnerable group for the purpose of housing, psychosocial support, and with regard to the asylum process. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say it enough. The time for action is now. The NDP and Conservative parties have moved forward on this topic unanimously. It was the Liberal Party that did not support our previous motion on June 9. Mr. Speaker, June 9, more than 4 months ago, no action. The motion was as follows: that the House agree that ISIS is responsible for crimes against humanity aimed at groups such as Christians, Yazidis, and Shia Muslims, as well as other religious and ethnic minorities in Syria and Iraq, utilizing rape and sexual violence as a weapon of war and enslaving women and girls, targeting gays and lesbians who have been tortured and murdered, and as a consequence that the House strongly condemned these atrocities and declared that these crimes constitute genocide. At that time, we were asking for an acknowledgement that a genocide was occurring, but the Liberals did not support our motion. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they defeated it. Imagine, not even an admission that a genocide was occurring. Well, only 2 days after the motion was defeated in the House, the United Nations issued a report that proclaimed that we already knew that Yazidis in Iraq and Syria were, in fact, facing systemic extermination. The UN named these crimes against the Yazidis for what they are: genocide. Only then did the government finally choose to call it a genocide. So much for Canada being back, Mr. Speaker. So much for Canada actually leading. But in any event, I'm glad the government finally has made this change and recognized this as a genocide. But, Mr. Speaker, words are not enough. We need action. We need to walk the talk. Let us see some action today. One of the disturbing accounts we heard was that of a UN Goodwill Ambassador, Nadia Murad, a young Yazidi of 22 years of age, from her testimony at the Standing Committee of Citizenship and Immigration, where she gave her testimony about the genocide and sexual slavery. She shared her very real and personal account of her story. Ms. Murad described how her normal life of studying and friends and peaceful coexistence with other religions was shattered when ISIS attacked her village in Sinjar, northern Iraq, on August 3, 2014. According to Ms. Murad, after 12 days under siege, ISIS gathered the villagers at the school, separating men from women. The men were shot, more than 700 in a matter of 2 hours. Young girls and women were taken to Mosul, Iraq, where they were held captive, forcibly converted, raped, and sold into slavery. Mr. Speaker, this is only one account of the atrocities that are currently happening in that region. In its recent report on the genocide of the Yazidi people in Sinjar, Iraq, the United Nations documented that thousands of men and boys were slaughtered in the streets, shot in the head, or even beheaded. In some cases, family members were forced to witness these killings. The UN reports witness accounts of roads littered with corpses, the bodies of Yazidis who had refused to convert to Islam. Mr. Speaker, for these Yazidis who are still in that region, rape, torture, and murder are everyday life experiences. But an audit of the Syrian refugee camp found that only 3 identified as Yazidi. Executive of the advocacy group Yazada has called this process flawed, unfair, and unacceptable. He has called on Canada to impose a quota of 5,000 to 10,000 Yazidi refugees targeting the most vulnerable survivors of the genocide. 5,000 to 10,000. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that immigration isn't the only avenue through which we can help this vulnerable group. An article in the Washington Post written by Amina Seed Hassan and Khalil Adaki outlined the need for military involvement. The article states, "We save as many victims as we can and provide care to help to rehabilitate them. Thus far, however, we've only been able to help a small number of the 3,700 who are enslaved. We believe most are in Mosul, which is Iraq's second largest city, the Islamic State's most important stronghold, and the largest urban center under the Islamic State control. So intense is the suffering of these women and girls that they tell us that they want the United States and other countries to attack Mosul. Let's remember the cause of this crisis is ISIS. It was shameful to see how one of the first acts this government took was to withdraw Canada and our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS. Canada's men and women in uniform serve our country with great distinction. When called upon, the Canadian Armed Forces have played a leading role on the world stage, protecting and promoting Canadian values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Our military personnel under the previous government provided strategic airlift support for military supplies to Iraq. We provided $10 million in non-lethal security assistance to Iraq, including equipment like helmets, body armor, and logistical support for vehicles. We also contributed critical humanitarian aid to directly benefit the people of Iraq who are impacted by the ongoing conflict. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would plead with this Liberal government that they immediately expedite the asylum claims of the Yazidi people to Canada and take immediate action upon all the recommendations that I listed above under the UN report titled "The Case to Destroy ISIS Crimes Against the Yazidi." I call on my colleagues to pass this motion, which is tabled by my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. The time to act is now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada understands the plight of the Yazidi people. We understand the horrors that are taking place, and to provide assurances to all Canadians, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that the government is doing whatever it can in order to ease the plight of what's taking place. And if you want a demonstration of the goodwill of the government, all one needs to do is take a look at this Prime Minister's and the Minister of Immigration, in fact, the Cabinet's approach at dealing with refugees. When the commitment was there to help Syria and the refugee crisis that loomed there, Canada came to the plate. We have demonstrated leadership in the past. We'll continue to be able to do that into the future, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it goes without saying that Canadians have set a high bar, and this is something in which we do plan on achieving. What's happening to the Yazidi women and girls in particular is horrific. We understand the plight, and we are doing the very best we can in order to address that very strong need. My question to the member is, would he not agree that at the end of the day, what's most important is the government does whatever is at its means in order to be able to demonstrate that it not only cares, but it will in fact act, and actions speak louder than words. And one of the best things that we could actually do is to do exactly what we did with Syria and bring refugees to Canada.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more. In fact, I said it during my remarks, that actions speak louder than words. I said it, that we need to walk the talk. And Mr. Speaker, I applaud the resettlement of the refugees who have come here from Syria. But Mr. Speaker, my question to my colleague is, why would we have a cap on the private sponsorship as it relates to the Iraqi and the Yazidis in Iraq? Under our government, there was no cap. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege, my family has had the privilege and the honor of helping refugees settle here in Canada. We've hosted them in our home. They lived with us until we were able to find accommodation. We helped them with their logistical needs, getting OHIP coverage, finding a place to live, and all of the things that go with it. But Mr. Speaker, this method of resettling refugees is one of the most effective there is. Private sponsorships, where a family can actually walk alongside a refugee family or a refugee person for at least a year to help them get settled here in this great country. That's what we need, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, October 25th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, I don't know if I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary possibly rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you're quite right in your assessment. I'm sure if you were to canvass the House, you would find that there's will to call it 5:30, so we can begin private members' hour.
Is that agreed? Is it the will of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed, indeed, to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-240, an act to amend on the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, standing in the name of Mr. May.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in this House today on behalf of my constituents of Kingston and the Islands, and I'd like to say perhaps on behalf of all Canadians. And I rise on behalf of all Canadians because of the national impact that this private member's bill will have. I want to commend the member from Cambridge for his excellent work on this bill and the leadership he's demonstrated on this issue. This bill recognizes that Canadians need to better prepare for emergencies and disasters. Now is the time to take action on this issue, and this bill provides an excellent opportunity to do exactly that. It is critical that we start a national conversation on how to better prepare for emergencies and equip our communities for the kind of everyday challenges that many Canadians face. This bill, at its most basic level, is a means of encouraging all Canadians to be properly trained with first aid skills. These challenges come in many forms, Mr. Speaker. When I talk about first aid and emergency preparedness, I'm talking about being better prepared for sprains and breaks, cuts and bruises, strokes and cardiac arrest. When someone slips on ice in a parking lot or drops a glass and cuts a finger, when a child chokes on food or falls at the playground. Those are the types of accidents that can and do happen every day, and Canadians need to be prepared to effectively handle them when they arise. We have to be prepared for these as well as natural disasters like floods or fires, or even the most basic recreational activities like hiking, playing hockey, or canoeing. There is absolutely no question that a critical part of preparation will be first aid, CPR, and AED training. We need to create an environment with the proper initiatives so that Canadians take advantage of these life-saving courses. That's exactly what my colleague's excellent bill aims to do. In every type of emergency, from the commonplace to widespread disasters, I believe all Canadians will benefit from an expanded appreciation and understanding of first aid, CPR, and AED training. The reality is that you will never know when you will need to put these skills and abilities into practice, but we should all be prepared in case the need arises. Accidents are by definition unpredictable, but that doesn't mean we can't prepare ourselves to be equipped with as many people, or to equip as many people as possible with these valuable skills. We need to start having a national conversation, in part because we have an aging population, and we know this means there will be greater need for first aid as we move into the future. Any ordinary individual could have the need for first aid or CPR at any point in their lives, and it is incumbent upon all of us to prepare for that possibility. To be honest, I consider it Canadian, quote-unquote, Mr. Speaker, to help out our neighbours, and I'm certain most would agree that having this preparedness is essential. To get trained in first aid should be similar to shoveling one's driveway or to taking them soup when they're sick. It's just something we should do when we see the need arise. That's why I'm proud to support the member of Cambridge's private member's bill. It displays the need for the government to provide an incentive for something that we should all be doing. When the member from Cambridge first approached me about this bill, I admit I was surprised. I thought that something as commonplace or as common sense as first aid training tax credit would already exist in the tax code, so I was quite surprised when I realized that it didn't. What speaks to me and what's appealing about this bill is a sort of equality with which anyone can take first aid training to help others and benefit from the tax credit. I'm asking all members of this House to join me in voicing their support for Bill C-240, not only because it is the right thing to do, but because it makes financial sense, Mr. Speaker. It's a tax benefit that can yield big results. If this encourages only a handful of people to get training, that goes to save one life, then I consider it a project well worth the time and efforts. It's easy in this House to see the work we do as having only a limited effect on some of the more pressing issues of our time. But the member for Cambridge has created a bill which is clean, elegant, and directly addresses the need I've heard spoken in this House on many occasions, that being better preparedness. That's why I consider it critical to give this PMB, this private member's bill, full consideration, and why I'm prepared to give full support and my voice today in support of it. It's also a bill that does what we ask of all private members' bills. It's simple, it's focused, it addresses a pressing societal need with precise action. Private members' bills are supposed to make a direct but small course adjustment, and I applaud the member for Cambridge who has clearly spent time creating a bill that seeks to fix a specific pressing problem in a manner that is just, measured, and targeted. We're just about to enter the winter season, Mr. Speaker, and that means Canadians will be spending a lot of time outdoors. Most people think about the winter as a time for fun, relaxation, and vacation, and I think all Canadians want those memories to be present throughout the winter months. But the reality is the increase in recreational activities means more Canadians will be exposing themselves to a lot of risks and potential emergency situations. Whether you're camping, hiking, skating, playing hockey, tobogganing, and snowmobiling, to name a few, these are all situations where a potential risk could occur and first aid would be required to help somebody that needs it. Each of those activities that I mentioned, we participate in without a second's thought, and we should absolutely be encouraging Canadians to do this. No matter what you'll be doing this year, first aid training is just a good idea. As you spend time with your family and friends, loved ones and acquaintances, children and grandchildren, take a moment to consider how small the investment of time is for their lives to be saved. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've spent a lot of time talking about the benefits of this bill and why I think it's the right thing to do. But I would also like to take a brief moment and say thank you to all those who already have first aid training and to the millions of Canadians who are ready to step up on a moment's notice to help others. It's not something we often think about as we go about our lives, but consider just how many of your fellow Canadians would come running, Mr. Speaker, if you were to fall down. Canadians instinctively want to help, and putting the right tools in their hands to do so is the difference between heart-wrenching tragedy and a heroic nightly news story. I am proud to offer my support for Bill C-240, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all members of this House to do the right thing across all parties and vote for Bill C-240. I think I said 246. That was my bill, or a different bill, I apologize. C-240. Next Wednesday evening, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to vote for it. It's the right thing to do, and it will benefit many Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, in the heart of the Ottawa Valley, I'm pleased to participate in this debate on a private member's bill that provides for a more educated populace, in this case, in the area of first aid. I'm pleased to acknowledge the great work of the previous Member of Parliament for Cambridge, Gary Goodyear. It's a cruel irony of this place that a fine MP like Gary has been given a brief time out until the next election. There should be no doubt in the minds of the good people of Cambridge, having served with Gary for a number of years in the Parliament of Canada, the current MP from Cambridge has big shoes to fill. It's truly unfortunate that his shoes have been filled with sand, after the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, a member of his own party, publicly rebuked him in this place. I was shocked when I heard the member's own party tell Canadians it has no intention of supporting him. I cannot wait to see the video, as we've seen from the member of the Toronto riding of Beaches East York, telling Canadians to vote against Liberal MPs who do not support their private member's bill, to vote against them, starting with the Prime Minister and his cabinet, who led the chorus of no's. After such a public put-down from this member's own party, I'm surprised this debate is even going forward. If the rebuked member for Cambridge believes in Bill C-240 and he has brought it forward with his name on it, it is clear the only honourable thing to do, given what his party has done, is to resign. I can tell the member that, unlike his fair-weather friends on the government benches, I will support his bill at second reading. So what is it that the member's own party finds so objectionable in this proposed private member's bill?
What is it?
This bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a non-refundable tax credit to individuals who complete a first aid or other health and safety instructional program or course. St. John's Ambulance alone certifies more than 550,000 Canadians a year, with more than 100 locations across Canada, including in locations in Pembroke and Renfrew in my riding. The proposed tax credit will be similar to the federal student tuition tax credit. Anyone who takes a life-saving first aid, CPR, or automated external defibrillator, AED, training will be able to apply. I'm pleased to observe this legislation builds on the good work of the previous Conservative government, a government that was committed to the health and safety of Canadians. It was our government that initiated the National Automated External Defibrillator, or AED, program, which saw $10 million funded through the Public Health Agency of Canada in partnership with the Heart and Stroke Foundation to install AEDs in rinks, arenas, and recreation centres all across Canada. In my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, I participated in assisting a number of municipalities acquire automated external defibrillators. Defibrillators are electronic devices used to restart a person's heart that has stopped beating. They are safe, easy to use, and while they can be safely operated by the public, training equips people with the knowledge and the skills to confidently use these devices and to deliver quick CPR. With Bill C-240, individuals who are trained to operate an AED will be able to apply for a tax credit. Unlike urban ridings where medical facilities are close by, in a rural riding like Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, precious minutes are lost driving to a hospital when every minute counts. The Heart and Stroke Foundation tells us that each year up to 40,000 Canadians experience sudden cardiac arrest. Without rapid and appropriate treatment, most cardiac arrest will result in death. Access to early CPR and defibrillation, preferably in the first 1 to 3 minutes after cardiac arrest, increases the chances of survival by as much as 75%. Although AEDs are easy to use, training on how to use these devices is important so that bystanders have knowledge and skills to confidently step up during emergency situations. Just 1 second can make all the difference in a person's life. This Conservative program was responsible for the installation of 3,234 AEDs of 25,360 Canadians on how to, AEDs and the training of 25,360 Canadians on how to respond to a cardiac arrest situation. In my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, the automated external defibrillator program allowed for over 54 AEDs to be installed in public areas. These locations include the Round Lake Recreational Park, the Chalk River Hockey Arena, the Eagles Nest Recreational Facility Hall in Eganville, the Foresters Falls Arena, Westmeath Community Hockey Rink, the Horton Township Recreational Hockey Rink, the Killaloe Recreational Centre, the Rincon-Combermere, the Rankin Cultural Recreational Centre, the Paul Yakabuski Recreational Centre in Barry's Bay, Greater Madawaska Public Library, Town of Petawawa Municipal Hall, St. George's Anglican Church Hall, the Mattaway Activity Centre in Renfrew, the Alice and Fraser Recreation Centre, Shady Nook Recreation Hockey Arena, Cobden Arena, the Nick Smith Centre in Arnprior, Palmer Rapids Community Rink, and Kinsman Pool in Pembroke. To name just a few of the locations, I had the privilege of assisting to receive an automated external defibrillator. The AED program has already been responsible for saving lives across Canada. Thank you to Robert Blackwell, Public Access Defibrillator Program Coordinator and Trainer in the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service, for his role in contributing to the local success of this program. It's also my privilege to recognize 3 Renfrew County paramedics that were honored recently at the Ontario Association of Paramedic Chiefs, OAPC, fall meeting with Exemplary Service Awards for 2016. Paramedics, Mr. Gary Sutton, a primary care paramedic with 20 years, Mr. Andy Brown, an advanced care paramedic with 26 years, and Mr. David Ostrowski, a district manager with 30 years, each received the Governor-General of Canada Exemplary Service Medal at the Ontario Association of Paramedic Chiefs ceremony. Now, we also have that I understand behind the intent of this legislation is to encourage Canadians to be trained in first aid so that we can help each other in emergency situations that require some first aid knowledge. Now, while the parliamentary secretary has reduced the intentions of the member from Cambridge to one of cost only, it's really about helping our fellow citizens. This government is happy sending billions of taxpayer dollars to other countries to fight climate change, yet it thinks a tax credit for first aid training is a frivolous expenditure.
Shameful.
In some of the small, particularly rural communities found in my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, many firefighting departments are completely run by volunteers. These Canadians sacrifice their time and safety to help protect others. Training gives people the confidence to volunteer in their area. This past Saturday was Boy Scout Apple Day in Cobden in my riding. The challenge too many youth programs have in Canada today is a shortage, not of youth who wish to participate. There's a shortage of leaders. Scouts Canada asks that leaders be trained in their first aid, as do many other programs that work with young people. A tax credit is a small recognition for those community-minded individuals who step up to the challenge to be positive role models for our future citizens. Increasing the number of Canadians who have the financial ability to be trained in CPR, first aid, and AED use will help Canadians, especially in remote and rural areas where medical assistance is not always around the corner. Our Conservative Party highly values life and life-saving capabilities. If this proposed legislation gives Canadians an increased opportunity to be certified in first aid, CPR, and AED use, and reduces the barrier to volunteers in their home community, it deserves support. I thank the Red Cross for all it has done in St. John's Ambulance and all the organizations who promoted this program.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coastal communities, especially like the ones in my riding of North Island Powell River, offer many opportunities to work and play in nature. Whether it's fishing, logging, hiking, skiing, or simply enjoying the outdoors, the general ruggedness presents many unique dangers. The advantage of knowing first aid can mean the difference between life and death. I'm glad to be speaking on the importance of this first of first aid this afternoon, and I wish to thank the member from Cambridge for tabling this private member's bill. While nearly 80% of Canadians believe first aid is a very important skill to have, only 18% of Canadians are actually certified. The bill we are debating aims to provide a financial incentive to encourage more Canadians to receive first aid and other emergency health and safety training courses. Taxpayers would be eligible for this credit as well as their qualifying children. Bill C-240 proposes to introduce a non-refundable tax credit of up to $200 for first aid courses, CPR training, and automated external defibrillation training, AED. According to the Red Cross, Canadians with first aid training and certification are considerably more confident in their skills to be able to help someone experiencing a medical emergency. Life emergencies are generally unexpected and can be life-changing. Having the know-how to prevent, manage, and respond is profound. Whether in the wilderness or at home or at your workplace, having someone with first aid creates a safer environment for everyone. Agencies in Canada offer a wide variety of courses and are often accessible to smaller communities. This is important because being trained in first aid techniques allows us to determine the immediate course of treatment required until advanced medical help arrives. While I support this initiative at this current stage of debate, I would like to point out 4 concerns I have with the bill that would lead to some unintended consequences. New Democrats are concerned by the excessive amount of boutique non-refundable tax credits that have been added to the Income Tax Act in recent years. The Conservative government were well known for introducing a myriad of these tax credits. The trouble, often these tax credits make the tax system less transparent and add to the complexity of the income tax system. Yet once they are put in place, there is little public accountability of the amount of money spent on them or their effectiveness. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, whether or not these measures are desirable and effective in achieving their objectives, they have distributional impacts in that they affect the taxes paid by different income and demographic groups, and indirectly by reducing available revenues that could be used for income transfers or public services. These kinds of tax credit are believed to primarily benefit middle and upper income class families who do not face the same financial barriers as low-income Canadians in accessing this training. If the goal of this bill is meant to increase accessibility to first aid training by means of incentives, we must therefore look at the question of who could be left out. The cost of undergoing training is prohibitive for many large families or lower-income Canadians, meaning that they may not have enough income to benefit from a non-refundable tax credit. This is problematic. All Canadians deserve access to first aid and the incentive that would go with it. I hope that the committee studying C-240 will be able to broaden the reach of this bill. According to a 2012 Ipsos Reid survey undertaken for the Canadian Red Cross, the first aid training of 53% of the respondents had been arranged by their employer, in which case the employer likely financed the cost of this course. The sponsor of the bill acknowledged this fact in his speech to this House. This initiative may also have the unintended consequence of subsidizing the corporate sector by inadvertently encouraging employers to abandon their existing first aid training programs. This may be a second potential drawback for Bill C-240. I would be keen to hear the stakeholders speak on this if the bill makes it to committee. The third concern I hope the committee will commit to study is costing. Canadians have a right to know, and as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to stay on top and see how much is this going to cost. I truly believe that all bills that amend the Income Tax Act should be properly and transparently costed for parliamentarians and the Canadian public. As of right this moment, the Library of Parliament estimates there will be a potential cost of Bill C-240 of between $30 to $60 million a year. That is concerning for me. Madam Speaker, I also wish to highlight a possible omission in this bill. I regard first aid as help given to a person until treatment is available. The bill as drafted supports a limited vision of the first aid, standard first aid, mariner's first aid, CPR, etc. But what about mental health first aid? MHFA is excluded. I hope the sponsor of the bill will be able to explain this. 1 in 3 Canadians will experience a mental health problem at some point in their life. Just as physical first aid is administered, MHFA is given until appropriate treatment is found or the crisis is resolved. Whether we're talking about the skills through the Mental Health Commission of Canada or different distress centres across Canada, relying on applied suicide intervention skills training, let's not forget that these workshops do save lives. In rural and remote communities like the ones that I serve, having people with all types of training in first aid is significant. The need to support people during times of distress, whether it be mental health issues or physical health issues, is key in the regions where the help that is required may take some time to access. I know that many service organizations in my riding work hard to provide these supports and benefit from MHFA training. I would like to finish by commenting on the reasoning of the member of Cambridge for tabling his bill. In his speech, he talked about the approaching demographic shift and the associated challenges with an aging population. Emergency preparedness is indeed a crucial element to this, and I commend that member. Having performed numerous consultations in my riding specifically on seniors' issues, I can share with full confidence that what is needed and what seniors want is home care. The federal budget 2016 doesn't include any additional provisions for home care or palliative care, even after the Liberals promised $3 billion for home care during the campaign. It is time for the Liberal government to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I have to say that I am proud of our government and all of my colleagues. I'm kind of embarrassed by the efforts of the member opposite in trying to shame my colleague from Cambridge, who is putting forward a good bill. Well, we're a lot stronger on this side of the House, and comments like that will not divide us. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise in this House and speak here today on this important piece of legislation. I am incredibly proud to represent my constituents of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, and today I rise to speak to Bill C-240, a bill I believe will serve both the members of my community and all Canadians. I want to first thank the member from Cambridge for putting forward Bill C-240. It's a bill that, well, fits the bill, something that we can be proud of to have advanced in this House. It's using government and taxation as a positive incentive to encourage people to do the right thing, to be able to help their friends, families, co-workers, and neighbors when faced with emergencies, big or small. I believe that when we come to this House as a representative of the people who have elected us, we have a responsibility to get all of the big things right. Foreign trade, defense, immigration, but we have just as much of the responsibility to get things right for the daily life situations our constituents find themselves in. Those kind of policies have the ability to reach into someone's life and make an actual difference. Bill C-240 is that kind of bill, Madam Speaker. This legislation will give a tax incentive to those who take the initiative to get trained in basic first aid. It addresses a clear problem. Not enough Canadians are trained in first aid. We can lessen the financial burden of taking a first aid course by allowing Canadians to claim the cost of training course on their taxes, a solution to the problem that can be applied within the existing tax code so it will be seamless and easy to understand and quick to administer. I also believe that when we come to this House, we have a duty to remember where we come from, the experiences and the past that have brought us to this place. Madam Speaker, first aid has always been a part of my life. I am proud to say that as a youth, I was in the Army Cadets in the Royal Montreal Regiment. At one point, I was captain of the first aid team. As a young adult, I volunteered with St. John's Ambulance for all the special events where I was able to put to use my first aid skills. Rest assured, my friends here in this chamber, you are all in good hands. As a business owner and a restaurant operator who has opened over 140 restaurants in my career, I can tell you that first aid skills are also important to have in the workplace. From a cut in the kitchen to a customer choking on their food, first aid skills both reduce the extent of injury and have the potential to save lives. One of the things that's so important to me as a young man, when part of first aid is helping us to develop our own self-esteem. One of the first memories I've had was as a young, very young, probably about 12, 13 years old, there was an emergency that had happened, and I had just started my training, and I hate to say this, but I was too scared to actually get up and react to that situation. I looked around the room to see if someone else would do it. Eventually, an ambulance came, and everything was good, but that was a lesson that I had to learn, and it gave me perspective on what's good and what needs to happen in my life. Now that as a Member of Parliament, I'm working with the Catesy Seniors Network in my riding, actually one of the recent recipients of the New Horizons for Seniors grant in my riding. They are developing an emergency preparedness program for seniors across Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge. Now, think about that. We have an emergency preparedness guide for seniors. If they were all able to have that first aid training, in an emergency, they could rely on each other and actually help each other rather than waiting for one of our 3 ambulances to come knocking on the door. First aid plays a vital role in our communities, whether hiking up the UBC forest or boating on Pitt Lake or playing a Saturday morning football game at Albion Sports Complex. The residents of Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge will benefit if more members of our community are equipped with first aid. I know this is true of all communities across Canada, Madam Speaker, and I am sure the honourable members on all sides of this House can agree with me. Bill C-240 is a little thank you that will reward Canadians for taking the time and money to get trained in first aid. Because quite honestly, the life you save with that training most likely isn't going to be your own. It's going to be your neighbor, your child, your colleague, or a stranger at the hockey rink. There's no good reason why we shouldn't be saying thank you, and that's why I'm supporting this bill. And everyone in this House should do the same. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting C-240 because I have to face my constituents and tell them that every day that I come here, I'm doing my best to make their community and this country a better place to live. C-40, in its own little way, does just that. It meets the test. There's no good reason why this bill shouldn't be passing unanimously next Wednesday in this House. There are those in this House who would say that this bill is one based on compassion without heed to the cost. However, Bill C-240 takes into account both the cost and benefits of equipping more Canadians with first aid training. Every life saved, every wound healed, all add up. From the numbers that I've seen, Bill C-240 is estimated to cost taxpayers about $29 million in lost revenue maximum. The real cost would likely not be much lower than that. When you start to account for the lives saved and injuries limited, you start to think about reducing preventable visits to the clinics or hospitals. And we know that our hospitals and our clinics are at times overwhelmed. All you need to do is go to any emergency room and see that the lineups are there. Being trained in first aid gives us the opportunity to take control of our own lives at that point. The member from Cambridge has made a compelling argument for why this bill is fiscally responsible, and it is why I'm encouraging all of us to vote in favour. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise in this House and advocate today for Bill C-240. I look forward to having it brought forward for a vote next Wednesday, and I applaud the member, my friend from Cambridge, no matter what the outcome, for his dedication to this issue and his work on behalf of all Canadians. This bill is not a Band-Aid solution to a real Canadian problem, and I encourage all our honourable colleagues in this House, whether former first aid captains or not, to rise in this House and vote in favour of Bill C-240. Safety first, my friends. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, résumé.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased in turn to rise in this debate on Bill C-240, tabled by the member from Cambridge. This is a wonderful initiative, and I'm really anxious to see what the support will be for C-240, because this is a bill that is absolutely essential. We have needed this bill for a long time, and I sincerely believe that it's one of the reasons why it's a wonderful thing to be here in Parliament, to table this kind of bill that might really make a difference in someone's life. So I take my hat off to you, the member for Cambridge, and I hope that all of your colleagues and that all members in the House, when we vote on this next week, will vote, as I will, to support this bill. This is a bill, Madam Speaker, that will provide a non-refundable tax credit for people who pass an educational program or a first aid course. In other words, what it does is it's not complicated. It will allow for people to offer as early as possible first aid care in the event of an accident or an illness to save lives. So whether it's at work, at home, or during recreational activities, everyone faces the possibility of facing such an event where we might need someone around us who knows what to do when we don't know what to do ourselves anymore. And you know, my colleagues are aware of this more and more. When I rise in these debates, I like to talk about people in my riding and incidents that occurred at home to illustrate to what degree the work we're doing here can really have an effect back home. So 3 little stories I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that mean that for me, Bill C-240 is of greater and greater importance. I was the president of a gymnastics club, one in which my 2 daughters were participating, and I was really surprised when I took that on that none of the trainers had any first aid training. We're talking about gymnastics. We're talking about a sport that can be fairly dangerous, that can result in injuries to the young girls practicing this, but none of the trainers had the necessary training to even help while awaiting an ambulance. So one of the first things that I did as the club president, with the cooperation of my board, it was the Club Gymnastique Ami Gym, was to require that first aid training by all of the trainers do this. So some of them start at the age of 14 to train, to become trainers. And all the trainers now are coaches themselves, and they have first aid training. But even more specifically, the second story, not long after the bill was tabled by my honourable colleague, the member for Cambridge, my daughter had a gymnastics competition in Lévis, which is near Quebec City. And during the warm-up, she was indeed practicing the parallel unevens, and she was having a great practice. She wanted to go one more time because she really wanted to be successful in the competition. And at that point, unfortunately, she had an accident. her foot hooked into the bar and she fell. And as a result of that, I was in the neighboring room, and people rushed to get me and said, "Monsieur Berthold, must come quickly. Something's happened." They didn't want to tell me what had happened, and when I arrived, my daughter was weeping. She was surrounded by people. I didn't really know what had happened, but when I got beside her and saw the state of her leg, I understood immediately that it was serious. Unfortunately, I don't have any first aid training, but in any case, when you're a father and you see your child in that kind of a state, it's not up to you to provide the first aid. You're too upset. And so I was beside her, trying to reassure her, and all of a sudden, people arrived and started wanting to do something with her foot. And of course, as a father, my first reaction was, "What are you doing? Don't touch her." But the person confirmed to me that she had training, that she had the ability to intervene to help her in this very difficult moment. So what a relief that was to know, Madam Speaker, that there was someone close to us who was in a position to help. It wasn't one of the trainers. It was someone who had done more training in the medical field than just a first aid course. But she was there, and there were difficult moments, and today, everything's fine. Just to reassure my colleagues, my daughter is fine, and she has continued to provide training now. She's not a gymnast herself anymore, but she's training others. And so I'm really persuaded that in Thetford Mines, we're going to have wonderful gymnasts, thanks to my elder daughter. My third story is a little bit more emotional, and that is to say that yesterday, while we were voting, you know, we had quite a few yesterday, I received a call, and it was my wife who's saying to me that our younger daughter is in an ambulance going to the hospital after a cheerleading practice. And so, once again, who was there? There was no one around who was in a position to provide any first aid. All they did was immobilize her and say, "Wait." They called my wife, who was quite far away, and in these kinds of moments, Ottawa's very far away from our ridings when these kinds of things happen. So my wife arrived. She didn't really know too much what to do. They decided to call the ambulance. She was transported to the hospital, and happily, she is also fine. She has a broken arm, but she's strong, and she'll heal, and she'll resume cheerleading afterwards. So it's during those kinds of times, specifically, that it's really reassuring for a parent to know that there are people around who have first aid training, that people know what to do at the right time, at the time that it's necessary. We don't do this for big major accidents, or we don't do it just in case. It could happen anywhere. It could have happened at home. It could have happened at school. It happened, on top of all that, in a place where there can be a lot of accidents. And then even in those kinds of places, unfortunately, there aren't enough people who are trained. So that's why this bill speaks to me really directly. And honestly, I think that if we could give more and more people an opportunity to be able to provide first aid care, people who are well trained, because before you realize that these people are well trained, when you see somebody trying to play doctor and coming close to somebody who's hurt, it's worrisome. But I think my friend's bill ensures that there won't be, or rather there will be, more people who will be able to intervene. They'll know what to do. And there'll be more young girls who'll be able to do gymnastics and cheerleading, and more young boys will be able to play hockey and go skiing everywhere, because we'll know that someday we'll have first aid, frontline first aid helpers everywhere. And just before I came back into the House earlier, I was wondering how many of my colleagues here in the House have first aid training. How many of us have had the opportunity to really do this training? Are there several? I don't know. I know we have some firemen. I know we have some nurses. I know we have some doctors. I know we have engineers. But we're not always together in the House. All of those people are not always here in the House. Sometimes they're in committee. So, would it be reassuring for all of us we aren't getting younger, any of us. So after the age of 50, anything can happen. So knowing that there are people here who can help us when the time comes, the moment that we never want to arrive, the moment that we never want to have, won't be so terrifying. Whether it's for us, our parents, our children, these moments will happen to each and every one of us, and to ensure that at that specific moment where we have that need, there'll be somebody there to help us. We need incentives to ensure that this can happen, and it takes initiatives like Bill C-240 that will provide that incentive and that willingness so that people will go out and take those courses, and maybe they'll save a leg or an arm or even a life. And that's why, Madam Speaker, you will understand that I am enthusiastically supporting the bill tabled by my friend, the member for Cambridge. And I would encourage him to really speak to his colleagues and to ensure that this is passed at second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on this important piece of legislation that I'll be supporting. This bill reflects the work of the honourable member from Cambridge, work he's done his whole life on behalf of his community. Madam Speaker, he's worked for the YMCA and YWCA, the organization in Canada whose new logo is For a Better Us. Bill C-240 is something that I've been familiar with since the member from Cambridge and I spoke in the early days of Parliament about the good ideas to bring forward in the realm of private members' business. What you're looking at here is a topic that's positive. It reaches across partisan aisles, and it accomplishes something for our constituents, indeed for all Canadians. I spoke with the member of Cambridge soon after the election, and he was excited to bring the PMB process as he and I are in neighbouring ridings. He's excited because he drew a low number and he wanted to get on it right away. He's excited because he could see the possibilities that developing a PMB would bring, the opportunity to speak to everyone across the country about what kind of people we are, what kind of people we want to be. I want to thank the member from Cambridge for bringing forward this bill of C-240, the bill that notices a clear problem. Enough people aren't training in first aid, something that we've heard from stories around the House this afternoon. It poses a clear and intuitive, positive solution. Wouldn't it be great to be able to provide a mild incentive to individuals to help them to be trained in first aid? What if we embedded that policy within the existing tax code so that it was seamless, it was easy to understand, and easy to administer? I really have to applaud the member for putting together a policy that not only makes sense, but it's clearly explainable and efficient. Madam Speaker, when I was first out of school, I was working in some physically demanding jobs. I was going into factories and servicing equipment. I was working in environments that it was critical that everyone around me was trained in first aid. Fortunately, I was never hurt in a serious accident, but it was sure nice to know that the people around me would be able to step in if I had a problem. And indeed, at one point I had to save a person's finger. A person had an accident on one of the machines, and those around us knew how to do first aid and were able to recover the finger, get him to the hospital, and get it reattached. For people in our communities who don't have the training to put to work or through their profession, this bill at the very least can help people get trained in first aid so they can help the people around them. When I've spoken to others about C-240, they're immediately supportive and see the value to this bill. People understand that our tax dollars go directly to things that benefit everyone in our society. They go to benefit the fabric of our society itself. And C-40 is saying, if it's at the very core, whenever you take this action, getting trained in first aid to help fellow Canadians, you're doing something that benefits us all. The country's decided to say thank you by helping to pay a little piece for your training. It's a simple thing we can do to have a big ripple effect in our communities. And I'm not alone in this thinking either. Bill C-240 has been endorsed by non-profits, including the Heart and Stroke Foundation and Deafblind Ontario. I'd like to take a brief quote from Deafblind. that interveners, which is the name for the direct service employees who work for deafblind, are required to maintain up-to-date first aid and CPR certification at their own cost. Bill C-240 will make that training more accessible to them and more accessible to the broader public, which is so important to those especially working in the not-for-profit sector. I want to take a moment and speak about an incident in my riding and one of the reasons that I'm supporting this bill today. This summer I was knocking on doors in Guelph. On a Saturday morning, I was invited into a home. There was a gathering of people around the kitchen table. A lot of people, 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and what was going on? A young boy, 12 years old, in the last week of school, had heart failure at his school. The people around the kitchen table that day, Madam Speaker, were the people that saved his life, people that provided CPR while he was on the floor at the school, people that got connections to the first aid from the emergency services people that brought him to the hospital, people in the hospital that saved his life, and then the people that helped with his recovery process. And today that person is alive. He's now 13 years old because of the first aid that was administered at his school on the last week of class. Stories like this sound like a once-in-a-lifetime or a freak accident of nature, but really they're happening behind the doors of houses, behind businesses, and within schools across our country. They're happening every day, in every riding. In each and every case, there's a real-world difference that can make an outcome positive or negative, and that difference can make a difference in whether a person survives or not. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to advocate today on this bill, and I look forward to voting in favor next Wednesday, and I applaud the member of Cambridge for his work on this bill and for making our neighborhoods safer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand I only have a few minutes before we'll hear the reply from my friend from Cambridge, so I want to briefly just put on the record my strong support for this bill. I think this is an excellent bill, and I appreciate the work of the member from Cambridge for bringing this forward. At the same time, I understand some members of the government at least oppose it, so I expect we'll have an interesting vote next week, and I'd encourage all members to take the time to really read the detail of the bill and appreciate its importance. Just briefly in my comments, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that there are some who question, who dispute the value of what they call boutique tax credits, specific tax credits aimed at specific things. I think that's really the heart of the debate. I don't think any member here is opposed to first aid or opposed to encouraging more first aid, but it's this question of whether we should have specific tax credits to help encourage people in a positive direction. And I would defend the value of certain specific tax credits that provide an effective incentive to encourage people to take advantage of opportunities that they might not otherwise, to make it easier for people to afford things that we regard as socially positive. I think there's good economic as well as social logic to these kinds of things. From an economic perspective, economists identify something called positive externalities. In other words, if in an economic interaction there is a positive social effect, then it's in society's interest to create additional incentives to encourage people to make those kinds of interactions. Then there's a corresponding analysis for negative externalities, where if there's an economic interaction between two parties that has a negative effect on a third party, then it's in society's interest to try and discourage them. So when you have something like people taking first aid training, which generates positive external social benefits beyond the individual receiving the training and the individual providing the training, then there is a social interest in providing that additional incentive. And that's what this bill does. It provides that extra economic incentive in that direction in terms of a positive externality. Now, the tax credits in this case also, they make the thing for which the tax credit exists, in this case first aid, more accessible to individuals who might not be able to access them. So that's obviously a positive. I want to say as well, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to the question of tax cuts and how we cut taxes, that we shouldn't just be looking for a smaller government, but we should be looking for a stronger society as well. And this bill, I think, achieves both of those objectives. It provides a tax reduction. It gives money back to ordinary Canadians. But in the process, it creates a stronger society, a society with people with the capacity to help each other within their own communities. So that's what we should be looking for. Again, not just not more government, not simply less government for its own sake, but a reduced role for government and a corresponding strengthening of society. That's why I like these kind of tax credits, because they provide that additional incentive for people to build out and be active within their community at the same time as providing a tax reduction. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, je remercie mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague from the opposition for his kind words.
Very proud, Madam Speaker, and blessed to represent the fantastic people of Cambridge, North Dumfries, and North Brant. I would like to just take a moment to thank all the speakers here today and those that spoke in the first hour of this debate. Madam Speaker, today it's my pleasure to rise and speak to my private member's bill, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a non-refundable tax credit for those who take first aid courses. With my private member's bill, Madam Speaker, from the very beginning, I've said that it's key to start a national conversation in this country about emergency preparedness. I've tried to prepare a PMB that was to work beyond partisan goals and achieve something that will work for all Canadians. I'm proud to say that I've received support from all sides. People in this House and across the country realize that we must work to develop our human infrastructure. The financial benefit of this bill include faster recovery times, less healthcare expenditures, and more lives saved. Madam Speaker, more than half of adult Canadians live in a household in which no members have up-to-date first aid or CPR. According to Ipsos Reid, only 18% of those who have ever taken first aid courses are current. In fact, 1/3 of Canadians have never, in fact, taken a first aid course. Those statistics are shocking, and there is a solution, which is fiscally responsible, immediate, and well-targeted, and that's Bill C-240. Madam Speaker, C-240 is a bill which is moderate in scope, low in cost, and potentially massive in outcomes. This bill is designed to provide a modest change, innovate within a sector, and improve the lives in a measured and specific way. The bill has the potential to make a lasting impact on the lives of Canadians without making a lasting impact on their wallets. Madam Speaker, I hope that my attempts to create this bill, however humble, will save lives and achieve far grander benefits than might otherwise be apparent. When someone undertakes first aid training, what they are ultimately doing is gaining skills and knowledge to serve their community, but also developing confidence to act in an emergency situation when literally every second counts. This House has the opportunity to recognize, incentivize, and facilitate these selfless acts by reducing the costs incurred by these civic-minded individuals. Madam Speaker, this bill proposes a non-refundable tax credit of 15% to anyone who takes an accredited first aid, CPR, or AED training course. This tax credit would come at a relatively low cost to the government, but would make a difference in the affordability of life-saving training for individual Canadians. Approximately 1.8 million Canadians will take life-saving training this year. At $15 per person, this bill will cost the government a maximum of $26.5 million this year. Compared to the value of lives being saved and injuries healed, this is minuscule. Of course, not all course participants will be eligible, nor will all owe taxes. And the most significant fact is that over half of all of those who take this training have it paid for by their employer and therefore would not be eligible for this credit. When these facts are considered, we can see that the cost to the government will actually be much lower, likely less than $13 million. This House has an opportunity to safeguard the lives of Canadians and display our commitment to emergency preparedness. Training leads to confidence, confidence leads to action in an emergency, action leads to lives saved, people healed, and more Canadians looking after others, something we can all support. Thank you for the support on this issue, and I look forward to the vote on Wednesday and speaking with all members of this House. I want to take the last few seconds that I have, Madam Speaker, to recognize a group of people that often don't get recognized, and that is my staff. They put a lot of work into this, and I would like to thank them.
It being 6:15, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. May, seconded by Mrs. Cesar Chavez, move that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Tax Credit First Aid, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour of the motion, please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 26th, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question concerns health, and I believe that it's particularly important to speak to this, even though the question of incidental fees has been dealt with by the Quebec government of their own accord. It remains that free access to health care is threatened in this country, and unfortunately, the current position of the health minister is not helping because she's refusing to help the provinces financially, and she's attempting to impose conditions, and she will not commit to funding 25% of the costs of health care as requested by the Romanow Commission in 2002. What's important to understand here is that when the money isn't there, the provinces are forced to take difficult decisions. They're forced to cut or try to cut without affecting services to people. They're forced to try to reorganize, but at the end of the day, this has an impact on wait times, on the availability of services. Services are grouped together in, for example, health centers that are farther away. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, now all of the health centers are grouped under the same umbrella. Does that mean... What does that mean, rather? Well, it means that people might be forced to drive 100 kilometers to get access to care that previously was available in their hometown. So, yes, in theory, the care is still free, but to get them, you have to pay money. Psychologist positions are being cut. So, yes, there are still free psychologists available at the hospital, but the wait times are often long, and that forces people to turn to the private sector. So unfortunately, because of poor decisions that are taken, because of the refusal of the federal government to get engaged, the free nature of our healthcare system is threatened, and people are forced to spend money in the private sector to get access to care that they should be able to get for free from the public sector. And as I've said, in rural areas, it's even more challenging. managers in the healthcare system are asked to be magicians so that they can find solutions to continue offering the same services to people and the same access, the same free access, when their budgets are constantly being cut and they're forced to do more avec less. And unfortunately, in the healthcare system, because of the problems that we have, there are more and more workers who are becoming ill, who need to be replaced. And the problem is that there's nobody to replace them. So we're forced to pay people to do overtime. We're forcing people into overtime. And that creates even more illness, and it increases the costs even more. So the situation is incredibly challenging. And given what's currently happening right now with the health transfers, I believe that it's high time that we be able to stand up and say, yes, we are here to protect the free public healthcare system in Canada, and yes, the federal government will do its part while letting provincial administrations do their job the way they wish. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very clear in our support for the principles of the Canada Health Act and the values that they reflect. These values of accessibility, equity, and solidarity form the foundation for both our publicly insured healthcare system and for the nation as a whole. They are the values that reflect the belief that regardless of how much money you make or where you live, healthcare should be available for all Canadians when they need it. Our commitment to the publicly insured healthcare system is reflected in our actions. This means restoring leadership at the federal level by revitalizing and setting solidly in place strong collaborative working relationships with our provincial and territorial counterparts to realize the aims of the Canada Health Act. The Canada Health Act continues to be the cornerstone of the Canadian healthcare system. The aim of the Act was to ensure that all eligible residents of Canada have reasonable access to medically necessary insured services without direct charges. The Act is very clear. Any charges to patients for publicly insured services are considered extra billing or user charges and are prohibited under the Act. Our government wants to see all such charges eliminated. Canadians depend on and expect all governments to work together to ensure that citizens across this country can readily access and rely on a healthcare system that ultimately supports them in leading fulfilling and productive lives. When Canadians are in good physical and mental health, they are able to work better, be more productive, and contribute more fully to our economy while living healthier, happier lives. We know that our healthcare system is one that Canadians across the country continue to take pride in and to cherish. Statistics Canada confirms this point in its 2015 report on Canadian identity that states that close to 80% of Canadians have pride in our healthcare system. Respecting the value that Canadians place on our healthcare system, this government's commitment to Canadians is having a federal government that is fully engaged with provinces and territories on matters related to the Canada Health Act. Our approach to the administration of the Act emphasizes transparency, consultation, and dialogue with provincial and territorial healthcare ministries to resolve potential issues. As I mentioned earlier, extra billing and user charges are prohibited under the Act, as these fees create barriers to accessing healthcare. Part of the reason Canadians take pride in our healthcare system is because they know the system will provide them with the care they need, regardless of one's ability or willingness to pay. This government is committed to ensuring that Canadians across this country continue to have access to the health care they need when they need it. That is why the Minister of Health wrote to the Quebec Health Minister in September, underscoring her commitment to publicly funded health care without charges to patients for insured services. By proactively holding such discussions with provinces and territories on compliance issues, there is real opportunity to resolve potential problems before they become more fully developed. It should also be noted that independent action on the part of provinces and territories can also lead to good outcomes. This government was pleased that the Quebec Minister of Health recently announced concrete action toward removing barriers to
access by eliminating fees charged to patients for insured services at the point of delivery. It is important to remember that the ultimate goal of enforcement is not to levy penalties, but to ensure compliance with the principles of the Canada Health Act so that Canadians can have access to the health care they need when they need it. The Minister of Health did not levy penalties in her letter to the Quebec government.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will show you another reason why the federal government is missing the point. The provinces have decided to give more power to other healthcare professionals, like, for example, pharmacists and nurses recently in Quebec. With the work of the Order of Nurses of Quebec, certain nurses have earned the right to prescribe medication like contraceptives or prenatal vitamins. And yet, the clientele of the federal government, for example, First Nations, don't get those medications reimbursed because they weren't prescribed by a doctor in those cases. So once again, the patient has to pay out of their pocket because the wrong professional has prescribed the medication, and that healthcare professional costs more. There are problems with the free nature of the system and the way it's working, and the federal government is really falling behind in making sure that it's accessible to all patients. We need to protect public health, and to do that, we need to give autonomy to the provinces and look at the incredible work that's being done there to increase the field of action for various healthcare professionals. But unfortunately, the federal government is many years behind in many areas.
The Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate that the Government of Canada is unwavering in its support of the Canada Health Act. We are committed to defending our publicly funded healthcare system. In our work, we are striving to eliminate extra billing and user fees which create barriers for Canadians in accessing healthcare. By actively re-engaging with the provinces and territories, our government knows that this approach is the best way to resolve potential compliance problems. We strongly believe that all Canadians deserve access to timely, quality, universal health care and receive health care services based on an individual's need and not their ability or willingness to pay.
Finally, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for having raised this question. This is a very important question, and we are absolutely dedicated to strengthening the principles of the Canada Health Act. Thank you. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.